Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Each other or not. And now the age-old question comes back to us. Why did Black Americans fall for integration? When we see the deterioration of our neighborhoods, our families, how our families that used to thrive, we used to live in communities where we didn't even lock our doors. Everybody knew each other. People shared. It was nothing for people to borrow a cup of sugar or flour. Yes, I came up in that generation to where we are now. And we wonder what happened. And then it's just the family structure. In the 1970s, before all this integration business came about, Black people were more married and our families were more intact than white families. But now they brag about their families when really what you have is people getting married, getting divorced, and married again. You have a lot of serial marriages. But Black people would be married and would stay married. When I went to the first grade in our small town, we had one class of each grade. Sometimes those classes would get crowded, and then they would combine the classes. They would take part of the kids out of third grade and part out of the fourth grade and make another section of third and fourth graders. But for the most part, we had one class of each grade. But most of us, I would say 90% of us lived in the house with our mamas and daddies. And you know what else? It was very unusual for somebody to go to prison. Very unusual. I can only remember one family where the daddy was in prison. We lived in the house with our mamas and daddies. We went to church together. We played together in the streets in the evening. We were a family community, and that happened all over. Even when they moved from the South to the North, they still carried the same feeling of community with them. This whole thing about Black children being brought up in single homes is new. It is new. If we look closely, we can almost track the deterioration of the Black family from our marriage rates to our school performance rate to the crime rate. All of that can be traced back to integration and the passing of Loving versus Virginia, where Black people could now marry white people. Combined, those two things have been very destructive to the Black American community. The delusion of inclusion has prevented so many Black people from living in reality and accepting this country for what it is and for what it has always been. Our marriage rate has gone down about as far as it can fall. And then we have the school to prison pipeline. And we wonder what happened. Well, what happened, in my opinion, is that we lost control over our communities and our homes. The only thing that seems to be still trying to stand is the church, and it's on a banana peel. So, why did we fall for integration? And this is what Google says: Black Americans fell for integration because it promised opportunities and equality that were sorely lacking in their lives. While legal victories like the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments granted citizenship and voting rights, Jim Crow laws undermined these gains by forcing segregation in schools, public spaces, and transportation across the South. It was all over this country. They need to stop lying on the South. It was all over the country. Integration, therefore, appeared as a way to address the systemic inequalities faced by Black people. So, again, the delusion of inclusion. They're calling it the illusion of inclusion, but I'm calling it the delusion of inclusion. I think it works just as well. This article appeared in Atlanta Black Star in July of 2020. The unforeseen consequences, how school integration failed Black students and drove Black educators from the profession. This article was written by a psychologist named Dr. Daniel Upchurch. After the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education ruling, the period of legal racial segregation in the school system came to a close. At first glance, this decision may look like a step in the right direction. The racist separate but equal doctrine that had physically divided Americans for decades was finally overturned, and children, Black and white, would sit side by side in classrooms across the country. In reality, while school integration did end an era of state sanctioned segregation, it also paved the way for other harmful forms of discrimination to take root and produce unforeseen consequences and disparities. School integration came at a high price, often at the expense of Black students and teachers. And Black America is still paying for it today. That is absolutely true. Dr. Upchurch's research focuses on testing and educator related disparities facing the Black community. And while he's not an advocate for returning to a segregated world, he believes it's important to acknowledge the high costs that have been associated with integration. Well, that is something that we have to come to terms with. Integration was never designed to give Black people an equal education. I remember our parents being so hopeful when the schools integrated, thinking that their children would now have a chance at an equal education, and it has not been that. And the Black parents were looking at the resources. Prior to school integration, Black schools lacked access to the resources available at the white schools. For instance, in the Black school, instead of giving us new desks, when the state allocated money for us to get new desks, the school system would then send us the old desks from the white school, and the white kids would get new desks. We got old books from the white schools. The books were defaced, they were written up and scratched up with all kinds of racial slurs. It was just horrendous. So our parents had to end up buying our books in order for us to have new books. So Black people felt like, well, if we go to the school with the white students, we will have access to what they have access to. So we did get new books and new desks at the white school. But also, we didn't have a gym. Now, many Black schools in the South did have gyms, but our school was very small, and the school system was very racist. So when the state allocated money for us to get a gym, the white school tore their gym down and built a new gym for them, and we didn't get a gym. So these were the kinds of things that they were doing in segregation, and it was legal. It was legal. And then the teachers pay. The Black teachers had to work the same hours as the white teachers, but the white teachers were paid more. So at least when the schools integrated, the Black teachers were on the same pay scale as the white teachers. But it was just a mess. It just turned out to be disastrous for Black people because at no point were things going to be equal. And we have had to learn that the hard way. And one of the big weapons, and I'm going to say one of the biggest weapons that has been used against Black people in education, both teachers and students, is testing. Testing has become the center of everything, and it still is. They use tests to discriminate against Black people in every aspect of American life. Before Brown versus Board of Education, where the government mandated integration of schools, you didn't have to take all these tests to go to college. Teachers didn't have to be tested, but they test and test and test till they decide that black teachers are not qualified to teach because they didn't pass the test, whatever test that was. And then they test the children to death. And the test, well, now the black children tested low on this test, so he needs to go in special ed. And black boys have been targeted with a bullet to go into special education. That's to keep you away from those white girls, of course. When we had our segregated schools, our principals were black, our teachers were black, everybody was black. We looked up to our black principals and our black teachers. But when the schools integrated, they pulled the black principals out of the principalship roles. He was the assistant principal over disciplining black children. And a lot of black men said, you can take this job and shove it. And they left. But if it's not that, it's testing it. Oh, they didn't pass that test. The white teachers don't do well on tests either. So you know what they do? They give them the answers. They don't give black people the answers. So the white teachers come out looking smart. I passed the test. I passed the test. Yeah, because they gave you the test. That's why. So these are some things that have been very detrimental to us. Now, the next thing is more delicate, and that's interracial marriage. I believe that interracial marriage has played a big part in distracting Black American men and women from building relationships with each other. So when you take into account the poor education system and then the illusion of inclusion, the fantasy of finding happiness with a white person, I believe that that is very attractive to a lot of Black Americans. So, to sum this up, I believe the main reason, and I believe it's one main reason that Black people fail for integration, and it was the illusion of inclusion in American society in all aspects, not only in the school system, but in employment, in marriage, in our social lives. I think we fell for the idea that we were going to be included without problems. And what we have found is that that is just not the case. Now we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and recalibrate. In my other video, the woman was talking about separating, and many Black people have started talking about that. Separating, not out of meanness or hatred of white people, but for our own survival, so we can grow and thrive and not always be in the shadow of white people. Let me know what y'all think about this video. Thank you for listening. Give me a thumbs up and have a wonderful evening.
Well, good morning, everybody. On that pleasant note, everybody, make sure you hit the like button, please. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you support the show and its host and its executive producer, Portia J. Also, if you would, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. To get to this video, I oddly enough disagree with just about everything Lady Boulay says, which is kind of rare. I usually more or less agree with her. I think that Americans in general, everybody from Lady Boulay to well, just about everybody, we always want to look to the past. Well, it used to be like this back in the day. How about just meet the moment? Okay, I don't buy that Black kids can't pass a test or Black teachers can't pass a test. If you know the test is coming, prepare for it and pass the test. This negativity, and I'm not sure that I buy into that. Now, I think everything she said could be framed differently, and not so pessimistically. But As far as integration, to a certain extent, I agree. Someone said recently, nothing wrong with integration, just don't integrate on your knees. And from what I've read, there were really stark choices. But I think that I think it's kind of almost embarrassing to say that a test is why our kids aren't doing well. I think the other mistake that Americans in general make is depending on schools, thinking schools are the parent. Um, Education begins at home, and school is there just to kind of add to what parents might not be capable of teaching. Um, the orientation, the attitude kids have towards education or passing tests, how seriously kids take this stuff, that's all done at home. So I think she's kind of gloomy on this, and I just don't buy her framing. So usually I agree with her, but today I do not. So what we've got for the show is basically just going to be the usual news and stuff. Though this next thing is actually something I watched a few days ago from the New York Times. Um, it's called The New Culture of the Right: Vital, Masculine, and Intentionally Offensive. And it's about an hour and 13 minutes long. And I watched
A
the
shift
whole
not
thing.
just in America.
I watched the whole thing, and I actually think it's worth watching in this particular space, because everybody here tends to be at least MAGA or some form of right of center, kind of politically and point of view wise. So talk about integration. This kind of touches on that, and some of it was shocking. Some of it wasn't. So this is Ross Douthat interviewing. I forget the guy's name he's interviewing, but it's almost it's kind of, I don't know. It shocked me, but it didn't. But it's essentially pointing out that with Trump being in office, this is basically a backlash moment. America, this pendulum of America swings, back and forth between extremes, and we're always going to one extreme or the other, and never kind of quite getting it right, at least not in short periods of time. So let's listen to this interview. To me, it was enlightening.
American politics, but in American culture, where right-wing ideas and influences are suddenly driving or shaping the conversation, and a progressive cultural consensus is cracking up. And one way I've been thinking about this is in terms of a phrase that is traditionally applied to the left, and that phrase is counterculture. I think America has, for the first time in modern memory, a right-wing counterculture, a kind of edgy, reactionary alternative to the status quo. And so I thought one way to talk about that counterculture was to invite someone who I see, we'll see if he disagrees, as one of its representatives. And that's you, Jonathan. So Jonathan Keeperman, welcome to Interesting Times.
Ross, it is great to be here. We've known each other for a while online, of course, and
Purely as digital entities.
Well,
yes.
I'm seeing your face across from me on the screen, and I'm reminded of watching Blogging Heads, like from 10, maybe even 15 years ago. So we've come a long way.
Oh, that is
Blogging Heads.
That's a deep cut. So that shows just how far back your online experience really goes.
Yeah, that's right.
And just to kind of set the context, which is what I should have done. I said Washington Post. This is New York Times. It's a New York Times podcast. Ross Douthat is a conservative columnist. Basically, he pretty much calls himself a Catholic conservative, religious conservative. So he will will put a moral spin on some of the concepts that they discuss. the guy he's interviewing is actually an English teacher, English professor or something at a college in California. He puts a very secular spin on it. And basically, well, I'll interject as need be.
I had more hair, and it was, me and other junior varsity pundits arguing on the internet. But I think, and you can correct me about this, I think the first time that we actually seriously interacted on the internet was after the 2020 election.
Correct.
And I was arguing with Lomez,
yes,
who is your Twitter pseudonym.
Correct.
Right? The persona through which you engaged with politics for a long period of time about whether Joe Biden was legitimately elected.
Correct.
And at that point, right, you had a dual identity. As Jonathan Keeperman, you were still, right, a lecturer in English at UC Irvine?
Correct. That's right.
And then you were Lomez, a right-wing anon is the term that people use.
That's right.
Who wrote pseudonymously online. And then, so that was 2020. And then in 2022, you founded a right-wing publishing house called Passage Press. And that, I would say, raised your profile pretty dramatically to the point where you were important enough to have your real name exposed by a reporter for The Guardian.
Correct.
In 2024. And then by January of 2025, just recently, you were notable enough to host one of the big inaugural balls, which was called the Coronation Ball. So did I miss anything? How is that for an account of your trajectory?
Those are the highlights. That all tracks and covers ground well enough for us to get started on this conversation. But, I do want to point out that in 2020, when we first were having this dialogue and debate over the election, you also had something of a pseudonym. And, I was arguing as much with Ross Douthat as I was Italics Ross. And Italics Ross, you had written at least one column, maybe two, in which you sort of made the case for why Trump might be a superior choice to lead the country, despite the amount of chaos that we'd have to endure under his leadership. And really, I was trying, if I remember the whole episode correctly, to sort of get Italics Ross closer to the surface of, the real Ross, the underlying Ross. So we all are trafficking in certain kinds of multi-identities, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so those were columns that I wrote where I essentially deliberately cultivated a kind of split personality and drew up out of my Jungian subconscious a version of myself that would be pro-Trump.
Yeah, I'm going to skip
right?
ahead
So
here. Don't really care about any of that.
And that was the year of Michael Brown and
Oh, did I break it?
Just in the last few years, where it seemed like, you were going to exist as yourself, as a public figure, instead of as an anonymous arguer online?
Yeah, it's a good question when that might have happened. There certainly was a shift. But what's probably happening here is just the same old cycle of leftist excess that we've seen periodically over the course of American history, at least going back, to Second World War and probably even before that. There's a kind of decade of sort of leftism that takes hold, creates a kind of counterculture. There's a period of pushback, and we saw this, like, for example, with the original neocons in the 70s. We see this cycle then play out again in the 90s with political correctness, another basically 10-year cycle. And then all we're just seeing is this same pattern emerge in the mid-2010s. I identify 2014 as this inflection point. That was the year of Michael Brown and Ferguson and the kind of rise of BLM. It's also this interesting period where the academy, at least, and I think probably this is happening within newspapers and media, is coming out of this interesting transition into the digital age and out of the recession. And there's like new incentives kind of driving the content And what happens there is that a bunch of conservatives, and especially sort of younger conservatives who are frozen out of the conservative movement, are frozen out of mainstream politics, are frozen out of, the kinds of professions where they might have a platform to express new ideas that might regenerate conservatism, go online and go underground and start developing a unique and sort of native style of discourse, all our own. And as that cycle of progressivism just naturally exhausts itself, which it always does, and it takes new form each time, but it kind of always follows the same plot. What we're seeing now is the emergence of this conservative, some people counter elite or countercultural force simply emerging in place of where the progressives have vacated. We could come up with all sorts of
but that's a boringly respectable story, Jonathan.
Okay.
And I don't believe it. I mean, I do believe it, but I think what you're describing there is a description of the trajectory that you see, for instance, with my former colleague Barry Weiss, right, and her publication, The Free Press, which has been tremendously successful and has represented sort of a meeting place for former liberals disillusioned by progressivism, various eccentric people who wouldn't have called themselves conservative but have ended up on the right. Passage Press, you're not publishing, a sort of respectable libertarian critique of the welfare state.
Sure.
You're publishing, fiction, weird stories, and radical philosophy. You published the Hardy Boys, the original Hardy Boys before some sort of multicultural PC cleanups.
Correct.
You publish a war memoir by a Russian general who fought against the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
You publish writing by Robert E. Howard, the creator of Conan the Barbarian, H.P. Lovecraft. But someone like Curtis Yarvin, who is an example of an author you've published, right? Curtis Yarvin thinks that the United States should become a kind of based monarchy run by some kind of, Silicon Valley-esque chief executive with...
Let me stop right here, since we want to talk about where, well, you know what? Let me backtrack a little bit. John says that I am doing whataboutism when I say basically that blacks are not the only group that have problems in America. I'm going to be blunt and say, well, blacks don't run America. America is not where it is now because blacks are running foreign policy or even domestic policy. I don't view blacks as separate from America. I don't view blacks as a Bantustan or an internal colony. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure that blacks have ever been that separate, especially after, say, especially in the 20th century and forward. So when someone like a B. Brave says black culture is separate from American culture, I think that's idiotic. Blacks are a part of American culture. So if there is a black problem, it is an American problem. Okay. And if you're not looking at it like that, that's like segregation. That's like segregation of reality. If there is a black problem, it is an American problem. Now, I've also stated that I don't think there's a coast to coast black community that, say, a black leader can lead. I think that, there are communities, and each community has its own needs, its own culture almost. And that's the way I view it. So it doesn't compute when you say, black culture needs to be fixed. Well, it's a part of American culture. It is an American problem. And I don't even care to debate this because you're not going to be able to defeat that argument. We do not govern, we are not an internal colony like a Bantustan in South Africa or the former, back in the day in South Africa. And I wanted to talk about Curtis Yarvin. This is one of the mistakes that, if you want to call them, the white community makes. If you go back and you read American history, Thomas Jefferson especially thought that every now and again you need a revolution. But who the hell wants even like a form of monarchy? That is not a founding principle. And folks who want a unitary executive and all that, they're just basically moving towards a monarchy. And they have a couple valid arguments, but none worth just restructuring the American government to the degree that someone like a Curtis Yarvin would like to do.
Is a dissolution and revolution of the order of government in Washington, D.C. Nick Land is another example of sort of subterranean far-right intellectuals who would not have fellowships at the American Enterprise Institute, right?
Correct.
Who would not operate in mainstream conservative or sort of centrist or center-right circles, right? So tell me about that stuff.
Okay, so yes. So what are we trying to do? So we're trying to revive what is a genuine right-wing cultural and ideological. I hate the word movement because it's not quite that, but a right wing that can form an enduring and meaningful counterweight to a dominant left and a dominant sort of progressive march that we've seen taking place over the course of, let's just say, the post-war period, certainly from, the 90s and the end of the Cold War up until now. And the premise there is that the conservatism that came before, I was recently looking at a picture online of a book called Young Guns featuring Paul Ryan, Eric Cantor.
I am familiar with this cover.
Okay.
Yes. Eric Cantor, Paul Ryan, and Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy. Okay, so that's the image of the sort of failed conservative movement that what this new set of figures and cultural texts are trying to replace.
So let's try and get into what is an authentic cultural right. To me, Passage Press and the work you're doing is clearly linked to a bunch of different groups, right? So you have the sort of Silicon Valley right of someone like Yarvin. Mm-hmm. Peter Thiel is obviously often invoked as sort of a godfather in that zone. There is the Red Scare podcast, mm-hmm. right? And the so-called Dime Square scene in New York, which is basically, and again, for listeners who think this is a contradiction in terms, it's basically right-wing hipsters.
Yeah.
Then you have the Nietzschean former graduate student turned online essayist and influencer Bronze Age pervert, right? Who has received, interesting profiles in mainstream publications. So those would be examples I would see. But who do you see as your allies and fellow travelers in the cultural project?
Oh, yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I think you've hit the primary people, the primary figures, and you're capturing what the sort of zeitgeist is here, for lack of a better term. And it's still sort of being developed, and I'd be lying to you if I said that I had some intentional project here or some intentional aesthetic that I was trying to cultivate with this. But so the idea is that the future is discovered. Okay, we're not going to be able to predict ahead of time what this new sort of culture will look like. It is throwing these ingredients out there based on a kind of shared understanding at the highest level of abstraction, some kind of alignment that, at least for now, is defined in opposition of both the left, okay, and like wokeness, which is easy, but it's also defined in some sense in opposition to the conservatism that has come before. Not because it's antagonistic towards that kind of conservatism per se, but that kind of conservatism is limited in what it can produce creatively. And
Right.
so, and this is a lot of the frustration that people have had with the right is anytime anyone on the conservative side goes to make some kind of art or do culture, it's just bad. And the left is right about this. There's been, at least for my lifetime, this critique that the right can't do art, that the right can't do culture.
So why is that? What is right-wing art missing, that the right-wing counterculture is trying to supply? What are the ingredients?
It's not historically true, but at least
right in the last 30, 40 years,
okay.
Let's say.
So I think partly it's fear of the unknown. It's a lack of tolerance for artistic license and the messiness and chaos of what is entailed by the creative process. And, it's just the case that if you are going to embark on a new cultural project, you have to have some amount of taste for offense. And, okay, I'll say this. There's probably 3 aspects to why conservative art is bad or has been bad. And this is reductive, of course, but this might help sort of frame things. It's moralistic. Okay. It's much too moralistic. It's didactic. It's always trying to tell you a self-consciously conservative message. It's overly sentimental. And then there's also this nostalgia thing. It's always looking backwards. And conservative art is always looking to the past because it's familiar. It's something that's already been established. It's something for which they already know what they're supposed to like, what's good and what's not good. So there's no risk in trying anything new. And then the third thing I'll say here is that it's grievance oriented. And this comes in 2 forms. It's either we're owning the libs, or here's a story about all of the ways the libs are making our lives unbearable.
Well, I want to make this just a tiny bit more concrete and say, from any period, not the last 20 years, any period in American life, modern Western history, give me an example of something you consider successful right-wing art that doesn't fall into the traps you've described.
Sure. No Country for Old Men is an example, but it's not self-consciously right-wing.
Right.
I doubt, the Coen brothers would call themselves on the right, and I don't even know if Cormac McCarthy would, who wrote the book it's based on. But to my mind, it is precisely right-wing art. Or, David Lynch. Pretty much everything David Lynch touches, I think, has a certain kind of a right-wing coding to it. Certainly, his major works.
So what is the coding? What makes, to a listener for whom it seems absurd to call No Country for Old Men right wing, what makes that right wing to you?
Okay. Because I like it. It's good, and therefore I want it to share my sort of political preferences. But beyond that, and this is where there would be some points of disagreement. By the way, I also call something like Girls, the TV show Girls, is a right-wing show.
Yeah, well, that now you're just pandering to me, because that was my
have you written about
view. Yes, okay. This is a hobby horse of mine. Yes.
All right. So then we might share the premise here that what constitutes quote unquote right-wing art, which is, by the way, some labeling we're grafting onto this thing after the fact. And so it's actually like a very flimsy kind of labeling. But what these pieces of work are doing is telling the truth about the world in a way that is not compromised by artistic or ideological preferences about how these events and these characters and these people, what like society wishes were true about these people. So my thing is that if you are telling the truth about the world, then you are going to make right-wing art.
But isn't that then a little circular? Then you're saying all great art is somehow right-wing. Like, to me, for instance, I feel like, a TV show.
As a matter of fact, that premise, and I was thinking the same thing, that premise that, great art or truthful art or the truth is right-wing is ridiculous. That's kind of like what Mike from Boston is saying is blackaboutism. We tend to want to categorize as humans everything, and that's fine, but you can't overdo it. I would think great art is apolitical.
Show that I've enjoyed
Or
is
amoral.
Andor. It's one of the few Star Wars shows that I've enjoyed. I see that as kind of left-wing art. It's a show that uses the background of the Empire and the Star Wars universe to tell a story about sort of punishing militaristic tyranny and resistance to it in ways that are sort of left-coded, but also it's a really good show. Whereas I would look at Girls and say, look, in the end, it's a scabrous satire of a particular kind of upper middle class, lifestyle in a liberal city, and so it is coming from a right wing perspective. I feel can there be? So, do you think can there be great left wing art from your perspective?
I suppose, yeah, but I'll say this: like, I think it depends. I understand your point that it's highly reductive to just simply say if I like it, therefore it's right wing art, or if it tells the truth,
it tells the truth
right-wing
is
art.
what you're saying.
But okay. So what I mean by that, though, as a point of clarification, is there are certain, at least modern left wing premises that support their worldview and their political agenda that I think are belied by someone telling the truth about the world. And here's an example of this. The left sort of takes as a foundational principle of its politics the idea of equality, that there's a kind of flattening of people, and that through carefully managed social engineering, we can produce a society that either levels out any kind of natural hierarchy or produce a system that somehow can wrangle these natural, almost supernatural sort of entropic forces that, are constantly creating chaos and constantly requiring our maintenance and management and authority to deal with.
Okay, good. That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
So this takes us into one of the phrases that I think gets used to describe what the counterculture is up to. And I know you're ambivalent about this phrase, but it's the idea that gets called vitalism, right? Mm-hmm. Which is this term that means, let's say, a celebration of individuality, strength, excellence, and an anxiety about equality and democracy as, and just the way you described, as leveling forces, enemies of human greatness. And it gets connected to Friedrich Nietzsche. Sure. I think there's a Ayn Rand, who's, a very popular novelist on the American right, whatever you.
I want to congratulate him for noticing that. Ayn Rand is problematic. These guys who want to all be Howard Rourkes, it's like people who go into politics are not the best and brightest, or generally they're not. The best and brightest don't like touching, politics with a 10-foot pole, or at least, being a politician. So this argument to me is just like really, I don't know what to think of it other than it is literally metaphysical. America has never been a meritocracy. We've had the ideal, but it's always been about money. You can make a very valid argument that the reason America is because economic elites in the United States got tired of being treated as, what they felt as second-class British citizens. So the American Revolution was really an elite revolt.
Make of her actual books is in some sense in this school. But that to me seems like one common thread including in the books that you yourself have published. Like, what links the white Russian general standing athwart the Bolsheviks to the Hardy Boys, to Conan the Barbarian? It is some kind of idea of human greatness beset by mediocrity and so on. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's right. I wouldn't contest that basic summary. I don't want to overdo like how we're thinking about this word vitality. For the purposes of this conversation, it's enough to say it's something like, a thymos, okay, spiritedness, a self-will, aliveness, or and also I want to say that there's a certain kind of eroticism to vitality that's very important and has often been missing from sort of the conservative view of the world. And that, I think that's a mistake. I think you're leaving something very important on the table by not grappling with this notion of eroticism and what that means and why it might be valuable, especially, and here's the premise we're starting from, and I think, Ross, we share this view that we're reaching this phase, whether it's cyclical or there's sort of this longer term linear path of kind of civilizational exhaustion, decay, decadence. That's a word I know you've used a lot. And this all requires rebirth, and the process of rebirth is not gentle. It can be violent and difficult. So I would say that vitality serves these two basic functions right now, and why it's valuable for us to take on board. One, it attracts young people. Young people, I think men in particular, women too, though, are naturally attracted to this sort of notion of vitality. They see it, they know it, and they want to be around it. The right has failed for a long time to attract young people. This is finally changing over the last few years. It's also a way of overcoming a kind of defeatism of
Let me pause it right up here. John Straves, no. Adams was a Federalist. Madison was a Jeffersonian Republican. Jefferson was a Jeffersonian Republican. Republican meant something totally different back then. You could basically say Republicans Jefferson's view of America was a bunch of yeoman farmers and landowners. Jefferson did not want a strong central government. He wanted a government that was much more of a direct democracy, basically. Mentioned earlier that Jefferson, literally, that quote that he says about the tree of liberty needing to be watered, something like it needs to be fed by the blood of by the blood of patriots every now and again. Basically, Jefferson believed that, hey, when a government became either too tyrannical or just outlived its usefulness, it was the right of the people to revolt and form a new government. He was much more direct democracy oriented. Adams and Madison was Jefferson's kind of like mentee. Adams, if Adams had had his choice, he would have had a king. He was a Federalist who believed in a strong central government. So no, they weren't Republicans as we know them today.
Of this sort of idea that things are past the point of saving, that we can't do anything, that all there is left for us in, the 21st century is to, on the one hand, merely manage playing out this end of history period. This sense of vitality, I think, offers something else. It offers the human subject the opportunity to advance positively and affirmatively into the future. So that's my defense of vitalism.
Right. And it's an escape from, and now I'm going to move to a second term that you yourself have used, right?
Yes.
It's an escape from what gets called the longhouse, right? And you mentioned, sort of men and women as sort of each vital in certain ways, but the longhouse is a specifically feminine coded narrative of like what's wrong with contemporary life. So what is the Longhouse?
Okay, so I wrote this essay called "What is the Longhouse" for
Right.
First Things Magazine.
So you can answer
ago.
the question. Yes.
I would encourage anybody who wants to know the precise details to go read that article, because I spell out what I mean by it. And here I'm going to talk in sort of maybe more vague terms, but it's essentially an explanation and exploration of what I perceive as a kind of over feminization of society. And I don't mean that is it's explicitly women who are taking over society, because often the Longhouse is managed by men, and in some cases it's better managed by men, or more sort of severely and strictly managed by men. But it is a kind of feminine way of social management that is distinct from a kind of male or masculine coded social management and group dynamics. There's a certain, it's maybe a phrase is like a regime of maternal surveillance is a phrase I've used before, that preferences, for example, inclusion, conflict avoidance, consensus, safety, and these kinds of priorities supersede things like truth finding and competition and the kinds of violent, often, and I don't mean necessarily physically violent, but it can be that. But
Okay, hold on one sec. Was Adams a Quaker? I'll have to look that up. I don't think he was very religious at all. Jefferson didn't rewrite the Bible; he edited the Bible. The Jefferson Bible basically, he cut out all the miracles, and he cut out. I think that's what he did. It was basically the miracles. He might have even just cut out all the parts where, might have just cut Jesus totally out of the New Testament. So he didn't rewrite it as much as edit it.
The kind of combativeness that better characterizes a kind of masculine way of thinking about ideas. And again, why this gets back to certain other things we've talked about is the Longhouse is essentially flattening. It's horizontal, whereas a masculine way of doing things in this model is hierarchical. It's vertical. And what a more combative style of discourse, for example, does is help establish those hierarchies and where the value of ideas are relative to one another. The Longhouse doesn't allow for that, because it's more interested in making sure everybody's feelings are maintained and nobody's offended.
And just so listeners are clear, this is a reference to, there's a kind of, I'm going to call it a pseudo-anthropology, because I don't think you're actually making specific claims about the human past, but there's a contrast between sort of Longhouse culture of a literal longhouse of a tribe sort of crowded together under one roof with what? The freedom of the steppe barbarian?
Yeah, I mean, so this comes from Bronze Age Pervert, okay? Bronze Age Mindset, which is one of the great texts of the 21st century, and I encourage all the New York Times listeners to read it. It's very important if you actually want to understand this stuff.
I agree.
So he talks about the Longhouse, and he's got his own take on it. I borrowed the term, and actually why I think the term is so valuable is because it is a kind of empty signifier. I don't mean to tie it to this sort of historical context. It's an evocative image. It's this big, long, literal house that we're all stuck inside of, and you're constrained in how you can behave, how you can act, and I think it's hostile towards men in particular, having a kind of freedom of assembly with one another.
So concrete examples would be the crusade against Greek life at universities, right? You would see as Longhouse in action. And corporate HR departments and sensitivity trainings, Longhouse in action, right?
Well, and you can probably the most sort of salient example of this, precisely because it's where you would at least expect this kind of Longhouse cultural framing to take root is the military. And actually, Pete Hegseth has talked about this explicitly, is this integration of women into the military. We don't need to get into the politics of that. Suffice to say, though, that these traditionally male spaces, sort of our martial culture, has been now, it's open to women, and this introduces new norms. It just has to, in order for it to work. And this is going to necessarily sort of change, and I would argue degrade, the culture of masculinity that preceded it.
Two objections or responses. The second one will be more specific to my own worldview. But the first one, I think, is a more general one that many listeners would have. They would say, look,
why don't they just
what has
call it
actually
patriarchy
in the last 25 years, in the Longhouse era, as you describe it, is guess what? We removed restrictions on women's advancement, and they started out-competing men. They're not longhousing men. They're just getting the promotions that men used to get and, succeeding in corporate America where men used to succeed. And yes, there are specific cases like the military where physical differences between men and women matter. And, maybe there you could say sort of gender equality has gone too far because it ignores those physical differences. But when you're talking about corporate America or political America or any of these environments, women are succeeding, men aren't. And now men are complaining that women are oppressing them? Like, isn't the Longhouse just a long male whine about a failure to adequately compete? And you're pretending, for the days of the steppe barbarians, but, maybe you should suck it up and actually compete on the grounds that we have in 21st century America. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. And I do think over the last however many decades that there have been a number of changes in the workplace that.
And I'm gonna actually stop it here and comment on what Doubtfit just said. That's exactly what it is. If you are used to being in power for 200 plus years, all of a sudden, any sharing of power is going to be considered a loss of power. So that's exactly what it is. It's a bunch of white males whining. And you know what? Like I said about black kids and the test, black kids and black teachers and educational testing, come up to the standard. That's really the answer. Whining about it isn't going to make you successful.
That can be attributed to women, very talented women, taking on leadership roles and succeeding in those roles, and therefore introducing more women into the workplace based on that success. I think it's perfectly fine for me to concede to that. The point I'm making is that by introducing this new distribution of personnel into public life, it has an effect on how these institutions are run and the norms that these institutions run on. And then it becomes an empirical question. Have they changed for the better or have they changed for the worse? And I think most people look around at the various institutions, whether it's media, whether it's academia, whether it's the corporate boardrooms that have, found themselves in all sorts of, spasms over, DEI stuff over the last decade. Are they more efficient or are they less efficient? Are they work?
Again, that is a false argument. Currently, most CEOs, the overwhelming majority of CEOs, are white and male. You go look at Congress, overwhelmingly white, male, and old. So this is just an argument that just doesn't make sense. Again, there aren't many corporations that are female led.
Working properly. My argument would be that very self-evidently, the institutions in which all of these changes have occurred are now performing worse than they used to. And that is at least in part attributable to this change in norms. And this change in norms, in turn, is attributable to this change in personnel.
All right, now a more personal objection rooted in my own religious commitments, which is that, as you say, I have a lot of sympathy for the broad view that late modern life has become decadent, and some kind of sense of possibility, some kind of sense of action, some kind of sense of human capacity is really important to getting us either out of this trench or through whatever weird bottleneck digital life and AI are going to create. I agree with all of that. However, I'm also a Christian, right? And all of the authors that I've mentioned who are part of the vitalist tradition, Nietzsche, Rand, Bronze Age pervert, see themselves operating in opposition to Christianity. They see Christianity as fundamentally, it's either, it's a religion of the weak, it's a religion of women, perhaps, it's, it's against the erotic, right? And so when I look at the right-wing counterculture right now, I see a force that has sort of there are people who are, really into traditionalist Catholicism and whatnot there. But there's also a lot of people who I think in their own story about what went wrong with the right, the normie right, the boring right of Kevin McCarthy, sort of think at some level, it was a bunch of weak, thin milk drinking Christians who didn't understand that, what is actually best in life is to crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women, right?
Sure.
So I'm curious, what is your attitude towards those debates? What's your attitude towards Christianity and religion?
Yeah, I mean, my belief is that there's actual tremendous amount of synchronicity between these two sort of modes of operating in the world. And it's not just my belief, my favorite author, and actually Passage Press, comes from the book Forest Passage by Ernst Jünger. And there's a great book of letters between Jünger and Martin Heidegger. And Jünger's view, actually, is that none of this kind of vitalism, none of this is sustainable without religion, and actually Christianity specifically, and that our idea of poetics and sort of the inscrutable forces of the universe against which our, individual will is being tested at all times, and which a kind of vitalist view of the world is insisting we're constantly pushing against, all has to be sort of live inside of this framework of Christianity. So I don't think these things are incompatible.
But Jünger, right?
Yeah.
If I'm remembering his trajectory correctly, right?
Yeah.
He's part of the German Reich.
Correct.
He's not a Nazi, but he serves in the Third Reich. He's not someone who listeners.
John, you're incorrect. Hispanics are about 11, almost 12% of the U.S. Congress. Blacks are 11%, almost 12% in the U.S. Congress. They are roughly equal. I just looked it up.
Should think of as like Heidegger, who just sort of
Right.
goes Nazi in that way. But he remains very much on the anti-liberal right throughout that period. And my sense of him is that he did have that sort of a view of Christianity, as you described, to some degree. But it was sort of Christianity as a kind of useful force for resisting, the degradation of modernity and so on. And then he does actually become a Catholic in very old age, right? So it's like you get to be a vitalist, for many decades, and then at the end you're like, all right, time to succumb to full Christianity. And it just seems to me that even in vitalism, there are people who are anti-Christian, like Bronze Age pervert,
Sure.
like the Nazis, right?
Well,
and then there are people who want to put it to use. But I'm a little ambivalent about having my religion put to use in that way.
Yeah, I mean, your concern is that it's merely being sort of like cynically operationalized.
Not even cynically, but it's more like Christianity is this great mythic structure that, within which we can operate and so on. And that's not what I believe about Christianity, right? So I think Christianity is a true myth and imposes constraints. I guess that's part of it, right? The Christian doesn't just think that like nature imposes constraints, right? It's that God imposes constraints as well. So, but let's not stay forever in the particularities of dogma, because I want to talk about Donald Trump.
Yes.
And carry us from.
Before we get to the good stuff, King TL, you're not in any danger, are you? If you're only a mile away, shouldn't you? Should you be evacuating instead of being on YouTube? Let me know. And you can show us, but it's going to be probably an hour, to get through this and then some news articles.
Ernst Jünger to Donald Trump, right? And so Trump himself, right? Again, we're trying to talk more about culture than politics. Trump starts as a cultural figure, right? Mm-hmm. Anyone who's old enough to remember the Trump who existed before he became a politician remembers the tabloid fixture, the reality TV star, the self creator whose life is, in a weird way, its own kind of work of American popular art. But you've written a bunch about Trump as a heroic figure. You've explicitly compared him to Aeneas, speaking of sort of mythological heroes. Talk to me about that, Trump as hero. What does that mean?
Okay, I have a somewhat idiosyncratic view of Donald Trump. As
idiosyncratic,
kind of a man out of time. And so I wrote this article or essay called Aeneas in Washington. And the idea was that Donald Trump has revived or assumed, really, this kind of mythic stature. He's a mythic hero. And specifically, I have this concept, it's not my concept, but I've applied it to Trump of retrocausality. Trump has this strange ability, in my view, to sort of reconstitute the past. How we understand Trump and his life before he entered politics is not a sort of strict linear thing that is unchanging in time. Actually, over the last 5 years, in particular, so since he lost the 2020 election, this interim period where he was beset by these, lawsuits, and he was threatened with prison time, and he was shot at and nearly killed. We can look back at his past and see a new narrative about his life that suggests the possibility of this kind of rebirth from this civilizational exhaustion that I think is really the sort of core description of our present moment. Now, in this essay, I also...
Wait, hold it. You know what? Progressives and like academics get accused of just like talking nonsense. I think I just heard someone on the right do it. That's just so much nonsense.
Also point out this concept called charisma hunger. And there was a sociologist from the middle 20th century, Erik Erikson, quite prominent. And he had this idea that in the modern world, and this has a lot to do with actually the loss of sort of religious conviction and religious life, that we were in search of these figures, these heroes. I'm very aware of the possibility that I am succumbing to this charisma hunger that, Erikson identified decades ago. And nonetheless, I do think, and I think the people's reaction to Trump, their impression of him. I saw for the other day, did you see this wrestler who won the NCAA title? Yeah. And he's draped in the American flag, this gladiator, and he gives this great big hug to Donald Trump. And in so many ways, Trump is this kind of great father of the American people, or a certain segment of the American people who have embraced him. And he's not just a politician. He's not just a president. He's not just a TV star. And to my mind, that speaks to this mythical character.
He has.
Yeah,
he
I mean,
has
look,
a
my
charisma
own
hunger.
view of Trump, as you probably know, has changed. I think we have sort of each moved and each shifted, and I've ended up closer to where you were 4 years ago, and you've gone a bit further, right? So I just had trouble from the beginning of seeing Trump as anything other than a symptom of decadence, right? Like, the reality TV
Okay, I think
host
these guys
becomes
are just,
president of the.
and I'm surprised at doubt that because he's pretty smart. But Donald Trump is not a right wing figure. He is an oligarch. He has no grounding in like conservative, theory or anything like that. He's just a businessman. That's the most right wing thing about him. He wants to run the country like a business, and that's it. Nothing deeper than that.
The United States, because he's triumphing over all these mediocrities and failed politicians and so on. But it's only and he is representing a kind of revolt against decadence. I agree, a desire for something more, but he manifests that decadence.
A revolt against decadence. Have you seen how he's decorated the Oval Office? Oh my Lord! It looks like he is trying. He's trying to be Louis XIV.
At the same time, right? That was sort of my basic take. And then over the same period that you have come to see him as a heroic figure, I've come to see him as someone who has a more providential place, a bigger place in history, who is still part of a decadent era, maybe is still more of an anti-hero than a hero, but is bigger than I thought. And there is some of that, that retro causality. Once you have Trump surviving the assassination attempt, you read that back into the past.
Yes.
But I wouldn't go as far as you do, I guess, for reasons. I think part of the reason maybe connects back to what we were just going back and forth about, like about my Christian doubts about vitalism. To me, I look at Trump and I see someone who has more capacities than I credited with him at the start. But the capacities that he lacks are restraint, magnanimity, a sense of sort of moral limitation. And I think that lack is connected to the fact that I don't think he's fundamentally religious. I think maybe he believes in providence now that providence saved him, but not in any kind of conventionally Christian way. And I think it's the reason why it's both reasonable for liberals to worry about where that appetitive side of him takes us, but also just to worry about sort of, again, the chaos and mismanagement and all the things that also come in from an absence of restraint.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Like, and I'd also say for others who share your view here in this conflict between your sort of religious convictions and what Trump might represent, this is squarely within our sort of civil religious tradition. I mean, if you think about the way that for most of our history, really up until like the Obama years, we thought about our founding figures and the way that they're presented in art and the way they're written about in our sort of political and sort of civil religious texts, they are quite explicitly sort of divinely guided. I mean, the hand of God is like reaching down and moving Thomas Jefferson, who also was not, religious in any meaningful respect, and George Washington and John Adams, et cetera, and sort of placing them, the hand of fate is on top of them. And so it's not these things, like to imagine that Trump is reviving that tradition or is now occupying that same role is not in contradiction to this long tradition of civil religion that we've had previously. It might require more proof for you. You might need to see better evidence.
I think the issue is more that if you see the hand of providence operating through George Washington and John Adams in the founding of America, you could see the hand of providence operating through Donald Trump in the chastisement of America, right? That like Trump is a great man of history whose role is to chastise the liberal intelligentsia and the never Trumpers and all these groups that failed to govern America. But it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, he's actually saving America. Sometimes it's just a chastisement, right? Like that. I feel like that possibility deserves more consideration from people who have this kind of, this kind of mystical.
Well, I'm going to rephrase that and say Trump's role in history is America has gotten what it deserves. And I don't just mean the left-wing intelligentsia. I mean, MAGA, his voters are going to get what they deserve as well.
Reaction to the drama of the Trump era. But I wanted to just sort of, on that question of restraint, like part of what Trump does, part of his lack of restraint, right, is, a refusal to respect any taboos, right, mm-hmm. to sort of push through, whatever the taboos of progressive culture are. And in the same way, right, part of the right-wing counterculture is all about taboo busting. Yeah. But, one of those taboos, and this is something that connects Trump in some ways to the counterculture, is taboos around race, right? Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of racism in right-wing counterculture in various forms. It's there in the online memes. It's there in the would-be Nietzscheans like BAP. Anyone who goes from this conversation and gets a copy of Bronze Age Mindset and reads, certain mm-hmm. paragraphs will say, well, this guy is a terrific racist, right? Sure. And I want to offer, before you interpret this, I want to offer three interpretations. Take the interviewer's privilege, right? I think you could say, okay, this is about performative rebellion, right? A counterculture needs to shatter taboos. The taboos of liberal culture are around race and gender, right? Possibility two, you want to reclaim and re-legitimize parts of the American past. American past had a lot of racists, right? Mm-hmm. You're trying to restore and reconstitute a lost pre-progressive world. Okay, it's sort of inherent in the project that, you're basically trying to rehabilitate writers and thinkers who contemporary piety would try and rule out because they held, at the very least, un-PC opinions. So those are two arguments that I see as sort of justifications, complete or not, for the kind of racist stuff, right? But then there's also the possibility that there's just a serious belief in racial inequality. And maybe it's not re-legitimizing Nazism, but, if you spend a fair amount of time online, it's not that many degrees of separation from the right-wing counterculture to the, people on X.com talking about what a great artist Hitler was, such a great artist, which so anyway, I wanted to offer those as interpretations and then have you talk about, why is the right-wing counterculture racist?
Sure. Well, first, let me start by saying I don't think actually Adolf Hitler was a great artist. I think he was actually deficient and technically deficient in certain ways that are very obvious when you look at his painting. But okay.
The technical deficiencies of Adolf Hitler are definitely there in a few places in his life. Yes.
So this is a really interesting question. And of course, it's worth addressing. And I think all of the things you said can simultaneously be true. And I think there's a fourth point I want to add here, which is sort of historically contextual. We started this conversation by trying to think back to where this current sort of moment of our cultural, social, intellectual, ideological path began. And we identified somewhere in the 2010s. Now, everything I'm about to talk about has precursors, but something else happens here around like 2012. And maybe you identify the Trayvon Martin case into 2013, 2014, certainly. There's the Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot, Black Lives Matter. Simultaneously to that, we have a kind of a discussion happening in this country around immigration and what would happen to this country if we started allowing people in from all over the world. Is everybody the same from everywhere? And if we're going to have a sort of pluralistic democracy, what does that look like in a future where it's not a non-white, predominantly white country? These are legitimate things to think about. A lot of people didn't want us having these conversations previously. But then what happens in 2013-14 and then scales up over the course of the 2010s is this insistence. And again, I think this is important coming from the left, that we have our moment of racial reckoning. Okay. So a bunch of people then are being asked to have a difficult conversation about race. And the prevailing view, which is taken on by, the New York Times, by academia by and large, is that any differences in outcomes among people can be ascribed to this infinitely amorphous, non-falsifiable, infinitely pervasive thing called systemic racism. And this is, if not intentionally, de facto the fault of the white population in the country. So the question then is that true? Are we allowed to look at the actual causes?
Okay, here is where these MAGA nuts go wrong. Okay, it literally says the term is literally systemic. Okay, no one is talking about individual white people or any other people. And it's also a fallacy that white people are the only, it is systemic. Okay, and it seems to me that people just don't understand that a republic is a democracy instead of the people being directly involved in government. You have institutions. Okay, systemic means institutional, and maybe that's what we should call it. Instead of systemic racism, just call it institutional racism. And those institutions are everything from culture, which is an institution or a system, to law, which is a system or an institution, etc. Okay, and this whining about, oh, white people, we didn't do it, we can't be held responsible. No fucking body. Now, individuals can participate or propagate, okay, but nobody's accusing white people of inventing racism or anything like that. We all live in we're all swimming in the same water. And I've actually also come to the conclusion, much of it from my experience in this section of YouTube. Anti-black blacks are actually the biggest problem. If you want to look at blacks as a community, legacy black Americans, descendants of American slavery, I think it's the anti-black blacks that are a bigger issue than the white racists, for several reasons, which I won't get into now. So again, white people aren't necessarily responsible for, institutions that have existed since 1789. Sounds like this guy has some sort of white guilt.
Of why these discrepancies exist. And it just is the case that when you look at these differences, they are not attributable to white racism. You can actually identify.
Being a racist is always bad, today, yesterday, and tomorrow. John Galt is a separatist, and he runs this channel. And he does not run me, John. So running the channel is not running Stanley. You need to get that, need to recognize the daylight between the two.
Causes. So I think a lot of young people online who are finding themselves getting the short end of the stick on this new regime of DEI are reacting to it in kind. And so a lot of this kind of racialized conversation is a response, is an answer to the insistence that all of these differences are white people's fault.
Right.
Nope,
So I
it's not white
I
people's
buy your
fault.
version of that argument.
This
Right.
guy's not as
And
bright
I
as he
think
thinks
it's
he is.
very clear just from like watching the culture that the sort of ascendance of certain kinds of DEI narratives, the kind of, Robin DiAngelo stuff, where it's like white people are conducting psychological self-scrutinies and so on to root out the hidden structural racism in their heart. All of that contributes to an emergence much more than at any point in my lifetime of a kind of distinct, like, white racial identity among some conservatives. Younger conservatives especially, online conservatives especially,
let me go
people
ahead
in
and
the
stop
orbit.
it here, because I thought Ross, Yale graduate that he is, he doesn't seem to understand that a white racial identity came into being in law in the 1600s in Maryland and or Virginia. These guys are really just, I guess, when you're in an interview like this, you don't get time to actually reflect, but they're absolutely wrong here. White identity is not a recent thing, and DEI did not cause a white identity. I think what he means is that, there is a European standard that's basically ubiquitous. So whites don't generally have to think about their race. And frankly, neither do blacks. When I was growing up, probably the only time I thought about race is when I was in school. Otherwise, I never really thought about it. So there's some problems with this, section of the interview, in my opinion.
Bit of the right-wing counterculture, especially. This is all, I guess, several different questions, though, right? One, that still might be bad, right? If it's bad to have sort of a tribalist view of politics among non-whites, isn't it potentially bad to have a tribalist view among whites, even if you're creating a cultural political explanation where it's understandable? That's question one. Question two is more concrete, right? It's like, okay, how far back are you trying to turn the dial, right? And I want to keep it in culture, so I'm going to give a cultural example. I grew up, I was a big fan of the Tintin books, right? The Tintin comics, The Boy Detective, Captain Haddock, and so on. Those were a huge influence in my childhood in the 1980s, 1990s. The Tintin books are from like 1920 through 1960. One of the early Tintin books is called Tintin in the Congo. Mm-hmm. And it's super racist, right? Like it is a set of super racist caricatures of Africans that are not
what's
like
coming up
friendly
is actually going to
ethnic
be
stereotypes
interesting.
the way the appearance of like Arabs and Italians are elsewhere in the book. They're more racist than that. Well, I'll just be really explicit. Would you publish Tintin? Like Tintin in the Congo sort of disappeared, right? Was it good that it sort of disappeared?
I'm not familiar with this exact book.
Okay, well,
but
that's
in theory.
Imagine
but
yes. you can pick another, but like, is it okay that certain things from the past that were very racist disappear?
No. So this is a very easy question for me to answer, and the answer is yes. I would publish it on the.
Yeah, John, I appreciate that. The thing is that, and one of these days, I'm actually going to dig out an old paper I wrote back in college, if I still have it. This idea, and I'm listening to Shahrazad Ali, which we will be listening to her. I found another one, another interview from about a year ago that we'll listen to towards the end of the show. This bullshit about white people being evil. Well, you know what? Thinking of people and assigning people attributes based on their grouping or whatever group they're a part of, it just doesn't work. It has led to more problems in world history and in American history in particular. We really need to. There are times where when you look at people as a group, and there are times that you shouldn't. And I'll give you a good example. Some years ago now, I was on a YouTube show, and Wilfred Riley, and there's a lady professor. I haven't talked to her in a couple years, but her name was Sheena Mason. And she and I used to go back and forth sometimes because she's got something she calls theory of racelessness. Um, and I'm not going to even go into it. One of these days, maybe I can even get her, if I can catch up with her, to come on the show. But she and Wilfred Riley were talking. And if you know Wilfred Riley, he is definitely a conservative. He's a conservative black professor. He teaches at Kentucky State University, I think, which is an HBCU. The dude's brilliant. He's like a lawyer, a sociologist, and he's just the guy's just brilliant. He's a lawyer, but he's also really good at statistics and researching that sort of thing. So anyway, her theory of racelessness is basically we just get rid of race and we treat everyone kind of the same. He brought up, well, wait, hold it. There are some times when grouping people by race actually makes sense. And he brought up medicine. Okay, because different parts of the world, African, well, let's not even say Africans. In America, African descended people tend to be candidates or highly, most cases of sickle cell anemia occur in African descended people in the United States. However, it is useful grouping people by race to screen, say, for sickle cell anemia. You're more likely to be tested for it, or if you get sick, they may run a sickle cell test on you before, say, another patient. But there are also people who say, well, sickle cell anemia is a black disease. Well, that's actually not true. Sickle cell anemia tends to be prevalent in groups of people that live nearest the equator, mainly because it was like a mutation that helped people in the tropics not be so susceptible to malaria. So it's not a black disease. People that are, who have heritage or live near the equator will be susceptible to the sickle cell trait as well. So my point is that sometimes race can be a useful grouping, but most people, in my experience, aren't like adept enough to know when race matters and when it doesn't. And I would almost say it's a 50-50 coin toss. So saying white people are evil, to me makes as little sense as, all black people are criminals. So anyway, I'll get down off this soapbox.
On the assumption that it has a kind of literary value that is independent from these objections you have to these racial caricatures. So there have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
The movie, yes.
Yeah, the movie. Okay.
Yes.
There's this great moment in Who Framed Roger Rabbit where Roger is handcuffed to the detective. And this is causing them all sorts of problems. And eventually the detective is trying to saw the handcuffs off. And Roger at one point just slips out of the handcuffs in this sight gag. It's funny. And the detective very angrily says to him, "You're telling me you could do that at any time?" And Roger Rabbit says to him, "No, only when it's funny." And the upshot of this anecdote is that if it's funny, okay, and funny here now is a stand-in for has artistic value independent of the thing happening, then it's worth preserving and worth participating in. So this Tintin book, or Tantan, I don't know, is that
Tantan is the
Tantan.
like snobby French way of saying it. Most
Tantan,
Americans would.
Best Shahid, hello.
say
Easy.
Tintin.
Yeah.
Real Americans.
I'm a,
which
I'm a
would-
vulgar
you're-
populist,
Out-
Trump supporter. So I don't know how
Trump
to
supporters
pronounce
say
these things.
Tintin. New York Times columnists say Tintin. Yeah.
So the operating question for me as a publisher is it funny? And again, does it have value? Does it have artistic merit? Then there's also the archival thing. The archival function is very important for a publisher. These are important texts. They tell us something not just about who we were, but in turn about who we are. And simply forgetting that these things existed does nobody any good at all. I don't think we need to protect people from that kind of offense. The other point, which is, aren't these sort of views bad though? And so we should disarm on these questions, if I understand what you're putting to me. And I would say maybe kind of. It depends, because these views do have consequences that we need to properly address. And the only way to address them is by being honest about causes. So if we're talking about, for example, crime rates, and we see like uneven incarceration rates, and our answer is, well, there's over-policing. But then our solution to that is we get rid of police. Well, that creates an increase in crime. And no, as long as disarming on these questions and not being honest about these questions allows for these kinds of social pathologies to sort of rule over how we function in life, I think is bad, and we need to be honest about them.
Right.
And this does not.
But still, there's sort of a question beyond that, right? About the cultural side of this. Like, again, the world of sort of memes and discourse and so on. Yes, it includes some, rehabilitation of traditional conservative arguments about problems with the welfare state or the necessity of policing that are familiar from the 1980s and 1990s that sort of the progressive consensus suppressed. Mm-hmm. That's different to me from, kids online posting racist memes, right? And saying, it's just irony. I'm just being ironic. I'm busting taboos, okay. But at a certain point, doesn't the mask become the face? Doesn't the irony become indistinguishable from just, being against Black people? And then for you, right, as a publisher, right, like it's fine to say we should preserve these, we should have historical memory. We should know what the past was like, right? But I don't think you'd want to be like, you would have a certain audience if Passage Press, pivoted further right and was like, we're publishing Rommel books by, Alexander Stevens and, Confederates and so on. Wouldn't you worry about yourself in that scenario? Even if you thought it was fine to, don't want these things banned, but do you want to be the person publishing all of that?
No, not necessarily. I think there are publishers who are already like filling that niche, so it's not my responsibility to do that. But also, if you're the kind of person who's interested in that content, it's been there and you can go find it. And I'm glad you can. I think actually these things are important for us to be able to discuss. And I would say this, to your concern about these racial taboos in particular, I actually don't treat them any different than any other kind of political or social taboo. There's some added maybe vitriol or sharpness to some of these memes we're seeing now, but that's mostly because this is a topic of conversation, a category of conversation that has been entirely verboten for a while now. Okay, let's call it at least several decades. And the problem with this particular topic, in my view, is it starts with the supposition that it's firstly a moral question, and any decent person morally.
Let me do a come visit the South ad here. This guy's from California, and I know several people from California. California is almost like a different country from the South. So what is verboten out in California is, I won't say we've come to terms with it in the South, but race doesn't play that big a role day to day, at least in my life. And, I'm always fussing about people talking about their life, when they're trying to deal with generalizations. But I honestly don't think, I've lived in the South for, I would say at least 90% of my life. And, I won't say we've come to terms with it, but I think the South has learned to deal with it better than any other region in the country. Samuel Guru might disagree with me, but he's up in Vermont. But day to day, I don't even know that they're actual sundown towns. If there are, I'm never there, so what I don't know won't hurt me. But I've been in the smallest of towns. I remember, for instance, my father's from a really small town. It's not so small anymore, but a really small town in South Georgia. And my sister and I, when we were like, 10 and under, like 7, 8, 9, 10, we could go walking from my grandparents' house downtown to, the candy store, whatever. And it was no big whoop. So now I think he is coming at this from a California perspective. So I'll leave it at that.
Really decent person already agrees with these basic sort of anti-racist premises. So to even raise the questions, it's a mark against your character. And we can't even get to the point where we're having the policy debate. And what that creates then is this environment in which people who want to have this debate have to figure out a way to talk about it and get through these filters. And I think the kind of abrasive meme making that you're identifying when it comes to racial questions is a function of the manner in which this part of the discursive landscape has been previously closed off. And if we open it back up and allow for sober conversation, then it'll lose the power to sort of carry these memes. They just won't be as interesting or funny because they're not as taboo.
I guess
That's not true.
I'm more skeptical of that. Not in the sense that I think that if you sort of allow or encourage certain debates that suddenly the U.S. turns into the antebellum South or Nazi Germany, but just that there are a lot of people, and this, there's versions of this on the left, and issues around anti-Semitism, especially on the left, that are sort of a separate conversation, but there is some overlap. I think it is bad for people to sort of be in a position where they are questioning not, what is the proper design of welfare policy and policing, but do we need to give some reconsideration to Hitler's views about Jewish conspiracies? And I'm not accusing you of taking that position. I'm just saying, right now, when I look at these spaces, it's like I'm a child of the 1990s, right? I think it was okay to live in a world where there were taboos about Nazi Germany and the Jim Crow South, and that didn't have to preclude having honest debates about race and crime and policing and all of these things. But when I look at, like, again, the sort of the moral character that is encouraged by sort of racist meme culture, not worried they're going to take over. I'm just worried about them, I guess.
Okay, but yeah.
And you all know that I'm not particularly religious. I'm very Camus when it comes to, Christianity being a good way to live your life, even if you're not, a believer. The moral side of, Christian values are, a good thing. And I like that Ross Douthat is skeptical from a moral perspective on what this guy is saying. No, there are just some things you just don't do. And taboos are taboos for a reason. And, this idea that, oh, we want to neutralize or we want to neuter taboos, they're taboo for a reason. And, there's a certain level of just, I think that people probably do need a moral grounding of some sort. And just to be, the idea that you go in and you neutralize a taboo, to me, that's almost like being a Philistine. Why touch a live wire if you don't have to? For the fun of it? I've never been able to get that.
Yeah, I would just ask, what exactly are you worried about? So let me start with this. First of all, lies are brittle. Ultimately, they fall apart. Truth is durable. Okay, and to build anything that's lasting, it has to rest on top of truth. And so we have to start there. That's my view. Okay, and in order to discover truth, we need to be willing to test our assumptions about everything and continuously test those assumptions. And if we don't continuously test those assumptions, we not just forget what we believe, we forget why we believe those things. And I think this is actually something the left has fallen in the trap of. The left has kind of forgotten how to make the argument for their own beliefs because they've denied anybody who objects to their underlying assumptions about the world. I think it would be a mistake for us to erect a kind of discursive force field around certain categories of questions in an effort to preclude the of discomfort. And again,
again, you know what? To preclude discomfort, dude, nature has taught us to avoid discomfort unless it's necessary to do it. You don't do it for the fun of it. And the truth that you're talking about is that you shouldn't be causing people discomfort. I think if you want to know about, the taboos, go read a book. Okay, but you don't need to share your thoughts necessarily. And the other thing is you got to know your audience. If your audience is the kind of audience that loves, touching those live wires, then go for it. But just doing it, just doing it to do it, before an audience that might be sensitive to it, I'm not about that. You need to know your audience.
This concern that you're articulating to me is very vague. I don't actually know what you're worried about. I mean, people have been questioning these narratives for a long time. David Irving has been challenging the Holocaust for a long time. Is it better to not have those conversations? I don't think it is.
Holocaust. These guys just sound ridiculous. Challenging the Holocaust.
I think we should just let it out. It can exist in the world.
Yeah, and again, this is the last thing I'll say. But I think it's partially like you started out talking about how your sense, I think you would put it this way, right? That there was anti-white racism at work in progressive politics and culture in the last 5 or 10 years, right? That
correct.
That there was sort of a critique of whiteness as this miasmic force that was, functionally applied a kind of suspicion and hostility towards anyone who was white, certainly anyone who was white and male, right?
Correct.
And I wouldn't go as far as you with that, but I don't think that's wrong. I think it was bad. It would also be bad for there to be more and more anti-Black racism or sort of anti-Semitic curiosity on the right, just because it affects our shared life. And I think, in ways that have cultural effects, have political effects. I think they have effects on the Trump administration. I think one of the ways that the Trump administration may fail, as I said before, is that this is not a racial issue per se, but it regards some of its fellow citizens with a certain kind of contempt. That's a problem for a would-be great leader. I think contempt is bad. I think racism encourages a kind of contempt. And so, yeah, I don't have a single, like, America is going to become Nazi fear, but I do have a fear about the impact of taboo busting around race on the kind of institutions that right-wing people might build and so on. So,
I mean, I understand where the concerns are coming from, I guess. I think it's unfounded. I don't think it actually will materialize into something real and something we'll have to worry about. And I think actually the alternative presents a much worse possibility. And I think we saw some of that with the Great Awakening.
This guy is literally like ignoring American history.
Or, you know, this sort of post George Floyd 2020 sort of impulse to not just blame white people for this kind of subordinate position of people of color per se, but then make actual policy choices or institutional choices to try to, you know, level that by harming white people. And so what I'd say here is the reason that was bad was not because it pointed to racial discrepancies, but because it was wrong. It didn't pass the test of evidence. So, but the question is not just, is the discrepancy exist? The question is why. And if we don't allow ourselves to have an honest conversation about that, what fills the vacuum is the most incendiary and most harmful explanations. So it's actually, in my view, incumbent on people in positions of prominence who can look at these questions soberly, who can evaluate the evidence and make frank statements about the explanations for these disparities.
All right, let's just talk briefly about the future. How lasting do you think that the vibe shift or whatever else will turn out to be? So you're, you know, at the start, I introduced you, right, as the host of an inaugural ball. You're appearing on a New York Times podcast, very prominent position, right? But Passage Press is a boutique publisher. And there is, we didn't really get into this, but there is a sort of obviously a more mass market side of the vibe shift. I think, you know, the Joe Rogans and Theo Vaughns, the sort of, and, you know, all the way to Andrew Tate, Vitalist, right? All of that is there and part of the culture. But even that still, to me, exists in a pretty separate universe from the people who make pop music or TV or who publish mass market fiction. So I'm curious, do you see that part of the culture moving rightward? Books, movies, TV? What would that look like?
Yeah, I do. I actually think it's going to be a full-scale vibe shift. And I
full
think
scale, like Reagan era level or bigger.
Yeah, I do think it very well could be Reagan era level. Now, I wasn't alive. I was alive, but you know, I was too young to sort of remember what the Reagan era was like.
You were absorbing his charisma.
But you know, I've watched enough John Hughes movies, to sort of understand how that expresses itself in popular culture. And I think we're going to have precisely the same kind of vibe shift that infiltrates these mainstream sort of media forms. Okay, here's an example. You know, I sit around with my family every once in a while and we watch American Idol. And Carrie Underwood, who sang at the inauguration, is now one of the judges on American Idol. Just the mere fact that this massive pop star who has one of the biggest platforms in pop music is simultaneously affiliating herself with the Trump.
Okay. See, this is does anyone in the audience, please, or the chats, does anyone still watch American Idol? And is Carrie Underwood a massive pop star? I know who Carrie Underwood is. I know American Idol. To be honest, I didn't even know American Idol was still, a thing. So someone tell me, is American Idol still like popular?
Trump administration is enough to suggest that there is something meaningful and enduring and sort of broad about this vibe shift. You also have, I believe it's Larry Ellison's son who just bought Paramount Pictures. He is a kind of conservative. They're going to be doing these sort of Top Gun-esque films that sort of really embrace a kind of patriotic zeal, I guess you could say. Now, I warned at the beginning that it would be a mistake for conservatives to simply adopt a kind of nostalgia and sort of sentimental patriotism. So I don't hope that that is all there is, but that's a perfect place for that kind of ethos and aesthetic to exist in these like big blockbuster. They will. People are certainly exhausted by wokeness. So it's not just that the right and this sort of right-coded art is ascendant. It's as much to do with the fact that like Snow White, this new, Snow White release, is very unpopular. People don't want this stuff anymore. And so there's going to be a natural opening for
once again,
newer, more, let's just say, vitalist.
The reason something like a Snow White isn't a blockbuster is because we've been hearing, and reading Snow White since we were like 2 years old. So this dude is weird.
Kind of art.
All right. So last question. Donald Trump calls you up. Yeah. And he says, you're in charge of the National Endowment for the Arts. And you're setting up a program to celebrate America's 250th. And part of that program is you're going to ask every high school senior public high school senior, maybe, use the leverage remaining in the half dismantled Department of Education to enforce this, to read one book and see one movie. Yeah. What do you recommend?
Okay. This is good. You put this question. I'm not going to hide the ball from the audience. You put this question to me earlier this morning.
Well, I wanted a good answer, right? When you ask it, suddenly you're like, "Oh, are you going to say The Godfather?" Because if good. See, there you go. That's always.
I'm not going to say The Godfather. Although I did have difficulty sort of spontaneously coming up with a good answer. What one book sort of encapsulates what I'm trying to accomplish with this? So, the thing I've thought long and hard about, and what I saw when I was a lecturer at UCI. There's been this kind of severing of a sort of continuity between the past and the present. And I think it's an intentional severing. And these kids, they're not well read. They don't really know anything. I mean, I spent half of my classes just teaching like Wikipedia tier history, just so we can have enough context to have the conversation about the actual stuff we're talking about.
This is actually the only thing I've agreed with this dude about. Or one of the few things I've agreed with this dude about. Kids are literally getting into elite universities and cannot have the stick-to-itiveness to even finish a whole novel. So he got something right. Let's see. Disney stepped away from proven models with their princess series stories. They went woke and it backfired. Well, SKC, you'll have to teach me what woke is. Do you mean inclusive? And when my son was a child, probably the only movies, I don't ever remember taking him to a movie. I don't think I ever have. The first movie I can remember taking him to was maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago when Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That's the only movie I can ever remember taking him to. I think my wife used to take him to movies, and I'm not a big movie person. I prefer to watch them, when they come out on Netflix or something. But my point I was trying to get to and rambled off is the only Disney type movies we ever watched, and I was interested in watching with him, were the Winnie the Pooh movies. I've always been a fan of Winnie the Pooh since I was a kid, but like Snow White and stuff like that, you know what? I'd rather go outside. You know, we can go we can go throw a ball or split some wood or something. You know. So anyway, let's see. Disney what? Started preaching to its audience and well, yeah, I get your point on that. Yeah, you don't want art to be preachy. And what's up, Dave? How you doing? That does become annoying, you know, when, you know, please, please, Snow White, spare me the homiletics.
One thing that I would definitely, I think is much needed is to reestablish a kind of continuity, sort of a literary, intellectual, cultural continuity.
Chicken flavored.
The book I would choose for this is Moby Dick, and it's a very obvious cliche choice, but it's a thing that kind of everybody from all ages, if you're an American, this is a book you just should know. I think Moby Dick is sort of essentially American, and in particular represents a kind of East Coast American founding, and it's this, you know, man against nature and God, and there's also the sort of chaos of the plurality of the, you know, the castes, okay? And it's very American in that way. It's sort of this industrious, pluralistic, you know, almost democracy on the boat. So it's also, you know, transcendence through conquest, okay, which is a very American idea. And then my counterpoint to that, which I think is a nice coda, is No Country for Old Men would be the movie. Moby Dick is conquest, and it's the Atlantic. And now Cormac McCarthy and No Country for Old Men, the film in particular, the Coen Brothers film, is the border, the terminus of the West, the border with Mexico. The sort of it's also late epic. It's the exhaustion of American conquest. And we're also now, there's this force at the center of the book, this inscrutable, mysterious, supernatural force. It's not in Moby Dick, it's the thing they're chasing. It's the whale. In No Country for Old Men, it's evil.
It's chasing them.
That has come, right, to now fate is coming to exact its payback for what America has become. So it's America at the end, at this moment of civilizational exhaustion. And it's precisely this point that we need to escape out of. And this is my hope for the future, is how do we take the sort of metaphysics of No Country for Old Men and create some kind of rebirth to our national identity, our national character, our sort of inner, you know, primordial being, and find that life force that it can once again extend beyond these borders.
All right. On that chthonic note, Jonathan Keeperman, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks, Ross. This was great.
Well, all right. That was a long one. I thought I got some stuff out of it, and hopefully I didn't bore people too much. But I thought, you know, as far as, you know, the coming aesthetics that they think is going to happen, I don't foresee it, but you never know. I think if there's going to be a right-wing counterculture, a dude wearing a pink shirt and kind of like some sort of baby blue sweater is not going to be, he's not going to be the poster boy for masculinity or a masculine culture or masculine culture rebirth. So, but that's just me. So next we'll get into a few news articles. DiCapriono, that you are just a show title. You're a show title engine. So I'm going to use that idle man. Doesn't eat, but I'm going to spell it IDOL. So thank you for that. So this kind of dovetails onto that last long podcast. Ex-Harvard president Lawrence Summers says Trump's endgame is getting universities to bend the knee. And I do agree that there's a full court press to basically get these universities to be more of a genuflecting congregation to more conservative values. Two things, though. Number one, MAGA is not a conservative movement. It is MAGA is basically oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. Okay, they rode the backs of the people into office, and now, there's a whole cabinet full of billionaires. We had a billionaire, we were kind of wondering whether Elon Musk was president, etc. So this is by no means a populist movement. So, and I don't consider MAGA, there's some intersections with conservative values, but it is not a conservative movement. So that said, I don't think universities are going to bend to MAGA. And you know what? There are, you had Columbia go first. I think Princeton went. Yale just kind of, gave in before it was asked to give in. I think Harvard's going to stand its ground. I also think that Harvard's going to win this. And, if Donald Trump is truly not going to run in 2028, some of this is just going to be Harvard waiting it out. People aren't going to stop going to Harvard because Donald Trump, wants it, doesn't like what Harvard's doing. So anyway, I'll read a little bit of this. I would play this Sunday morning interview, but I suspect it's CBS and 60 Minutes, are just beasts when it comes to copyright stuff. So I'm going to assume Sunday morning, even though I've always loved Jane Pauley. I'm going to assume that Sunday morning is the same way. So it reads, on college campuses, spring is often a sunny time. Finals are finished and commencement festivities begin. But at some schools, there's now a crisis. President Trump is ramping up an extraordinary pressure campaign on higher education, especially on universities he has vilified, including Harvard University. A lot is on the line. Billions in research funds, the status of foreign students, the future of admissions, and academic freedom. On Thursday, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller announced universities are on notice. The clearest example that we're all familiar with, of course, being Harvard, which is engaged in repeated systemic and sustained violations. And Harvard, which has had more than $2 billion in grants frozen, is fighting back. Basically, Harvard is suing the Trump administration, roughly on academic freedom and I think freedom of speech grounds. I think it's more or less a First Amendment case. Senator Bernie Sanders, on his Fighting Oligarchy tour, praised the university, saying, "I want to applaud Harvard University for having the guts to stand up to them." Actually, if I remember, I'd have to look it up. Stephen Miller might be a Harvard graduate. Former Harvard President Lawrence Summers repeated that sentiment. "I'm very proud of the university that I once led and still teach," he said. Summers sees a confrontation playing out over American values, and I agree with that. If Harvard, America's richest university, America's university that had produced the most presidents, if Harvard couldn't stand up, nobody else could. I asked, what's President Trump's end game with Harvard? I think his end game is to try and get the university to bend the knee, Summers said. That's extortion. To correct what it sees as a progressive takeover, the Trump administration has issued a flurry of demands on diversity policies and on how anti-Semitism is handled, a concern sparked by the protests following the Hamas attack on Israel. It says here, hundreds of colleges and universities issue letter condemning Trump's political interference. That's a little that's a little bullet point there. Summer says it's fair to criticize the university. Harvard has had a big problem with anti-Semitism. It's got a big problem with too many progressives relative to the number of conservatives. It's had a big problem of paying too much attention to identity politics. But Summer says President Trump is not trying to reform Harvard in good faith. He says the president wants to break it. The laws say you have to have hearings, he said. The laws say you have to give notice. The laws don't say you can engage in extortion. And when you simply cut off all funding based on a set of conditions, that's extortion. So I'll stop there. I think we all get the gist. But this podcast that we just looked at, talking about the coming right-wing counterculture. Basically, to get their counterculture, what they want to do is go in and hold the sword of Damocles over the elite institutions, and they're gonna lose. Bottom line is Trump is only going to be here for 3 years. And my prediction is that, even if J.D. Vance wins in 2028, he doesn't have the force of personality to get away with what Trump got away with. So, I could be wrong, but we shall see. Oh, let's see what's in the chat here. Yes, John, it's extortion. You don't claim we are a beacon of debate. Let's see. You can't claim we are a beacon of debate when there is no debate of conservative ideas. Bandit, make it make sense. Who wants to debate conservative ideas? Who said we can't debate conservative ideas? In MAGA is not a conservative movement. MAGA has no conservative ideas. It has like oligarchical intent and basically confusing MAGA with conservative ideas. Curtis Yarvin is like the intellectual, like one of the intellectuals in the MAGA movement, and he's no conservative. So you might want to do some more reading there. Let's see. John says, are you just throwing the words? Nope. I'm basically, did you not read the article, John? I can drop the link. If you are withholding funds, and Trump said it yesterday or the day before, basically Harvard won't get its funding until it accedes to Trump's demands. That is literally the definition of extortion. So no, I'm not just throwing out words. Words have meanings, and I suggest you learn the meaning of words. Let's see here. Only 3 years and 8 months and you know what? We'll survive it. Rhinos can all go. Yep. Let's see. How am I as a conservative supporting an institution that wants me dead? You know what? Apparently conservatism has adopted hyperbole as its guiding principle, Bandit. Let me know how that works out. As a matter of fact, hyperbole is not a conservative value. Very true, Bandit. But when the echo chamber is deafening. Oh boy. Oh, all the little conservatives are whining. All right, well, let's get to some actual news here. Israel approves plan to seize all of Gaza and hold it indefinitely, officials say. Now, I'm guessing what they're going to do is they're going to take it over and prepare it for a Trump resort. Let's see. It says in early May 2025, Israel approved a plan to take control over the entire Gaza Strip and maintain a prolonged presence there, expanding its ground operations and mobilizing thousands of reservists. So they're going to occupy it. This plan follows the collapse of a 2-month ceasefire in mid-March and aims to defeat Hamas while recovering Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. Let's see. Since operations resumed, Israel has captured about half of Gaza, displaced over 90% of its population, and imposed a strict blockade on humanitarian aid. Oh, that's going to win, friends. The conflict began with Hamas's October 7, 2023 attack, killing 1,200 Israelis, taking about around 250 hostages, 59 of whom remain captive, while Palestinian deaths exceed 52,000. The plan could escalate the conflict, worsen the humanitarian crisis, provoke international opposition, and complicate hostages' fate in regional dynamics. So there's that. Let's see what the right wing headlines are. Israel's Security Cabinet has unanimously approved a plan to seize all of Gaza, making a potential permanent occupation to end Hamas's control, according to Israeli officials. Cabinet decided to evacuate Gazans from combat zones to enhance military operations while continuing a blockade on humanitarian aid. As mentioned by an Israeli official, 52,500 Palestinians have died in the conflict since October 2023, exacerbating a severe humanitarian crisis as Israel blocks aid and seeks to control Gaza. I wonder what their end game is. Any thoughts on that? Let's see. You can go on a college campus and bring up conservative values and then see it's a place of free debate. Conservatives lectures need police escort. Bandit, I'm just going to call bullshit on that. It's not so much what you say, it's how you say it. Okay. Conservatives, if you want to go on a cabinet and just be an asshole with your conservative values, you're not going to be received well. So stop your whining. New Boss, Same Old Boss by The Who. I've never heard that song, actually. Liquidation sale, like I think Tesla's gonna do their liquidation sale by getting a new CEO. Concerning her babble about welfare in Moynihan. Are you talking about Lady Boulay, Freddie? Let's see. John says, can you guys believe Israel has only been around since 1947? What is their end game indeed? Well, if you hear them tell it, their end game is to survive. NPR should be rated leans Maoist. Yeah, okay. And as a side note, Bandit, the liberal left has proven by means of the immigration issue that they in fact love slavery. Talk about hyperbole. We don't get fooled again. Yep. Oh, okay. I get it, Slick Rick. I get it. Ryan, the GCM go-to guy. Yeah, don't bring that global corporate machine bullshit over here, Ryan. So anyway, we'll move on from Israel. This actually interested me. This was kind of a surprise to people, and I guess once I thought about it, me too. So the Trump administration asks court to dismiss abortion pill case. Now, it doesn't mean the case will go away. It's basically that the states who are suing don't have standing. And I don't know. Is it worth? I'll play a couple paragraphs because I think the beginning of it, I read sort of the beginning of it. It is kind of interesting. So I won't play the whole thing.
Trump administration asks court to dismiss abortion pill case. This article is by Pam Bellick and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration asked a federal judge on Monday to dismiss a lawsuit that seeks to sharply restrict access to the abortion pill mifepristone, taking the same position as the Biden administration in a closely watched case that has major implications for abortion access. The court filing by the Justice Department is striking, given that President Trump and a number of officials in his administration have forcefully opposed abortion rights. Mr. Trump often boasts that he appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who voted in 2022 to overturn Roe v. Wade, which had guaranteed the national right to abortion. And so far, in his second term, his administration has taken steps to curtail programs that support reproductive health. The filing is the first time the Trump administration has weighed in on the lawsuit, which seeks to reverse numerous regulatory changes that the Food and Drug Administration made over the past decade that greatly expanded access to mifepristone. The Trump administration's request makes no mention of the merits of the case, which have not yet been considered by the courts. Rather, echoing the argument that the Biden administration made shortly before Mr. Trump took office, the court filing asserts that the case does not meet the legal standard to be heard in the federal district court in which it was filed. The case was filed by the conservative attorneys general of 3 states, Missouri, Idaho, and Kansas, before Judge Matthew J. Kaczmarek of the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Texas, a Trump appointee who strongly opposes abortion. The states do not dispute that their claims have no connection to the Northern District of Texas, the Justice Department lawyers wrote in the filing. Regardless of the merits of the states' claims, the states cannot proceed in this court, they concluded, adding that the complaint, quote, should be dismissed or transferred for lack of venue. Mary Ziegler, a law professor and abortion law expert at the University of California, Davis, said that the Trump administration's support of the Biden administration's earlier request to dismiss the case is surprising, but I think the best way to read it is that they're just buying time to figure out what to do about mifepristone. She said the filing avoids saying...
Yeah, I'll stop it there. Yeah, I think they just want to concentrate on some other stuff. So, wonder how Texas is going to react to this. Because if I recall, they have a lawsuit against a New York physician who mailed mifepristone. I think that was an issue. But anyway, we will move on. So I don't really have any other specific articles. What I'm going to do is just go through some news aggregators to see if there's anything interesting to look at, and then I will. I've got some words on whataboutism. John, you brought up whataboutism. I actually planned on doing a short video essay about it. So if I can get to it here, I'll just clip it, so I won't have to do anything special. But this says, ooh, this is interesting. Barbie could cost more. That I'm interested in. So Mattel, let's see, let me get this out of the way. Mattel plans to raise prices on some toys to offset tariff costs. This goes back to Trump talking about you might get 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls. It all depends. Let's see. It all depends on if you view abortion as murder or not. Yeah, of course it does. Let's see. It's always Texas pronounced Tejas. No, I'm not a Texan. As a matter of fact, I've only heard Texans call it Texas. So I'm going to go with the native pronunciation. Calling him Mr. Trump kind of shows the bias. Well, actually, what it does, Bandit, is show your lack of historical knowledge. Presidents have been called Mr. Reagan or Mr. Nixon or forever. Would you prefer me call him shithead? I don't even how calling a president Mr. President or Mr. Trump. What the hell are you talking about, son? All my exes live in Texas. You know what? I actually own that George Strait album, believe it or not. All my exes live in Texas. That's why I live in Tennessee. All right, so Mattel plans to raise prices on some toys to offset tariff costs. Mattel reported first quarter 2025 revenue of $827 million, beating estimates, but paused its full-year guidance amid tariff-driven cost pressures. This pause follows the U.S. government's maintenance of a 145% tariff on Chinese imports, which disrupted supply chains and raised input costs for toys. Oh boy, he's going to be the Trump that stole Christmas. Mattel, it's going to have to be a show title. Mattel plans to offset tariffs by accelerating supply chain diversification, optimizing sourcing, increasing cost savings, laying off people, and adjusting pricing where necessary. Mattel CEO Ynon Kreiz, I assume that's how you pronounce it, Kreiz, expressed agreement with the Toy Association's efforts to eliminate tariffs on toy imports, emphasizing the company's ability to remain resilient amid economic challenges. The tariff environment suggests continued cost challenges for the toy industry, possibly resulting in higher consumer prices and uncertainty through the holiday season. You're a mean one, Mr. Trump. Luckily, I'm out of the toy buying business, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Let's see. When was Biden called Mr. Biden? It was President Biden. You're just going to continue on this track, aren't you? I thought he was called Brandon. Was it Brandon? Let's go, Brandon. He wasn't. They didn't say let's go, Mr. Biden. They didn't say let's go, President Biden. They said let's go, Brandon. So note for the enlightened, there is a big difference between whataboutism and testing a line of reasoning for consistency. Just a reminder. Thank you, SKC. Finally, somebody fucking gets it. Price of cotton went from 10 cents a pound to $1.29 a pound during the Civil War. We fixed it through higher production of Spanish and Egyptian cotton. We'll get past the tariffs. Man, your spelling is just very interesting today, John. I don't know that comparing the Civil War to Trump's tariffs is actually doing what you think it's doing. So let's see. Speaking of Trump's tariffs, let's see here. From prosperity to austerity, Trump's tone shifts ahead of tariff impacts. I definitely want to hear this just to rub it in.
This news story was written by Naftali Ben-David. From prosperity to austerity, Trump's tone shifts ahead of tariff impacts. Trump has long promised to unleash a golden age. Now he is warning that Americans may have to cut back. During his campaign and the early part of his current presidency, President Donald Trump promised an economic boom that would take off upon his return to the White House, reviving the American dream and producing 4 years of unparalleled prosperity. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future as an American will be much better than it ever has been when I get in, Trump said in his final campaign rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Because this will be the golden age of America. But Trump's tone, and that of his aides, has shifted notably in recent weeks, as they warn of sacrifice and transition, until, by their telling, his heavy tariffs paved the way for a boom. Trump has spoken of the need to take economic medicine, warned Americans they may need to cut back on items like dolls and pencils, and suggested a short-term recession might be an acceptable cost for the prosperity he predicts will come. This is a transition period, Trump said Sunday on NBC's Meet the Press. I think we're going to do fantastically. Regarding consumers, he added, I'm just saying they don't need to have 30 dolls, they can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils, they can have 5. This departs not only from Trump's longtime rhetoric, but also from the historically upbeat language of American politics. Herbert Hoover's campaign promised a chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. Ronald Reagan welcomed Morning in America, and politicians from Theodore Roosevelt to Richard M. Nixon vowed to bring prosperity. It is not clear how Americans will respond to such a message, including voters who ousted Democrats from the White House because of high prices and Trump's promise to make their lives better. I don't think it will resonate very well, said Mark Short, a longtime top advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence. I think it's particularly optically difficult when the president is earning $1 billion in crypto while asking Americans to cut back on toys and products for kids. That seems like a disconnect to me. White House officials said Americans have already experienced economic relief under Trump's presidency, as prices have fallen or remained flat, and the private sector has added jobs. They also said Trump signaled the possibility of an economic transition even before taking office. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press in December, Trump declined to promise that prices would not go up as a result of the tariffs, saying, I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But the ramping up of that message appears to reflect the recent rocky stretch for the economy, which shrank in the first quarter while the stock market fluctuated wildly amid predictions that the tariffs could create further problems. On April 6th, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that, eventually, America will be the most dominant country economically in the world. But sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. In the latest Meet the Press interview, he suggested that buying cheap goods from China played into Beijing's hands. I don't think that a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old, needs to have 30 dolls, the president said. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Douglas Holtz-Eakin, who chaired President George W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors, said the rhetoric recognizes economic reality but goes surprisingly far. I think they are trying to insulate themselves from the fallout of the tariffs, both the inflation, which is inevitable, and the unemployment, which is likely, Holtz-Eakin said. But it's a little tone-deaf to tell people they are spoiled to begin with. I don't understand that at all. Trump's top officials have joined in the messaging shift. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins told Fox News that America...
Well, let me tell you what's the actual tone deafness. The tone deafness is a billionaire telling a putative populist movement that they need to, tighten their belt and only buy a couple dolls for your daughter. I think that is the height of hypocrisy, and I can't believe nobody's called him on that. A billionaire head of a populist movement telling the common man that, oh hey, you can't have your cheap goods. Let's see how that's gonna play out. To quote Richard, Amazing. Remember, now note John's comment. You talking wage slaves? Yeah, I see the comment. John admits he's tippling a little bit. So I will take some of what he's saying with a grain of salt, even though I don't have a shot of tequila to go with it, or a margarita to go with it. Let's see. We need our slave goods. That's that's pretty funny. All right, so I think we've got enough of that. It was almost over anyway, I imagine. Oh, it wasn't that far over, but I think we get the gist. So let's just go back and see what else is in the headlines here. Hegseth orders cuts to Pentagon stable of generals and admirals. Defense Secretary purge. I don't. How long do y'all think Pete Hegseth is gonna last? Trump administration calls for freeze on grants to Harvard. We know that. Gavin Newsom is asking Trump to work together on a $7.5 billion Hollywood tax credit. What is that all about? Massive came after Donald Trump called for massive tariffs on films made overseas. So basically what he's saying is, hey, if you make your movie here, we'll give you tax credits. Proposal came after. Let's see, if the proposal comes together, it would be the largest government tax initiative for the film industry in U.S. history and the first such program at the federal level. Yeah, it's usually localities that give tax cuts. America continues to be a film powerhouse, and California is all in to bring more production here, Newsom said in a statement. This is what's called interest convergence, folks. A CRT concept. At least it's the old. I think it was actually Derek Bell who coined the term. Do you remember, Fred? I think it was Derek Bell. He added that California is eager to partner with the Trump administration to further strengthen domestic production and make America film again. Oh, God. Yeah, that's enough of that. All right. Let's see. I'm not gonna over Catholicize this this broadcast. Let's see. As RFK Jr. pledges food victories. Huh. You know what? I don't even want to read about RFK. He's too much of a crackpot. 11 best looks from the Met Gala. Oh, wow. Oh, this woman has all kinds of tattoos on her thighs. Let's see here. Is anybody interested in seeing these pictures from the Met Gala? I can't imagine you would be. He pulled a Kamala no tax on tips. Well, no, SKC. I'm sorry, John. He's basically saying, not only he's actually taking it a step farther. Instead of like, hey, tariffing American companies for, well, any film that's not filmed in the United States is gonna have a tariff. And he said foreign films. Now, there are a bunch of questions in, if you're a domestic company and you decide to film overseas, there's confusion about what's an American film and what's not. If an American company films overseas, is that considered a foreign film? So that needs to be ironed out. But what Newsom is proposing is, hey, let's encourage American films not to go overseas by giving them tax credits domestically. So it's a little bit of a step farther. And yeah, it was after Trump. And if I were him, I don't know. I guess maybe, like I said, it's interest convergence. Met Gala is for sickos. Yeah, okay, Mr. Religious, Mr. Morality. Duali says he's interested. That's all I need. Movies like Mission Impossible, Jack Ryan, Transformer, and Top Gun are funded by the State Department. I didn't know that, John. That's a good. So they are already. American companies get a tax break. I didn't know they were funded by the State Department. I would think Top Gun would have been funded by the military, by the Pentagon. So these are some Met Gala pictures. The only one that I was really interested in, Andre 3000. I don't know what's up with this. I don't know who that is. Shakira. Gotta love Shakira. This woman is just weird. I forget her name. She's a British actress, but those tattoos on her legs. Andre 3000. Oh, that's a piano on his back. I didn't even. That is strange. I was going to say, and I've said this before, dark-skinned women should not get tattoos. They just do not look good, in my opinion. All right, so let's move on from this. Yeah, those. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. What happened there? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's probably time to move on anyway. So we'll look at the New York Times right quick. Conservative Catholics take the stage in Rome. Oops. You know what? I need to be using my mouse instead of the touchpad, apparently. Let's see. GOP targets Medicaid loophole used by 49 states to grab money. Ooh, that's interesting. So, wait, you know what? Let's go back to, this is international news, I think. So let's see if there's anything interesting. Canada's leader is on a high stakes visit to the White House. That's going to be an interesting meeting. Oh, Lauryn Hill was at the Met Gala. Spy agencies do not think Venezuela directs gang, declassified memo shows. How the Democrats aim to retake the Senate. Good luck with that. Only female minister in Syria's new government wants to get things done. All right. Well, nothing interesting in the New York Times. Let's take a look at MSN. By the way, if anybody ever has any local news stories or anything like that that they want me to cover, feel free to hop up and drop them in the back or just alert me to them. I can always try and Google them.
What's up, Stanley?
Hey, John.
What's going on?
So let's see. What have we got here? This might just be a slow news day. Oh, this is one. Kemp, Governor Kemp of Georgia, has decided not to run for Senate. So definitely interested. He was apparently they thought he was going to challenge John Ossoff, and I'm kind of curious to know why. I'm sure he would beat Ossoff.
I told you why last time. I told you why last time.
Who? Oh, well, no. Kemp is the governor.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think the Trumpers like him.
Well, he and Trump kind of made up, but I mean, in Georgia, it doesn't matter whether the Trumpers like him. In Georgia, he would probably win hands down. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe he's trying to keep his powder dry for 2028. But I can tell you right now, even if the Trumpers liked him, his Georgia accent is just atrocious. I've literally never heard an accent as bad as his. So I don't know whether he does it as an affectation in Georgia or just what. But let's read this. Let's read this because have the auto reader read it because Georgia is term limited to 2 terms. So, if he doesn't run for something,
yeah, I don't think
they do off year. I think Georgia does off year elections. So he's actually up. His term will be over in 2026, I think.
Yeah, I think he's kind of lost a part of his base on a national type election. I don't think he could do it.
For Senate?
Well, that would be state. Yeah, I think he'd have a hard time, man. I don't think the Trumpers
in
like
Georgia.
Yeah,
No. He will have. As a matter of fact, he would have no problem in Georgia. They elected him governor. Now the alternative was Stacey Abrams, but I can tell you right now, Georgia is not that Trumpy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, well, I don't know about that. I think Georgia.
But no, I live here. I know.
I mean, the numbers, they went pretty strong for Trump. Hell, your county went 70%.
Okay, that has not the numbers going strong for Trump during a presidential election against Kamala is not the same thing as a Senate race with a sitting governor versus John Ossoff. John Ossoff didn't win by big numbers, and Kemp is popular in the state. He's the governor.
Who's the other senator in Georgia? Is that Warnock?
Warnock, yeah. Yep.
I mean, it's pretty convincing. They got 2 state elected positions.
Well, Trump lost in 2020, and remember that they started thinking Georgia was purple because Biden won in Georgia, for that matter, in 2020. So it was Biden, Warnock, and Ossoff. And it was Ossoff was a special election, I think. But anyway, that was the year Biden won in Georgia.
I wonder what type of person they were running at the, who would be his competition for the Senate seat. That would be interesting.
I don't know.
If they put a staunch conservative up against him, they might give him a little troubles.
Well, I don't think Georgia's a purple state. I think it's a red state. And 2020 was just coming out of the pandemic, and Trump was particularly unpopular for his mishandling of the epidemic. I don't think Georgia's a purple state.
Do you think?
So I actually think that Ossoff won't survive. I'm not sure that Warnock will survive.
Do you think
their next elections?
Do you think Trump was unpopular in Georgia due to COVID? His COVID?
No. Well, absolutely he was. He lost.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was COVID. I didn't live in Georgia.
2020. Remember?
I didn't know if COVID. Like COVID in Alabama wasn't that big. It wasn't going to drive an election.
Well, COVID in Georgia wasn't that big. As a matter of fact, I think Georgia might have opened, kind of opened up before Florida did. However, Georgia has Trump effed up COVID. Okay, that's why he lost in 2020. If Trump had handled COVID, with some form of leadership, I think people are smart enough to figure out that he didn't cause the epidemic. I think Biden, I think Trump could have beat Biden had he not been so erratic. Okay, it's not like the problem with Trump in 2020 was that he was so erratic.
Let me ask you, do you think the mail-in ballots played an issue?
No. I mean, we've had mail-in ballots for decades.
I mean, all those drop boxes and you just drop them off. Has it always been that way?
It's been that way. It's been that way for quite some time. Mail-in ballots are not a new thing. Now they may have stepped up, mail-in balloting because of COVID.
Right.
But again, that was a once in a lifetime thing. They've actually already modified it so there are not so many drop boxes.
Was there a problem with the drop boxes?
Not that I know of.
So why are they getting rid of them?
Well, Georgia has always been the kind of state, I guess in the name of election security. But I mean, Georgia's never been the kind of state that's gonna, have their balloting wide open. But election security is why they decided to reduce them. And quite honestly, to me, it's basically, Trump basically brought up, in my opinion, the falsehood of elections not being secure. The only case that I know of, I'm sure there might have been a few others, of election fraud, was a Republican from Florida voting for his mother who lived in Georgia.
That's like the equivalent of saying someone, a criminal, doesn't have a criminal record because he hasn't been caught. He's still a criminal.
No, it's not. It's not the equivalent.
I mean, clearly those election boxes, drop boxes, there were a problem with them because they got rid of them.
Okay, clearly, it might be clear to you. It's not clear to me.
Why did they get rid of them?
Because they didn't need them, and the falsehood that elections weren't secure in Georgia.
So do you think those boxes lead to a more secure election or less secure?
I think it's just as secure. If they were secure in 2020, I don't think having the boxes was a big issue. But there were people who did. Trump stirred that pot on election security. Remember Rudy Giuliani and those two election workers in Atlanta? There was a whole kerfuffle with the falsehood that these people were like doing something, and it got proven false, and Giuliani literally lost a civil suit.
What did
because he slandered those two election workers.
Did they ever get to the bottom of that pipe? Did they say burst?
I don't recall, but
with that?
I'll put it to you this way. There was no election fraud in Georgia. No one has been convicted of it. As a matter of fact, forget the dude who was in charge of the elections. He's not the Secretary of State. He works for the Secretary of State. Staunch Republican. And you know what? As a matter of fact, there are people who lost law licenses over as a matter of fact, it was Republicans who were basically violating election laws.
How did it turn out with the whole Fani Willis thing?
Well, basically, she's been taken off the case. The case hasn't been dropped yet, but I'm sure it probably will be.
So you think they're going to drop the case?
Well, yeah, Trump's president. He's not going to be standing trial. From what I understand, they basically suspended it till 2028 or something. And by that time, they'll wind up, nobody's going to care after Trump's gone.
I don't think they had the competency to prosecute the case. I mean, Fannie Willis, you saw what she did with the YSL case, totally messed that up.
Well, I think they had the competence because 2 or 3 people have lost their law licenses.
I mean, the one lady, she just gave it up, trying to save herself. Had she pushed the issue, she probably would have come out on the good side of this. But she,
we'll never know now. We'll never know, will we?
Well, the people that didn't take a plea, they're going to be found not guilty, or they have the charges dropped. Cindy, I think her name was Cindy, the Kraken lady. She gave up.
I don't think if they have them dropped, it will be because the Justice Department somehow or another convinces Fannie Willis to drop it, or maybe Kemp will step in. But they had a case. There was election tampering in Georgia by Republicans, and the 2, Cheeseborough and I forget the other lady's name, they had their law licenses suspended. Fannie Willis was able to get that far. Now, her bad judgment doesn't necessarily mean she was incompetent. I guess you could make that argument, but
think she's incompetent?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
I think she was out of her depth, but I don't think she was necessarily incompetent.
For this case, if she was out of her depth, wouldn't it make her kind of incompetent, at least for this case?
Well, it's a complicated case. I think her big problem was going RICO, where you have like 20 people, that you're trying. I think there was another way she could have gone, and I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the ins and outs, but that RICO case was a big bite, of an apple. Probably would have been better just to kind of, chop it up into biteable pieces.
I was listening to a lawyer, Drew Finley. I think he defended a lot of people. And he was talking about Fannie Willis. He's like, it's just lazy prosecuting. Instead of going out.
I don't trust any of those YouTube lawyers, to be honest.
No, he's a big time lawyer.
It might be his opinion.
He's probably like the top lawyer in the country. He's probably one of the top lawyers in the country.
And that does not make a difference. Okay. I think she was perfectly capable of it. I think the interference that Ashley, what's her name, ran was very effective in derailing the case.
Yeah,
but all's fair in love and war.
You don't think the behavior of the black attorneys derailed the case?
No, I don't. I think she made a bad call in getting Nathan Wade. I don't know what she was thinking.
Do you remember what happened in Nathan Wade's firm? Do you know what happened in Nathan Wade's firm? Why the black guy was in there?
I'm vaguely familiar. I didn't.
You should probably.
I watched it during the trial. Now here's the deal. It's over. Trump is president. I'm not going to relitigate all that because I'm not particularly interested. I think Fannie made a bad decision in getting Nathan Wade. Sometimes when you do those kind of cases, you got to make sure that you are just totally above board. She probably thought no one would catch it. But, when people go in and do opposition research, she got caught. Whether she did anything right or wrong, I mean, she's done nothing criminal, but it was a bad look.
Has Nathan Wade ever tried a RICO case before?
No idea.
No, he has not.
No idea. Oh, you know?
Yeah, I'm telling you, he has not. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get back to what my agenda was. If it'll play.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has decided not to run for the U.S. Senate in 2026. Kemp, a well-known and popular Republican figure in Georgia politics, was widely seen as the strongest potential challenger to Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff, who is seeking a second term. He put out a lengthy statement on X, formerly Twitter, on Monday afternoon. Over the last few weeks, I have had many conversations with friends, supporters, and leaders across the country who encouraged me to run for the U.S. Senate in 2026. I greatly appreciate their support and prayers for our family. After those discussions, I have decided that being on the ballot next year is not the right decision for me and my family. I spoke with President Trump and Senate leadership earlier today and expressed my commitment to work alongside them to ensure we have a strong Republican nominee who can win next November, and ultimately be a conservative voice in the U.S. Senate who will put hardworking Georgians first. I am confident we will be united in that important effort, and I look forward to electing the next generation of leaders up and down the ballot here in the Peach State who will keep our state and nation headed in the right direction in 2026 and beyond. Kemp, Taylor Greene have large polling divide versus Ossoff. With Kemp out, polarizing Firebrand Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene could further complicate the GOP's path to unseating Ossoff in a vulnerable Senate seat. A new poll from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, conducted between April 15th and April 24th among 1,000 registered Georgia voters, found that voters preferred Ossoff over Greene by a 17-point margin, the largest gap in the survey in a hypothetical race, with the Democrat getting 54% of the vote compared to 37% for the Congresswoman. The result was largely driven by Greene's unpopularity with independents, 60% of whom said they would back Ossoff in a matchup, and moderate Republicans, with nearly 10% of President Donald Trump's voters saying they would also back the incumbent. The same survey found that Kemp was tops among possible GOP contenders, leading within the margin of error at 49% to Ossoff's 46%. The poll had a margin of error of plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. Newsweek has reached out to the Georgia Republican Party via email on Monday afternoon for comment. Georgia among key 2026 Senate battleground races. The 2026 U.S. Senate midterm elections are poised to be highly competitive, with control of the chamber at stake. Republicans currently hold a 53 to 47 majority, including 2 independents who caucus with Democrats. Democrats aim to flip at least 4 seats to regain control, a challenging task given that 23 of the 35 seats up for election are held by Republicans. 270tawin.com. In Michigan, Senator Gary Peters' retirement has created an open seat in a state that also favored Trump in the last presidential election, making it a prime target for Republicans. New Hampshire's open seat, following Senator Jeanne Shaheen's retirement, adds to the competitive landscape. In North Carolina, Senator Tom...
All right, well, I don't care that much about other states. Let's see, what else do we have here? I want to go ahead and get into whataboutism. I just went ahead and looked it up, and I decided to go with the Encyclopedia Britannica, just because it sounds more authoritative than than Wikipedia. So it defines whataboutism, I think, very well. It's the rhetorical practice of responding to an accusation or difficult question by making a counter accusation, by asking a different but related question, or by raising a different issue altogether. Whataboutism serves to reduce the perceived plausibility or seriousness of the original accusation or question by suggesting that the person advancing it is hypocritical, or that the responder's misbehavior is not unique or unprecedented. Acts of whataboutism typically begin with the rhetorical questions of the form, what about? And then it gives some examples of whataboutism, which I'm not going to bother with. And then there's an etymology and origin of the term. Whataboutism is a portmanteau of what and about, suffixed with ism, meaning a distinctive practice. First known use of the term in a print publication occurred in May 1978 when The Guardian published a reader's letter accusing the British newspaper of falsely equating the despotism of the Soviet Union with that of the military dictatorships allied with the West. Whataboutism as the reader explained, is a condition of the progressive mind which does not tolerate any criticism of communist autocracy unless those who criticize wear sackcloth and put ashes on their heads for the sins of all non-communist dictatorships. That's pretty funny, actually. Whataboutism as a logical fallacy. Whataboutism responses of the counter-accusation variety are considered logical fallacies as a form of tu quoque, Latin for you also, argument. They divert attention from the original criticism of a person, country, organization, or idea by returning the same criticism in response, but they have no bearing on the truth value of the original accusation. Tu quoque arguments directed specifically at individuals constitute a species of ad hominem fallacy. And then it'll get into the origin. It mentions sophists of pre-Socratic Greece, et cetera, and won't get into that. Talks about politics and whataboutism, which I won't get into because I think that's obvious. And then apparently there can be positive uses of whataboutism. Whataboutism is generally considered a negative practice because of its tendency to erode mutual trust, to polarize discussions, and to trivialize serious issues. Nevertheless, it can have tangible benefits in some circumstances. For example, whataboutism can help people to recognize inconsistencies in their own arguments or positions when the whataboutist response effectively raises a legitimate counterexample to a critical generalization. I think SKC was talking about that. It can also reveal common problematic assumptions or approaches on each side of a debate, suggesting larger issues that should be addressed. Finally, it can help people to clarify their own positions on relevant issues, which could lead both sides to revise their stances and come to a shared understanding.
You know what I think the biggest problem with whataboutism is?
What's that?
Yesterday we were talking about analogies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in 2015 or 2005, one of the two, they took verbal analogies off of the SAT. Disparate impact, race type things, whatever. And a lot of people can't make effective analogies. And so when they do the whataboutism, in many cases that I've found, it just doesn't fit. It's close, but it's not, it's almost perfect.
The SAT doesn't teach about analogies. It tests whether you understand what analogies are. So it's not taking it off the SAT doesn't make a difference. It's whether you were taught what analogies were in the first place.
Well, they took it off because regardless if people were taught or not, some people are having a hard time figuring it out. And so they said, well, it can be somewhat biased.
Yeah, well, if they're having a hard time figuring it out, there's a problem with how they were taught.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, they took it off, right? And so we were doing a couple of analogies yesterday. And it really is a practice or exercise in deductive reasoning.
Right.
The one we did yesterday. And I think whataboutism can be effective, as the article says, if the whatabout is like overlays it, almost perfectly. Short of that, it's kind of some incongruency there.
Well, sometimes people make whataboutisms and really, on the surface they may seem analogous, but they actually aren't. For instance, when we talk American slavery, and I'm bringing this up for a reason because I know it'll be a hot button. American slavery was unique, and it was specifically unique because slaves were bred. Basically chattel slavery was fairly unique. I want to say Brazil might have had something like that, but I can't remember. So, when you say everywhere in the world has had, all civilizations have had slavery at one point or another, on the surface, yeah, that seems a good a good point, except when we talk American slavery, we're talking about a specific type of slavery that was unique. So I never buy that Thomas Sowell type argument that, you know, slavery, you know, is ubiquitous in human history. That might be so, but we're being very specific to American slavery. And, you know, the other unique thing about American slavery is no one else had a U.S. Constitution that, you know, basically, you know, treated all men as equal under the law. I don't think other places actually, you know, necessarily saw slaves as not human beings. There were times in American history where, you know, it was doubted whether slaves either had, you know, there was like polygenesis, where, hey, slaves and white people don't come from the same ancestor, and you know, or they just weren't. You know, they might be kind of they might be human like, but they're not quite human.
If you don't mind me, can I ask you a question? 'Cause I'm not very familiar with this, and I've heard like pieces here and there. Was it 3/5? Was that saying that they're 3/5 of a man, or was it representation? I've heard both.
Well,
sides.
it was both.
Okay.
Because I mean, if you're only 3/5 for representation, you're only 3/5 of a whole, you know, person. So, you know, it doesn't specifically say, hey, these guys are 3/5 of a man, but you know, it's implied. If they're only good enough to count as 3/5 of a vote, or of a you know, for representation purposes, then they're not a whole person.
Now, I don't know as much about this. You probably know a bit about this. I've heard recently, probably in the last 5 or 10 years, that someone was saying,
okay, SKC, there you go with your whataboutism. No one said slavery started in America. I'm saying America had a unique system of slavery. So what about Mr. Debate Master? You're not doing very well with that whataboutism you're trying to pull. I'm sorry, John.
No, that's okay. I've heard recently, probably, and I don't think I heard this in high school, but someone said that the North and the South agreed on that 3/5. Is that true?
That is true.
Really?
As a matter of fact, the South wanted 1-to-1 representation. We want slaves to count as full votes or full, you know, purposes of representation. There were those in the North that didn't want it. Like, hey, you know what? If they can't vote, why are they even being represented? And 3/5 was the compromise.
So is the South kind of wanted them for not out of love or anything or humanity? It was like a power play, you know, a demographic.
Well, yeah. As a matter of fact, the South, Georgia and South Carolina specifically said, you know what? We'll walk out of this sucker right now if you don't give us what we want. So they compromised on it, but both during the American Revolution, but the Constitutional Convention especially, they were like, nope. If you even question whether we're going to have slavery or not, we're out of here. Wow. So they put it in no uncertain terms, you know, how they were going to negotiate.
Dolomite said the South was going to use slaves like the Democrats used the illegals. Yeah, you know, from what I've heard, and again, I haven't read this anywhere, just people talking, you're confirming. You know, it wasn't out of the kindness of their heart. It was a political play, you know, like a, you know.
It was a political play, but the other part of why they wanted that much representation is they wanted to make sure that they always had power in the government. So, you know, if you count your slaves, it also counts in your representation in the House of Representatives. It also plays a part in the Electoral College. Yeah. So, basically what they were afraid of, I think population came into it, and they were afraid that at some point the North would have more people than the South. I think that's how it went.
That was going to make sense. You know, it's
You're on
very
it.
interesting. Go ahead. Sorry, Freedom.
No, good morning. Good morning. Stanley, I came up here to say exactly what Stanley just said, so I'm just chilling now. Y'all got it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, you know, like, you know, I'd never heard this up until like 5-10 years ago, maybe longer, but you know, it kind of paints the North in a negative light. Would you say that's fair? It seemed like they kind of got away with not having
Yeah,
slaves.
how would it? You're gonna have to help me here.
Well,
I
based upon-
don't get how the North was in a negative light.
Well, you know, based upon what you're saying, the South said, "Hey, yeah, we had these slaves, and we want them 1-to-1," and the North said, "No, we don't need them to be 1-to-1."
Okay, well, you do realize that the slaves got nothing out of being represented, right? It was the plantation class that was getting something out of it. Slaves weren't going to vote, or they weren't going to get any extra benefits by being counted as far as representation goes. So I don't get your point.
Well, but today
the North was basically saying, hey, either give them the right to vote, or if you're not going to do that, don't give them, you know, they shouldn't be counted. So now if you're going to say that, oh, hey, well, the North compromised, you can make that argument, but I don't see how the North looks worse than the South.
I mean, because the North would have introduced the less than 1-to-1, right? And that's what people
say.
say.
And what I'm saying is it doesn't matter. To be honest, it really doesn't matter whether they counted as 0 or counted as 3/5. They were still slaves at the end of the day. Slaves got nothing out of it. It was the plantation class that got something out of it. And to be honest, if you want to point at the North, you could say the shippers, basically the people who were shipping, because some of the biggest slave traders, like the guy Elihu Yale or whatever his name was, they were Rhode Island, for instance, had a huge like slave shipping sort of deal. So
Stanley,
there was a reason to appease the South.
Hey Stanley, does Blue Jay have it backwards? Just comment. Does she get it back? Does she have it backwards? 3/5 compromise helped slaves because it took away voting representation from slave owners versus 1 full vote.
She's got it totally wrong.
3/5 compromise helped slaves because it took away voting representation.
It didn't help slaves at all. They were still slaves.
Compromise helped slaves because it was slave owners.
Okay, I've read it. It makes no sense at all.
I thought she kind of had it backwards. I wasn't sure.
Well, she doesn't even have it backwards.
So it wasn't.
She has it mangled.
It wasn't 3/5 a person. It was 3/5 a vote. Is that right? 3/5 a vote.
Well, yeah, but it's implied if you're only 3/5 for representation, you're counted as 3/5 of a person. That's implied. It's not written anywhere. It's just like
I got it.
That's not implied, Stanley.
Well, I think
you're implying it, but it's not implied.
Okay, Lou, I'm not going to even debate this with you. I know what I'm talking about. If it's implied, it's implied. I'm not saying they were actually 3/5 of a person. What I am saying is they were still slaves. They got no benefits out of it.
So let me ask you this: when slavery ended, was it 3/5 thing? I guess that wouldn't be in play anymore. I'm not a big history person.
Well, no. It basically, once the 13th Amendment overturned all that stuff.
Okay. And then at that point, what the former slaves had, what, a 1, their vote counted just like everyone else. Is that when that came about?
In theory.
Okay.
I mean, now you got to remember, they were strongly discouraged to vote at all. The only time blacks were encouraged to vote is when, whoever the ruling class was at the time, if it would benefit them, sure.
You ever
you're a free black.
I was reading Booker T. Washington. I guess this would have been around that time. I don't know. And he was talking about how like the blacks that voted, and this is his story, so it's just one man's story. And so he was saying, the business blacks, no one had a problem with them voting, right? Because they want to vote the best interest of the city, town, whatever. If they would own the little, whatever kind of shop, tailor shop.
Okay, where are you getting this from?
Well, this was Booker's story, right? Booker T. Washington, and he was saying, so this is him living in the time, and he was saying it was the vote that could be manipulated that people had a problem with. He said no one had a problem.
I think he got it totally wrong. I think it's almost the opposite of what he said. The votes that could be manipulated were allowed.
Well, that's the thing, in that he's saying like, a guy owned a porter shop or whatever hell he owns. He runs a little small business. He's going to vote with, good intentions. Whereas,
okay, and I disagree with that. I think that. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he did say that, but I would say to counter that is that the only time a business owner might be encouraged to vote, somebody's going to say, hey, you know what? You can vote if you're going to vote for, whatever it is I want. A lot of these votes were manipulated. Hey, you're one of us. If you're going to vote Democrat or whatever, sure, go ahead and vote. But if you're going to vote against us, no, we don't want you to vote at all.
I guess it would be kind of, people of similar interests, regardless of their race, would likely vote alike.
Yeah, well, I don't think, I know where you want to go. I know where Booker T. Washington would go. I think it was, I'm not going to say it was rare, but more times than not, what would be in a black business owner's interest wouldn't necessarily be, with the white interest in the town. So it was, especially if you're voting Republican. Now, if you're voting Democrat, yeah, you might have a little bit more leeway, but more times than not, you just weren't allowed to vote at all.
That we had, when I look back in my hometown, I've talked about my hometown a lot. I worked for the lady whose granddad bombed Nat King Cole's bus in my hometown. And, it's kind of interesting, like we had some of those old line main black businesses, like tailors. It was guys, man, motherfucker was tailoring into his like 90s damn near. And he had been in business for so long, like his mind had to be somewhere rooted in the interest of the best for the business community, regardless of race. And
okay, there was a black business community and there was a white business community. They did not commingle.
Really? Okay. You see, I don't.
What do you think Jim Crow was all about?
See, I disagree with you on this, Stanley, because
you can disagree and I'm not going to get into debating this back and forth. Let's just agree to disagree.
Yeah, we can disagree. I wanted to tell you a story though, and this was interesting. There used to be a hamburger spot in my hometown. It made scramble burgers, if you know what scramble.
In what year?
I don't know.
1930.
And when I was growing up, so it ended.
Is that like a breakfast burger?
Jim Crow was over by the time you were born, right?
Yeah, but let me finish the story. What I'm saying. So there was this guy. His name was Jess, and he ran a burger place, and there was another guy, Brad. He ran the barbecue place during segregation. It was Jim Crow segregation. I don't know which one. And man, he did a brisk business with whites. My dad went to Nashville, and he ate that hot chicken, which is popular in Nashville. And he said, man, they used to have a black spot when I was in Nashville where they made the whites going through the back door. And we looked it up here on the string. Where there's a hot chicken place in Nashville where they made the whites go in the back and let the blacks go in the front. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and your point would be what?
I'm saying that even with all this segregation, I think if you had some good dope to sell, you could cross racial lines and sell it.
Okay, well, John, thank you for that obvious. Yeah, there were, back in the early 1800s, there was a black guy who owned a restaurant in Manhattan where he was selling the best oysters in town. He got rich because whites were going there to eat his oysters. So, of course, there are going to be cases like that, but they were not that didn't happen in the main. So that it happened, that it could happen and did sometimes happen, doesn't really change the overall point. There were black slave owners, but that kind of whataboutism leads you to forget that slavery, whoever was owning slaves, was a bad thing. So
No,
it
I think
doesn't matter whether the slave owner is white or black. It matters that slavery was legal and shouldn't have been.
no, I'll just point out one of the points you said where they didn't do business with each other. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't say they never did. I said in the main they did not. I also said that black business interests and white business interests were separate. Now, I'm sure there were exceptions. I'm talking about the rule. So, pointing out one specific example does not really change the rule. So, this is something, who was it yesterday that mentioned Dr. Pat Newton? Was it, damn it, who was it? It was Universal. That's who it was. I've never heard her before, but she's on the order of a Scheherazade Ali. So we'll test her out, and I'm sure there will be plenty of comments, and you'll shortly see why. But we should endeavor to be polite. Skip ahead of that.
We have been victimized and emotional enslavement. And so we have been traumatized, and trauma has an effect upon the mind, the body, and the spirit. And so when they talk about post-traumatic, it's like almost post-traumatic stress disorder. People still have the remnants of being traumatized. And for us, for Africans in the Americas,
let me stop.
North and South America.
Apparently, Blue Jay, the 3/5 compromise increased the voting power of the Southern planter class. I don't know where you're getting this from. 3/5 was what was implemented. It wasn't like it went from 1 to 3/5 or anything like that. 3/5 was what they compromised on. It increased the voting power of the planter class and just the South in general politically. There's really no tap dancing around that. So let's get back to this.
America, and maybe throughout the entire diaspora, we have been victimized to the degree that many of us want to deny it and abandon it, which is a defense mechanism of post-traumatic slavery stress disorder, in that we oftentimes are unable to manage it. And so when we're unable to manage it, we
by the
take
way,
the position.
I was hoping Universal would be here for this. She's a PhD. I think she's got an MD in psychiatry. So, well, she had an MD, and she might still be alive. And she was a psychiatrist. So we'll hear what she has to say. She had some good, I think. It was the family stuff that Universal recommended her for hearing, but this was like the first one I found, so we'll just hear what she has to say.
Putting it somewhere else, denying that it even happened, and wanting to move on. But you can't move on because the remnants of the victimization have been passed on from generation to generation. We have intergenerational trauma, and so some of the ways that we have learned to cope has been passed on from that time to this time, and will go into some other time, because we've never been without trauma. Part of the problem is that it's not really post for us. It's still present for us. And we're experiencing complex compound trauma, where we're being traumatized up on top of the trauma, up on top of the trauma.
Tell us about what examples of that trauma that impacts our daily lives. People want to know what do we see?
Well, the language we use, some of us don't even like to be called African. I don't know how much trauma you can get when you're denying who you really are. And so some of us begin to look at each other as though we're the enemy rather than we're kith and kin. Many of us live in impoverished conditions, have inadequate nutrition, have schools that are not fit for humans to be involved in, and deal in situations that are that defy our humanity, and have a system that has been created from the time we got off that boat to the present time, where our humanity is consistently being denied and determined by others who don't have any respect for us as human beings, who still consider us as property.
So let's look at it from the perspective of parenting. How does post-traumatic slave disorder or this disorder impact us? Examples in parents to child relationships.
Well, I think there's a lot of ways that it impacts, but one of the ways that it impacts is that it creates fear. And it creates fear that passed on to your children, so that many children are not socialized into being assertive and into being aggressive in the context of not negativity, but in the context of going out and getting what you want, going out and being able to compete because they're being constantly bombarded with your less than, or when they do better than, denying the right to be able to express themselves, or denying the right to be able to show their excellence and their creativity. So that's one area. The other area is that the myths that we tell our children. What do I mean by that? Sometimes we tell our children that they don't have the right to exercise their human rights because in our society, we've created a situation where we kill Black children who act like children. We kill them, we shoot them, and as I had alluded to in previous discussions, that we also think of children that are of African descent as being older than what they really are. I mean, there have been studies that have shown that say, for example, at the University of California, they did a screen test with students who were white students looking at pictures of children, and each child was the same age, but when they got to the Black child was always considered older. And as a result of that, our children are being held responsible for things that other children are able to get away with because they're children, for God's sake. And so we have taught our children to be fearful. I'm not saying it's not justified, but it's part of the conditioning process of the post-traumatic enslavement disorder, because we know that if they are children and act like normal children, because they are African descent and the color of their skin is likely to get them killed.
Just thinking about that parent who's on the other side and thinking, am I perpetuating this? What can I do? What can I do to stop doing something that might be remnant from slavery?
Well, I think first of all, we have to acknowledge that it exists.
Well, I think actually one of those. Hold on one sec. One of those remnants is the quote talk. That's definitely a remnant from slavery. What are you going to say?
Sir. A lot of this, when you talk about remnants, I call cap, bro. I call cap on putting all of this emphasis on a remnant. I just think it's. She said one of the remnants of slavery was that we perceive African kids as older than they should be. Did I hear that right? I may have misheard it.
Well, you know what? She's right about that. Have you ever heard of trying kids as an adult?
For a crime that they commit? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, they try all kinds of kids for crimes as an adult.
Right. But as it turns out, probably, and I don't know this, but off the top of my head, I'll say that has affected more Black kids than white kids. Now, you can get into culture and all that, which I'm not going to bother doing, because I think sometimes that Black culture argument leads to be braveism. But I think she's right. I do think that, ever since slavery, Black females, for instance, have been sexualized from a younger age than white girls were. That's a fact. So that's what she's talking about. And she's basically saying that that has carried over in the culture to today. And I agree with her. Black women have been over sexualized from a younger age, pretty much since slavery. You're not gonna tell me that Sally Hemings to use
I'm not going to tell you anything, Stanley. Yeah, right. right.
You know, that was kind of over sexualizing. She was only 14.
Yeah, she was only 14. Anywho, I don't want to get into that bag, but go ahead. Go ahead, play the tape.
Okay.
This. You can't control or compete or defeat anything that you don't recognize. And many of us are not aware that we may be impacting our children and their normal growth and development by virtue of our own fear, which is not, like I said, unjustified. But at the same time, it is.
My girlfriend here continues. Now, again, it's going to go back to the parents to neutralize that. If your girl's wearing booty shorts to school, you're kind of participating in that.
But that's kind of what I'm noticing with what she's saying. Like, she'll say remnants of slavery, and I understand that. But
there are most of slavery.
Right, but
law enforcement, local law enforcement, especially in the South, is a remnant of slavery. Let me give you another good example. Let me cut you off right here. The Ahmaud Arbery case, and this is one of the reasons that I actually would vote for Kemp if he ran for president. Depending on who he was running against, there was an 1856 law that Ahmaud Arbery's murderers tried to use as a defense. And basically, Kemp spearheaded the effort to overturn, abolish the law is what they did. So what I'm saying is that when you're talking law and law enforcement, there are still remnants. You go to Alabama, Alabama up until like maybe the past 10 or 20 years, still it was against the law for interracial marriage. They literally just changed that law, if I recall, like in the past 20 years. So, now the thing is there are laws that aren't enforced. Every state probably has code that they need to go and just clean up. So, I'm not particularly, fussing at Alabama. They just didn't get around to it. However, my point is that there are remnants on the books. And if they're enforced, it's even worse. She's making a valid argument.
Well, no, I wasn't going to discount the remnants. What I was saying is that she's mentioning remnants, but a lot of what she's talking about is choices that parents make, and
I would agree.
Like there's the greater problem is passing down myths of oppression to your children. That's
and
the
I don't
greater
think
problem that I
if
hear.
you're talking, okay, how were they myths?
She just said it.
Okay, well, she's wrong. They're not myths. Now, they're not myths. Now, what may happen is you still pretend those myths are real in 2025 versus 1825. I would agree with that. But, what happened during slavery actually happened. And, there's nothing we can do about it now. There's nothing we should be. But I know that talk stuff, that's a remnant from slavery easily. And everything falls back on the parents, in my opinion.
What talk stuff? Having
the talk about cops, the talk about, Black people are supposed to be giving their kids the talk about how, dangerous police interactions can be. That sort of thing. You've never heard of the talk?
No, I have. I've also, I've lived around white folks. They give their kids the talk. Like, it's an American thing to give your kids.
And I disagree. I'm not saying Well, I'm guessing that white people don't tell their kids, "Hey, you better not backtalk or you could be shot." Their talk is more like the policeman's always right. They're your friends. Now, I'm guessing because I'm not white. I don't know, but I'm guessing that the tenor of the talk is slightly different. And I didn't have the talk because my father was a policeman. So,
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
I disagree. Why?
Is it
Like,
going to be a good question, John?
I mean, if it's not, you can just tell me you
ain't
don't
no
answer.
telling.
I'm always curious about these things. That's why I'm asking. Do you think you said there's a difference between the black and the white talk?
I think the tenor of it is different. And again, I literally said, I'm guessing because I'm not white. So I'm just guessing.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know your wife passed before she, your son was grown, but like, I wonder how would the difference in the talk that you may have
I have no idea. He was 7. He was 7 when she died.
Yeah,
we weren't worrying about the cops too much back then.
Yeah, that would mean. Did you give your son a talk? What did you like?
I told him, number one, don't get in anything I can't get you out of. And number two, it's better just, be respectful and call me as soon as possible.
That ain't really much of a talk, Stanley. That's pretty
boring. You know what?
That's
what else do you really what else do you really need to say?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I really
don't do anything. Don't do anything to piss the cops off. And I used to tell him the same thing with the teachers. You know what? Your best bet is to just go, yes, sir, no, sir. And if you have a problem with it, come to me so I can deal with it.
Yeah,
Stanley, I don't know if you realize this, but the way that you raise your son is pretty much the same way that white folks raise their kid. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but what you're saying is no different than how white folks raise their kids.
Is it just white people though?
Yeah, well, my father didn't get knee deep into it either. That's why I'm not always the best person to ask these questions to.
I mean, my dad told me, he was like, "Yo, don't fight it out here in the streets. Just make it home, and we'll deal with it. If you have any problems."
Well, that's pretty much what I told my son. Don't fight a battle you can't win. Because if it's gonna be won, I'll win it, and they're not gonna, they're not gonna shoot me. Right. I don't think.
And so CKJ,
yo, it's just crazy, bro. Like when I grew up, I grew up watching like cops and all this body cam footage and stuff, bro. Cops used to beat the hell out of white folks, man. No reprieve, man. They got no reprieve. They used to beat the hell out of them.
Well, you must be white. You must be looking back. You must be talking back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
No.
CKJ,
no. Police brutality is an American problem, bro.
Well, that is true.
Don't nobody like police.
I mean,
don't nobody like
over incarceration. But you know what I'm saying? You've heard me say this before.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Hold on. In American culture, if America catches a cold, black people catch the flu. So I'm not doubting that there's over incarceration and police brutality. It's just that black people tend to get the worst, the worst, the short end of the stick.
Yeah, I think the ones that
and you can get into Roland Fryer, that little study he did. The same study that said, black people, black males or black people get killed. Fewer black people get killed by cops than white people. That same study also said that cops, police brutality affected black people more than white people. They tend to overlook that part.
I'm gonna tell you, Stanley. I've been around a lot of young men that've been in jail. Just by virtue of what I do.
Well, you know more than I do because I literally don't know anybody.
See, there you go. Right. And, yesterday we were talking about the guy that killed the police officer in Cincinnati. And Portia was dumbfounded to hear that he didn't have any serious crime. I don't think he had a felony. He may have had a misdemeanor, but he had no felonies.
Well, why would she be dumbfounded? Apparently, he just wanted revenge, and he was ready to. Hey, I'm going to do it and take the consequences.
Well, that's part of it, right? But there's an element of that crash out. You know what I'm saying? That when it confronted with the police, it becomes deadly. I've talked about it all the time. Like a lot of times, you hear black people say certain code words, and I say, "Yo, just leave them alone." Well, the police aren't going to leave you alone, right? When you say, "I don't give a fuck," the police ain't going to be like, "Oh, okay, he don't give a fuck. He might be about to go off here. Let's just leave him alone." No, the police are going to keep on pushing. And
okay, well, you know what? That's unprofessional if they do. They're supposed to be taught to de-escalate, not escalate.
No, but I would say if they tell you to put your
Okay,
hands,
no. You need to hear what I just said. Okay, if cops are escalating, I didn't think that's the way they were trained, and they're certainly not supposed to do that.
well, if they tell you to follow a lawful order and you don't do it, and then you get belligerent, then they're going to escalate. That's just the way it's going to work. Right?
Okay,
wrong.
and depending on the situation, they should be de-escalating, not escalating.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to be here to argue policy.
Okay, well, I'm here to argue policy.
Okay, and and I tell you, sir, I had a good friend of mine, a cousin of mine. He just crashed out one day, and I'm like, bro, like the police could have fucking killed you. They tased him, and them shit leave like wounds on your body or something, and it was just so fucking inexplicable. Middle class family, mom and dad, your grandma, granddad, everything, but the crash out behavior, it was just inexplicable, with the police. And so there's something more going on, you know what I'm saying, from my little vantage point.
Well, I think obviously something was going on, but I think that something going on is individualized. It's not something in the water.
Well, I think it's just the way people respond to like authority, maybe. I'm not sure. CKJ3, he's so dense, he doesn't understand a lot of things, and it's part of the problem.
I think that you're more likely to create an what's the name of the guy that reached into his car and the cops
Orlando Castile.
Okay, situations like that. I think
that's the one. Well, no. Now
no,
this is
not
the
that
guy
one.
who
Not
got
that one.
killed.
Not that one.
Okay.
Not that one. He was walking to his car. He was with the cops. He was walking to his car, and I think he went to go get a gun or something, and they shot him.
Well, did he tell?
I
don't. You'll have to remind me.
So, anyways, I think that you can.
Did he
tell
that? Oh, wait, hold it. He told the cops, "Hey, I got a gun in there."
Well, who was it first?
No. It was I don't remember the guy's name. I don't want to belabor that, but my point is that.
Well, here
I think that you're less.
Let's belabor it because I remember vaguely someone saying, "Hey, I got a gun
Jacob
in the
Blake.
car."
There it is.
And the cop.
Somebody said Jacob Blake.
Cop
That's it.
Panicked. Is that the one where the cop panicked?
No, Jacob Blake had a knife. Blake had a knife.
A knife.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. A knife. Thank you.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that you know what? If I had a gun in the car and I said, "Hey, officer, I have a legal weapon in the car," you know what? I'm not about to fucking get it. If you want it, you get it.
Well, first off, Stanley, the actual
Correct.
facts in there was that he had a domestic violence incident. Police told him, "Hey, stop." He just said, "Fuck it, I don't give a fuck."
Oh, okay. Yeah, he had the kids or something in the car. It was like that. Yeah, I remember that one.
Bent over to grab the knife, and that's when the officer finally shot him. And it's like,
okay, and what's wrong with that?
Well, something clearly wasn't.
You know
clear.
what? If he was going for a weapon, you know what?
I
shouldn't have gone for the
wasn't
weapon.
trying to. Well, I wasn't trying to make it about the case. What I'm saying is that I think if you raise your kids and teach them like this whole having the talk, I think that you're more likely to create that kind of situation if you create if you have a conversation that creates that kind of fear, you're more than likely to have that kind of conversation, because you didn't have it. You didn't have that.
Well, you know
when
what?
you say you don't want to end up like Jacob Blake or any of that stuff, it's like it creates that kind of situation, the way that you pass this kind of information down.
I might not be the best person to talk to about this, because that's not the kind of talk I want to hear people giving. It's like, first thing, don't pick a fight that you're not going to win. They have the gun and you don't. Assuming you don't have a gun, and if you do, you best be telling them and let them get the gun. Don't you do it.
But I mean, you see so many cases, and there has to be something more to it. Like, it's just some of them.
I don't agree with that. I think it's very individual. I don't think it's a social problem.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
it's a social problem. It's a social problem, Stanley.
And if you've seen enough body cam, I will thoroughly disagree with that.
If you've seen enough body cam footage, you'll see that these motherfuckers
I don't watch
feel
body
entitled.
Cam footage. I don't watch.
Then you don't know what you're talking about, bro. Then you're not watching the individual interactions between cops and people.
Actually, I'm gonna argue you don't know what you're talking about. You are literally be brave in that all your knowledge comes from body cam footage. That's not
right. And all your knowledge comes from books and stuff like that.
Hey,
it's not stuff on the ground and all that stuff.
Let me tell you where my knowledge comes from. Fucking common sense. Okay, everything you see on YouTube is not reality. You hear people say that all the time.
I think a body cam footage is more real than a police report. If you read.
It might be more real, but it's still not reality. It's not statistics. And even statistics
what
have
the fuck statistics got to do with this, Stanley? What are you talking about?
Dude, you know what? I understand your
statistics don't talk about the interactions, bro.
No. Now's not the time to cut me off, Lou.
This is a whataboutism, by the way. Go ahead.
No, I think body cam footage is not truth. I think it's
get the fuck out of here, Stanley.
Hey, you know what? You can laugh all you want, but hey, you're the one laughing, not me.
Okay. This Carmelo Anthony case, what has more credibility, the police report or the body cam, the footage?
Have you seen the body cam footage?
Exactly my point. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we haven't seen it, and you do know that the police report is biased. That is a fact, and it's not going to be admitted as evidence. So you know what? I don't really have an answer to that. But related to the Carmelo Anthony problem, and it's something John wrote earlier in the chat, Carmelo Anthony is not a black problem. Okay, Carmelo Anthony.
I wasn't saying
Carmelo Anthony is Mr. and Mrs. Anthony and the local community's problem. Okay, Carmelo Anthony is not like some nationwide condition or social problem.
That wasn't my point at all.
Okay, well, no. I didn't say it was. It's my point.
Okay.
I literally said to bring up Carmelo Anthony. I'm going in a slightly different but related direction.
Gotcha. Okay. I just, if you've seen enough interactions, you'll see a different dynamic on how these folks interact with cops, and there's an entitlement.
You know what?
And then when they don't get their entitlement, then they start being belligerent, and then when they start being belligerent and the cops try to de-escalate, then they turn into this, I can't breathe.
And
I
would actually go out on a limb and say that's not even the norm.
Man, get out of here, bro.
Okay.
How do you know? You don't watch any of these things, bro.
I don't.
You don't see them.
See, wait, hold it. I don't. I literally just told you, if I watched 100 body cam videos starting now till the end of the day, I still wouldn't think it's reality. I think they are body cam videos, which are very specific incidences. And I know more than 100 people get stopped. 100 black people get stopped by the cops every day.
Right, but
I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this a priori.
Well, no, but most police interactions don't end in a violent way, though.
Well,
we're not even talking about that. We're not even talking about that.
Most police interactions.
Yes.
Most police interactions.
Where's this computer at?
Okay, hold on one sec, CK. Most police interactions with black people end just fine.
Correct. Which
so
means I'm not talking about that.
I'm not going to use body cam footage as any sort of yardstick.
Yeah, you moving to go ahead, CK. You moving to
No, I'm not moving. No. Don't tell CK to go until I'm done. Okay,
you're
done,
moving, Stanley. You're all over the place, bro. We're talking about bad interactions. We're not talking about the good interactions, bro.
I'm sorry. No, good. I'm talking interactions, not good, not bad, just plain old interactions. And my argument is the overwhelming majority of interactions end in the good category. That's my argument. The overwhelming majority of interactions between black people and police daily end in the good category. And body cam videos end in the bad category, but they are by no means the majority of interactions. And how you can argue that they mean something other than goddamn, this is a tragedy, that's on you. I'm not going to even argue that.
But I think you would agree that blacks probably have been mistreated more by the police. You would agree with that, right? That's your
I wouldn't even. I think if I go by statistics, that they are more prone to be manhandled by the police.
Okay. The only reason
I don't know enough to say black people are mistreated more. Define mistreatment. Is it getting beat upside the head with a billy club, or is it just being, hey, talk too rudely?
Well, probably all of it, because there have been so many protests over the last probably 30 years, 40 years in my life, primarily about police, from Rodney King all the way up. So there is something.
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb again, and I preface this with it's only a guess. I have no statistics. I'm doing it a priori. You are less likely, maybe outside of Louisiana, in the South, you're probably less likely to have a bad interaction with a cop.
That's what I'm saying. Most people don't. I would argue most people don't even interact with the police.
I want to go farther than most. I want to say the overwhelming majority don't.
So why do you think black people make such a big issue out of it? The police.
History.
Oh, history. Okay. Sorry.
She was talking about post-traumatic slave syndrome, which I kind of, I'm on the fence about that, to the degree that she might want to take it. I think there are remnants, but I don't know. I think you can reason your way or train your kids around that historical hurdle. It doesn't have to be like a wall. You can build through that wall, make a door in that wall or whatever. CK, how you doing?
I wasn't talking when you earlier. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you ask John? Why
don't you ask John?
No, I mean he asked you a question. So
he asked me one.
Why did you interact with that cop like that on stream?
CKJ3, you can't be that dense. You want me to answer that question?
Why am I that dense? I want you to answer the question. You asked Stanley a question, and we got proof of you acting a certain way on stream.
Right. You want me? Whenever you're ready, I'll answer it.
Go ahead.
What did I say to the cop?
Answer my
Tell
question.
All right, we're gonna get that. I did. What did I say to the cop?
You acted a certain way, John.
Tell me the word exactly that I said to that
cop. A certain way.
I said that's right.
Yo, I know you got the content.
You gotta pull that shit up.
We can watch it together.
That's funny as a motherfucker. You want me to pull up? Who want me to pull that motherfucker?
Pull it up so we can see how you acted on screen.
And what
question, John? Because you
what was that word I used? Tell everybody what that word I used.
How did you act, John?
Like a nigga.
Okay, man.
But I was not under arrest. I was not resisting. I can act however the fuck I want to act in my house till they tell me, hey, put your hands behind your back.
John, the way you acted on stream was ridiculous. I would have never acted that way, John.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
I would have never acted the way you acted.
Okay, it's cool. Okay, don't repeat yourself. I want to ask you. Okay, I got you. You're repeating yourself now. I want to ask you another question. How would you describe the behavior of all the other niggers in there that brought the police to their house?
John, they not making content about it. You are.
No, I asked you about
John.
No, I'm asking you about their behavior. I'm asking you about their behavior.
John, I'm talking to you about
your behavior. Talk about their behavior. Look, if you're not gonna answer the question,
I'm talking about your behavior, John.
If you don't want to talk about, if you don't want to answer the question, I'm done. Right?
Okay, you be done.
Because you don't want to. I don't like. Why don't you want to talk about their behavior? Those blacks that had the police in their house.
We can be done.
The police would kill one of them.
We can be done. We can be done. You act a certain way. I'm going off of your behavior. I'm talking. I'm not talking to nobody else.
I know. I understand.
All right.
I understand. You want to look past them 3 or 4 niggas that call the police.
I'm talking to John. I can't talk to them, John. I'm talking to you.
Well, and you talking to me, and I want to ask you, what did you think about the 3 or 4 niggers that had the
I'm talking about your behavior.
You don't want to talk about it. So you don't want to talk about that.
I want to talk about you. I'm going to talk about your behavior.
You don't want to talk about that.
That's the problem. That's
okay. I got you.
You are the problem, John. You want to talk about it.
Do you think they were a problem too?
I think you were a problem, John. That's why I'm talking to you.
All right. I got you. All right. You know, I'm not trying to change your mind. I just wanted to see if you could expand your point of view a little bit. Let me know what else you thought about the whole situation.
John, you acted just like them, John.
I didn't call them. The police ain't been here. The police ain't been here for me.
Fool just like them, John.
The police ain't been here though. I can act a fool in my house.
You right.
I ain't calling police.
Right.
Can't you act a fool in your house? You can act a fool in your house.
I would have never acted that way. The way
but you can.
I would have never did that. I would have never did that, John. I'm not.
And that's probably why you don't do what I do. Why I don't do what you do, right? But tell the audience because I roll that motherfucking clip now. You know I do.
Play it, so we can see how you acted on stream. Play it.
You know I roll that motherfucking tape.
Yeah, play it.
Let me.
See how you acted.
My agenda has been derailed once again. SKC, I don't disagree that it's a mountain out of a molehill, but you know, it is what it is. You have to meet people where they are. And then there was something else. I was going to thank Lou. You said you took your crazy pills too early. I eventually get there. So sometimes I'm kind of slow.
You did. Stanley.
I took mine down. You can roll your footage.
Oh no!
Yeah, that was. I want to watch it, bro. That scene was so funny. I don't know what the background of it was.
Hey, you know what? We
did you see it,
can watch her tomorrow. I think I did.
Oh man.
Man, the thing is, bro, like
it's the one. It's the one right after your tenant died, right? Or is this a different one?
This just came out what yesterday?
Is it the one that came? Oh, yeah.
I re-released it.
I saw it popped. I didn't watch it though. Well, sure, we can watch it. I haven't seen it. And towards you mentioned Portia being surprised at that father. I am kind of surprised, but not so much. Again, I don't think there are any larger lessons to learn other than you know, that father, you know, must have been aggrieved.
You know, Stan,
but his son did have a weapon or something, right?
Yeah.
His son wasn't just randomly picked off. He was like committing a crime of some sort.
That's what I'm trying my best to explain to you, Stanley. And it's not you probably
don't have to explain it to me if you know the kid wasn't just sitting on a park bench somewhere.
Right. And so the father saw this, couldn't accept the truth. A lot of blacks can't accept the truth.
Okay, well, see, this is where we will part, you know, company. I don't think what that guy did was a lot of blacks. I think it was him. You don't hear of like, you know, seeking revenge like that on cops. Was it even the same cop?
Nope.
It's a totally different cop, right?
And that's what I'm saying. Like Like, it makes perfect sense to me. When Portia was
doesn't.
When Portia's mouth was agape, like, oh my God, I can't believe that he doesn't have a criminal.
Okay, so you were able to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you have to enlighten me.
Right. So what happened was
make it make sense, John.
All right, so here's what happened. The police officer is a white woman, the chief.
Mm-hmm.
She brought the family in to show them the video.
Right.
The black man sees the video, and a man being honest would say, well, you know, my son fucked up. That's hard to accept, but you got to accept. He saw it, got angry, and ran out like his child was killed for no fucking good reason. Right there, once you saw that, you have to understand that this motherfucker is very irrational. Right?
Okay, well, hold on. Let's go back and look at your logic. You know, just because you commit a crime, that doesn't automatically mean you get a death sentence. The right black conservatives in particular, and conservatives in general, political conservatives, movement conservatives, always want to go and separate the crime. Basically, they have a very, hey, he was a criminal in the past, he deserved what he got sort of attitude. I don't share that. You know, just because you commit, you know, give somebody a $20 bill. Now, I don't know the details. What did the kid do? I did hear he had a gun, but it hasn't been proven.
No, it's been proven.
Did an officer feel threatened or what?
Yeah, he stole a car, ran from the police, he had a gun. I mean, all these things are true.
Okay.
But again, what I'm telling you, man,
did he point? Now, having a gun isn't pointing a gun. Did a police officer feel threatened?
There's a still image of him seemingly aiming, you know, or extending his arm out with the gun. You can't see it very clearly from the video they've shown, but maybe they have clear footage what they showed the father. But
okay,
again,
so that video isn't conclusive.
Well, it's pretty conclusive. It's pretty, you know, like he's running from the police. He's resisting arrest. He has a gun. It's in his hand. He runs behind like a dumpster. Only thing up for debate now is, did he have his hand extended with the gun? Did he shoot the gun? They haven't said if he shot the gun. I'm not sure. But it's real criminal behavior. It's crash out behavior. Running from the police with a gun in your hand, bro, you get yourself killed.
Right.
Just fight it out in the courts. When the father saw that video, he did not have the capacity to say, well, we're going to take this to court. We're going to, you know, like what you were saying with your son. He just crashed out. And the ability to throw away.
Well, the kid is dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there would be no court for him to adjudicate.
Yeah, there will be civil and there will be criminal if the cop was guilty. If they may arrest the cop. They may arrest him in a month from now, right? And they say, hey, you know, it wasn't a good shoot. But the man like just crashed out. And again, like it's inexplicable. And you see,
well,
like,
I don't know that it's inexplicable. I mean, you know what? It might not be so much a quote black culture problem as much as a biblical culture problem. You know, maybe he's an Old Testament guy. One of my, one of mine. I'm gonna take one of yours. Now, I do think it's a problem that you just pick a random cop. I mean, you know, he deserves to fry for that one.
And then, you know, then his attitude after he got to court, no remorse.
Yeah, I heard that.
Bugging the cops. It's like, bro, like I done seen some shit, bro, that blacks have done to each other. And then you go talk, man, you didn't have to stab him like that. Man, fuck that nigga, man. He shouldn't have said what he said to me. I'm like, bro, you just killed him because you stabbed him because of what he said to you. Man, he was eating my shit too. I'm like, what? Like, it's all these like micro type problems that they're having throughout their day. And, you know, it's a lot of bad decisions being made, you know. That shit there is just inexplicable to me. The Carmelo Anthony was inexplicable to me. I don't understand that shit.
I think you're right. It's, you know, I don't know what would make him think like that. But again, it's not a black problem. That's a Carmelo Anthony and his parents' problem in the local community. I don't feel any kinship to the crime.
Well, me either. But when I look at the animosity, the viewpoint that a lot of the black people have in relation to Carmelo Anthony, they can't even judge it straight down the middle. They're coming up with excuses. Maybe he had a car spike. Maybe.
Well, I agree that, you know, the people that are pro, to be honest, I wish both sides would shut the fuck up and stop doing shows, because they're not helping. They're not. It's more heat than light, etc. I'm sorry, it's more light than heat, etc.
Hey, I'm looking at this, John. It was from a month ago. You might have seen it, Stanley.
Can you put the link in the back? You did one last night, right, John, or did you take it down?
What? Did what last night?
Something about you yelling at N-words.
Oh, it was an old clip, but y'all just re-released it.
Okay. Yeah, put that link in the back, Lou.
Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say, but basically it's you know, what was I going to say? Yeah, just some of this shit it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think if you have
I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, no.
Hold on.
Crime doesn't make a lot of sense.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me finish my thought. I'll forget it. Like, you factored it in. Maybe these people have been so trained to hate the police indiscriminately that it's not hard for you to kill one indiscriminately. Yesterday we talked about in Cincinnati, motherfucking ambushing the police, fire department. Like,
I do not think you're wrong.
You know, even during Ferguson, man, the animosity they had toward the fire department, like, damn, they need, even in Baltimore, like, they were attacking the fire department. You'd be like, Linwood has come up here. He said, we need to tear this whole country down. Like,
well, there are people who think that. There are people on the right. There are people on the right who think that.
Well, but among
Garvin and his, sure they do.
But those people, I don't think can be weaponized, and they're not in the majority.
Oh, you don't think so? You're always the one telling us that whites have more guns.
But I don't think that they're in.
Hey, it's you saying we ought to be afraid of whites.
Well, I think you should.
We ought to be afraid when the whites get tired of us. I think there's some.
You preaching to your children.
There's a talk you give us every day.
But if you
there's a whataboutism in here somewhere. I can't find it.
Oh no, that's a major whataboutism. Oh, it is a monument to whataboutism. I'm not going to deny that.
If you're preaching to your children, you know, they're going to be victims of the police. You know, they will speak that shit into existence, as they say, and every interaction becomes one fraught with contention. And if you bring that into their mind, right, and just say, hey, treat everybody respectfully. When the police pull you over, they don't need to know nothing about that black shit, because if they're acting like a normal person, right, black, white, or indifferent, as you say, many black people get pulled over, don't have a problem. And so why even bring the black shit into it? Just act like a law-abiding citizen, and 99.9% of the time, you
I could not agree with you more.
But once you bring race into it, bro, now you got a victimhood angle being brought into it. You got niggas gonna march and pop balloons for you, and you know, that's kind of what I think.
Yeah, the victimhood thing becomes very problematic in like a lot of these situations, because it causes them to do things they wouldn't normally do.
Well, see, I argue that it is what they would normally do. Okay, you're a victim. If you have a victimhood mentality, you had a problem before you ever interacted with the cops. It doesn't just like shift into gear. You know, that victim mentality is not like it. I only have the victim mentality when the cops stop me. I think you always have it.
Well,
do you have a feeling of entitlement to go with that victimhood when the cop pulls you over?
I have a feeling of entitlement all the time. It had nothing to do with the cops. See, I just made my point. It doesn't start with the cops.
Speaking of that,
end with the cops.
You might see some of that in this footage. Go ahead, man.
I think a lot
them niggas was wilding, bro. Them niggas was wilding, John.
You see, I think a lot of the times, Stanley, you know, we're talking about police interaction in a car. Those are them typically probably the safest ones. where they're going 99% your way. But once you're going into the house, the voices are raised. Weapons are just naturally going to be in the house.
Well, domestic disputes. I mean, domestic disputes are about the most dangerous thing a cop can do. Let me give you a good example. This is, goddamn, this must be like, I'm 60. This is probably almost 30 years ago. I was temporarily working an overnight shift to do some training. And I was in Savannah at the time. And I got off work at like 7 in the morning, and I was tired as hell. It was a weekend shift. So, you know, after those 312s, believe it or not, you're really tired. So I'm on my way home, and I'm going through, I think it was Garden City, Georgia. And I didn't even realize I was just zoned out. So I'm speeding, you know, not real bad. It was like maybe 40 and a 30 or something like that. So the cop stops me, and you know what? I know how to react to cops. So dude comes walking up, my hands are on the steering wheel. And you know, he just kind of chuckles when he sees it. And he goes, well, you know, why are you speeding? And I just told him, you know what, officer, I literally just got off work and you got me. I you know, just whatever, write me the ticket. Yep. I was just kind of zoned out. He's like, okay, well, look, you know, the speed limit's so-and-so, you know, just be careful. Walks away. He didn't even, you know, so sometimes you just have to, and you know what? I wasn't obsequious or anything like that. The dude got me. Why am I gonna, you know, I'm not gonna get overly upset. So sometimes you gotta, my mother used to tell me, act like you're used to something. Well, act like you're used to not having, act like you're not used to being a victim. So I'll leave it at that. Are we ready for the video? Can y'all hear me? Hello?
I'm on a call, Stanley. I'm there.
My bad. Yeah, you can play the video.
Okay, all right. All right. So here we go.
Okay, so you see these motherfucking niggas not behaving, and you talking to me about the niggas not behaving? Why don't you go talk to them black ass niggas? No, what I'm saying is, no, man, what I'm saying to you, why don't you go talk to them black niggas? And them black niggas are misbehaving. Why don't you talk to the black ass niggas? You don't want to talk to the black niggas. I am. Well, go talk to them, and then we'll talk to them when you done talk to the black ass niggas. I know, because I know you don't want to talk to them niggas. Okay, well, go and leave then. If you ain't gonna deal with the niggas, go and leave.
What I mean is, if you're doing this the right way, like if you have,
if I'm doing it the right or wrong way, you think them fucking niggas? Listen what these niggas are arguing about. Listen to these niggas. Listen to these.
We're done with all of this.
You're done with this. You heard me.
They already know the truth. You're sitting here lying for nothing. I called them. Where's the?
Who are you scared of? I've handled this like 20 times. Go to your room and handle it tomorrow. Don't throw no trash in my room.
You said that 1,000 times.
Now what?
You're being
because she hit me. Because you keep going. She didn't hit me. She hurt you 30 times.
Pause it right there, Stanley.
You should go to your I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Now, what you notice right there is the police, both of the police officers say, hey, man, we done told you shit 1,000 times. Go back to your fucking room. Nigga, keep coming back downstairs, putting yourself in proximity with the police. This is the irrational fucking behavior I keep talking. He could easily go up to his room.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I understand. But you watch him go.
Obviously, if they tell you to go to your room, you're not going to jail.
Right. Yeah, right. Let me go to my room, stay the fuck out their way. But and both of them, both cops say, hey man, god damn, I done told you 1,000 times.
Hey, how did this situation begin? Like, what led to cops being called?
They tell you right there. They're gonna tell you. Back it up, Stanley.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on one sec.
I might have missed it. I heard a lot of chaos.
When the dude comes down the steps, he's gonna tell you. I think that's when he says it.
if you're doing this the right way, like if you have,
if I'm doing it the right or wrong way, you think them fucking niggas? Listen what these niggas are arguing about. Listen
Turn the
to
volume
these
up,
niggas. Listen to these.
We're done with all of that. You heard me. They already know the truth. You're sitting here lying for nothing. I called them hours ago.
Who am I supposed to be scared of? Right? I've been through this like 20 times. Go to your room and handle it tomorrow. Don't throw no trash in my room.
You say that
So you heard it? He said, "Don't put no trash in my room."
Because she hit me. You keep going. She didn't hit
Right.
you. She hurt you 30 times.
So
That's
wait,
what
hold
arguing
it.
about. That's
He
what the police
called.
were there.
He called the cops because somebody threw trash in his room. I remember the salad incident.
Right.
He called the cops because somebody threw a salad in his room. That's ridiculous. Why? I mean, assault with a deadly vegetable. How is that gonna work,
bro? Man, they've had police call like he ate my food. Somebody ate my sandwich. I had a sandwich in here. Somebody ate my DoorDash. Like these people are so fucking broke, man. You eat their DoorDash, they have no more money to go get anything else.
Right.
And so somebody's gonna have to pay with their ass.
Yeah, and you expect the cops to do it?
I mean, shit, before I kill him, right?
So it's pre-crime.
That's how they look at it. Yeah, they're
It's
like,
the
look, man.
call the pre-crime unit.
Right.
Now, what's up with my girl? Because I was kind of fawning over her. She's got weird hair.
Yeah, and see, this is the thing, Stanley. See, this is like, again,
That's the
like,
girl from Virginia, right?
right. This is what I say is inexplicable. These niggas are drawn to this shit like moth. She lives in the basement. She didn't even have to come upstairs. Her door
shit,
locked.
really?
No one can go down there.
She's sitting there with her long legs crossed.
No,
My Lord.
and I can tell you deeper about why she came up there if you really want to know. But she didn't have to.
Well,
no,
I want to know if her hair is real or is that a wig?
Hold on. I think it's look, there are two more people in the house. Neither one of them came out. And that's interesting. There's a reason why they didn't come out. They were not American. There's a guy right on the other side of the wall.
But what, are they illegal?
No, one is African. He's legal. And the other one was in the military. I think he's Jordanian or something. He was Jordanian or something. Neither one of them came outside. They didn't even leave their room. This girl came up out of the basement. That wasn't necessary to do what? She didn't see anything. She didn't throw any food. She's not a witness to anything. They didn't go knock on her door and say, come out here. She came out on her own. You understand? Just being part of the bullshit. You know, the drama. This is why you see motherfuckers fighting. It'd be 30 people around just watching. Right? Just out of curiosity. What's going on? And, you know, so it all came over.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I might peek my head around the corner just to make sure, you know, nobody's gonna be busting in or the house isn't burning down or something. But yeah, once I figure that it has nothing to do with me, yeah, you're right. Go back to my room and try and put cotton in my ears or something so I don't have to hear the noise.
Now, what's gonna happen is what's really happening here is the little light-skinned girl right there. You know, she's cute enough to go make money off tips, men, lesbian women. They'll tip her. You make a little money, you know what I mean? The dark-skinned girl, she got cancer, so she say down on her luck, talking about she George Washington relative. You hear all this.
I thought she had a job though.
And these niggas just be talking, man. They don't be really working. You know, they may be suspended from their job.
But I thought she was serious when she said she could get you a job.
Mm-hmm. And you know, it's like a mania, like some kind of psychosis there. But go ahead, please.
You should go to your I'm gonna go back to sleep before they go.
So what the niggas saying? They throwing trash and shit?
Yes, somebody threw trash.
Somebody threw trash in the nigga room.
I guess so.
Now, do you believe that?
I don't know. It's not for me to believe.
Who
threw trash in somebody's room?
I wasn't here.
At this point, Stanley, I didn't believe it. You can hear me saying, do you believe that? That a nigga threw some trash inside? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't I'm like, that's too crazy. And so I'm asking the cops, do you really believe, why are you here? Do you really believe they threw some trash in somebody else's room? Because that's why they were called. I couldn't fucking believe it, bro.
I guess that's why I asked again, John, because I did hear them say that, but I didn't really believe that was the reason why. You know what I'm saying? I didn't believe it either.
Bro, when we played the woman in her room, you're gonna hear like it's black one-on-one, bro. I've been dealing with this shit all my life. It took me 30 minutes to get it out there, bitch. Did you really throw a salad in their room? She went all around the world before she finally said, yeah, I threw it in there. I said, bitch, why you didn't tell me this shit 30 minutes ago? That's all that matters.
You think these cops have a YouTube page?
They can't do it.
They're probably telling stories about this.
Yeah, they can't do it. I am the only one that's telling.
They would have had a YouTube page if this would have went left.
Yeah, they had a body cam.
Officers respond to a scene. A hugely racist man comes into the fold, slinging hard R's everywhere. Like, yeah, they would have. John, you would have been a household name.
But John, no one here knows you own the building, right?
No, they just think I work there.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll continue.
Well, you nigga said it, right?
Stop using that terminology in the first place.
Well, I can't use. I ain't got freedom of speech to say the word nigga. I can't say the word nigga. You don't see these two niggas mad?
She is not that terminology, not at all.
Why you taking up her? She ain't mad. Look, I can't say the.
Now let me interject here. You asked, "Aren't you free?" You do realize that in certain situations, you're yelling fire, right? They could at least try and make the case that you're yelling the equivalent of fire.
That would have been a great. You could have invoked you could have invoked the 3/5 compromise there, John.
You know what? And it would have been the wrong direction. You know, if they said, "Hey, we're going to let the judge figure out whether you're 3/5." So, all I'm saying is that, yeah, you're free to do it, but you know what? If a cop decides, "Hey, you're yelling fire," that has a hard R too.
I was shallow before there was a shallow.
Goddamn house. I can't say the motherfucking word nigga in here. I ain't got to go do it. I'm working there. Y'all done got me fucking working. I shouldn't even be here if these niggas could behave. If these motherfucking niggas to come over here and see what the fuck these niggas is doing, right? That's why I'm here to come over here. I would have been motherfucking sleep. These niggas, you listen to these wild ass. Why you can't arrest these niggas? You sound like I came over here to see what the fuck going on, right? But that's what we here for. Right. But okay, when y'all about to leave now and shit, you see these niggas still carrying on, right? Right. So that's why I'm here, right? Because y'all can't solve this shit. Who? I am. You see this? Okay. Like, hey. What? But Mr. White Man right here. He's talking about my door. What are y'all telling me?
Did you say Mr. White Man?
Y'all ain't told these wild.
I don't know.
What? And what is this girl talking about? Why is she even there? Was she on the phone or what?
I don't, man, bro. This is one thing. She should not even be there, bro. Like,
please let us go.
Remember, this is like 1:30 in the morning. This is like 1:30 in the morning.
I wonder
bro.
what she would have done if I'd walked up and touched her leg. I'm just curious. You want to put them out there for me to see. This young lady needs to go to sleep.
Mr. White Man, bum bum bum, bring me a drink, bum 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 bum.
Was she talking about the cop? Or you know what? This is rather confusing. And I'd have tossed all their asses out. Just don't come back.
All ass niggas know.
You know what? I might have to start over.
So you just go inside and
where the hell the trash can come from? Hey, you better stop slamming these motherfucking doors in here, nigga. Hey, who the fuck did all this shit? Y'all niggas gotta get the fuck out of here. Hey man, what the fuck going on? Hey nigga, what the fuck is going on in here? What the fuck is going on? You look at these motherfuckers. Who the fuck threw all this goddamn trash out here? Who the fuck did it? Where they throw it from? Goddamn. Where the fuck it come from?
Give me one food in my room. They're throwing food in my room. Don't
Give me. I'll be right there.
Don't bang on my door like that, though, bro.
Why
they
they throwing
food in my
Why
room?
they throwing food in your
I
room?
don't know.
So they throwing food in your room.
I will tell you everything honestly, beginning to end when they're done.
All right.
I'd have asked, well, was it rap?
So she threw food in your room with you.
I got somebody. We chilling. We chilling, Holmes.
So
we chilling. We make money.
Said that shit.
We make money, nigga.
If you came in
She
here,
threw food in our room.
if you come in here, she had a trash can in front of her fucking door with that trash.
We keep it clean in here, nigga. We
been
clean
here
the
before
bathroom
she got here.
and the stove, nigga, and the bathroom. We keep it clean in here, nigga. She throwing shit in
I know
our
our
room.
payments.
Look,
Before she got here.
come on, bro. Come on, bro. We ain't on no Obama shit. We
Ain't on no motherfucking drugs.
Nah, fuck no. We keep it clean.
She told the police we on dippers.
Wow. Fucking
That's
on.
how cold this bitch
Oh,
is.
fucking on. Hell no.
Fucking we don't smoke no
We work
motherfucking
every
dippers.
day. We get up in the morning, 6
I'm a
in the morning.
school
We work
motherfucking
every
teacher.
day, nigga.
You better know who you fucking with.
We work early 6 in the morning every day, nigga.
Get out at 5:30.
We work a job, nigga, every morning, nigga. Shit, nigga, we bought our business.
She wasn't even here.
We bought our business in here.
She wasn't here until she got here.
Hey, don't throw shit in our room, throwing trash in our room.
The stuff was by her door.
Sure.
When I opened the fucking door,
bruh.
she just threw it in here.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not lying about that.
We make money every day. We wake up, son. I wouldn't lie to you. She threw the trash in our room, bro.
now, was she? So you open your door and she just threw trash in here, or
Exactly
she slid it up on the door?
She threw it in our room, bro.
She threw it.
She threw it in our room,
There you
bro.
go. There you
I
go.
wouldn't lie to you, bro.
I wanted the police.
I'm a stand up nigga. I make my money every motherfucking day, nigga. I ain't calling my mother right now, nigga. We gonna make some money right now, nigga.
She's
I ain't
lying.
gotta lie. I ain't gotta lie to you.
Somebody on dippers. She really want us to go.
Dippers? We don't smoke no motherfucking dippers.
You better worry about what you doing tonight.
We don't smoke no motherfucking dippers in
dippers
here.
in.
Nigga, we
You
working
better worry about
job.
what you doing.
Nigga, we working here.
You
We
don't
work
put
no
no
roller
roller
skates, no
You don't do
motherfucking
shit in
dippers.
that fucking bathroom. Who cleaning that motherfucker? Ain't nobody cleaning the motherfucker. Ain't nobody cleaning that bitch. Every motherfucker body here is
We don't
trifling.
smoke no motherfucking dippers. We working here, Slim. We got a JOB in
I
here,
ain't
Slim.
saying that. I ain't gonna say it no more. Under a crusty motherfucker just got here. I ain't gotta prove my life to anyone motherfucking body.
I don't either. What you gonna call the police again? Cause I ain't gonna do nothing.
So,
Stop talking.
so she threw all this food on your floor right here.
You can say it. You say it.
How the hell she must came in this motherfucker? This food all the way in the
Open
room.
the door. Threw it in the door, bro.
Wait, she had your key, your code to get in.
Hey, chill out.
How did she get in? How she open the door?
Open the door.
Were you? Hold on, let me. So when you, where were you? You better walk out the door.
That ass up. I'm too fucking old to fight her, but she got an good ass.
Call your daughters. Call your
Need
daughters.
to fuck her ass
I'm gonna
up
call
on the
her.
street.
Let me
That's
call
what
somebody.
they need to get her on the street.
Call
It's
somebody.
gonna go be done.
She think it's a game. She think it's a
Think it's a
game.
motherfucking game. But watch. This bitch is lying along with it. She don't even know me, and I don't even know her name.
Which question now?
They gonna take it. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be
Get on the
quiet.
way.
Don't call nobody while I'm in front of
Get on the
you.
way. Spank. Get on the way.
Be
Spank.
quiet.
Mind your
She gonna
business.
get caught in the street.
Don't call nobody while
Not
I'm
in
in
this
here, man.
apartment. It's gonna be done on the street.
So y'all gonna clean this food up?
How? She should came up. She the one threw it
The
in here.
police,
Now, did you hear that, Stanley? Did you hear that, Stanley?
we'll clean it up.
Pause it right there.
That shit right
Yeah.
there.
Not clean it.
I'm
She
gonna
does.
sweep
Uh,
that shit.
Now how all this
Okay,
shit
hold
get out
on,
here?
hold on.
What y'all fighting?
Whoa.
As I've always said, like
So-
the trash is.
No, go ahead.
As I've always said, like the trash is one of the bigger issues with blacks. Like they refuse to take that shit out. You see all the trash in the hallway. You hear the people saying she put her trash in the hallway. They don't take it downstairs. When you take it downstairs, they just put it in the fucking hallway. He comes upstairs, maybe wasn't paying attention. One thing, there'll be a bag of recyclables and trash out there. Kicks it over. He said, "Fuck, I ain't clean this shit up. Goddamn it, I ain't put. You shouldn't be out there." So she says, "Well, I'm gonna go throw some trash in your room since you made the trash in the hallway." So no one could.
Wait, hold it. So
Mhm.
she thought, talk about whataboutism. Why didn't she just throw more trash in the hallway?
Well, because that was her trash.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean, again, these
Like,
people aren't the most
what?
smartest motherfuckers.
You
Right?
threw trash in the hallway, so I'm gonna throw trash in your room.
No. What happened is
they throw it in front of a door.
No, hold on. They kicked her trash. She had, instead of taking her trash downstairs, she put it out in the hallway. The guy coming upstairs kicked it over by mistake. She probably said to him, "You better pick that motherfucking trash up." He said, "Bitch, fuck you. It shouldn't have been in the hallway."
Right.
So she said, "If you ain't gonna pick it up, I'm gonna go throw some trash in your room then."
Okay, again, what aboutism? It's not exactly. It just, he didn't throw it in a room.
He didn't throw any trash anywhere. She was the only one that threw trash.
Well, no. He kicked it over, made a mess, right?
Right, but she shouldn't. If
Okay,
she
but
had
it's
trash
in a
in the hallway,
common area. It's in a common area. Even if he did it, and he obviously shouldn't have done that, her throwing trash in his room isn't quite the same thing. Now, maybe she's pissed off because, if he doesn't do it, she has to do it, but it still isn't. It still isn't the appropriate retaliation.
No, it's not throwing trash in somebody's room. There should be no retaliation. She should have said, "My bad for leaving the trash in the hallway. You tripped it up. I'll pick it up. Sorry about that. Won't happen again." Trash doesn't go in the hallway.
Well, he did go a little far. I mean, you know what? How about just tell her to take it down? Maybe they'd had that conversation. Maybe that's why he got so frustrated.
You don't know these people. Like, bro.
No, I don't.
I've told so many stories about trash, Stanley, it'll blow your mind. But there's more going on here, and you'll hear it from the woman. You can go ahead and play it here.
Okay, and someone asked me a question about Trump, and I can't find it, so just re-ask it if you can.
We ain't got none of that.
Where have you came in and you seen that?
Nasty bitch. The bitch is so nasty that she created a trash
when we was here, have you ever seen that? When we was here, have you
ever seen that?
Nope.
You been here.
Nope.
It speaks for
We
itself.
will never do no shit like that.
You never had a trash can outside.
We will never do no shit like that.
You nasty ass bitch. You nasty ass bitch. You can't even take the trash downstairs. She gotta have a can right there on the side.
Hey, Holmes.
You hear what they're saying? She won't even take the trash can down.
We already know that.
All right.
Yeah, well,
so irritating.
I bet they would rather her just keep the trash can and not throw it in the
How
room.
did the trash get out there in the hole?
Look how much trash in her room. Look at her room.
How did the trash get out there?
That's giving me flashbacks.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on. Pause it right here. Now it's 8:10, and I asked her twice, how did the trash get out there in the hallway? And I think I asked her in her room. You mark the time at 8:10 and watch how long it takes her to tell me that she threw the trash in their room.
You say what you just said? Because I just looked that little shot of going into a room. I would have sworn they threw trash in her room. Why is it the room in her trash in the hallway?
Well, she's got trash all over her room too, right? And this
yeah,
is the
that's
thing.
what I'm saying. You know what? I could kind of deal with you having a trash can and throwing trash out there if your room didn't have trash in it.
Yeah.
This is just ridiculous. And this is why I'm saying I've been, I'm not going to get into my son's, the state of his room right now, but I am getting triggered.
Go ahead and play it, Sam.
How did trash get out? I gotta run. Can you tell me how the trash get out?
All right. First of all,
So the towel's there for the drugs, for the smoke.
every day they do some
Does you know a wet towel will work better?
I guess.
Yeah, she said it too.
So she said she got breast cancer.
But I left it alone because my first lighthead, they got drunk and just loud and threatening each other. Sir, you don't hear professionalism in my voice. I'm a security officer, 10-year government child care worker for 4 counties, district charter.
Oh my lord.
Criminal justice right now gets
I can see you.
I have no reason to lie.
I got somebody your age.
I understand.
Again, I have cancer, but I've been in 2 years. I bought the blues, very tough in my body, I work shit. But when I first got here, you know, I'm just going to take the price for whatever. I'm just grateful for the place regardless. And, you know, I saw it's dirty. It's like, it's whatever. But my first night.
You see how long she going on, bitch? How did trash get out there? In the trash, in the toilet.
Yo, I think she's trying to impress you with her articulateness. Oh, I thought you had more to say. So.
Oh no. What? Okay.
And I'm like, okay, I'm like, so I guess this is normal here. So that happened. So off the jump, I'm like, okay, disgusting. I saw how disgusting the kitchen was, and I never wanted to cook, but my friend threw me food. So I had no choice but to keep the salad and shit down there. That's whatever point. But that first night, again, I'm a security officer. They had music playing, hanging out. But that night when he woke up threatening her for money,
Still no trash.
I don't know.
No answer.
But he was threatening her for money. He was like, I'm gonna choke you. Like said like a few times, and I'm like, then it was going for like an hour of threats to each other. As a security officer, I can't listen to that. I called the police. Just said, hey, I don't know who they are, but
Wait, so this is the second time the police have been here.
So they handled it. Police told them to calm down, but she had animosity towards me towards that. I deal with that too as a security officer. Some women don't appreciate when someone's helping them. Oh well.
Right.
Oh well.
Right.
I can tell you I had a small attraction to him because ever since I've been here, as you see, come on now, you're not stupid.
Right.
He has a small attraction to me where he always try to like hover towards me a little bit or try to get me to get, you know,
trying to talk to you. Right?
Yeah,
So she's
like,
saying the man is attracted to her. He tried to go outside.
Right here, the window.
Why did he do that?
Hover by my door.
And
then have music playing, and when I'm playing my music, like he will literally listen to me. Like, I was talking to my friend about Tupac. Next thing he's playing a lot of Tupac music, so I just phone there and just music loud, and now I'm trying to get his calls. Where I had no choice but to close the door and be like, okay.
She from DC,
When
you
he
know.
was realizing that I'm peeping, that he just trying to be close to me, he finally left me alone. Because he came knock my door about it while my phone making up an appointment.
Right.
We can phone my door. We need to talk. No, we don't. Phone my door. Like, I know you're just trying to get at me. And then he's drunk the whole time.
Right. Yeah, I know you.
It wasn't when I said it 2 times like a security officer. I had to tell like a security officer. I said it 2 times. Again, my where's my door. Like I know how to handle drunk people, and that's how I feel like a zero. If I say it again, so I'm gonna please it. He knows I will. So he probably left me alone that day. But today, I guess they were gone yesterday. Everything was fine. But he just leaves now. Ever since then, now he knows he can't have me. He used to be in my face all the time. I cleaned the bathroom. I did this trying to impress me about who he is as a man because he doesn't want to be with me. I hear that conversations all the time. He only uses her to make his other ex feel jealous. But then he'd be like, "Oh, fuck with you," but I gotta tell you, I love her. And then she uses him. Oh, I got a man, but nigga, I don't use you for shit.
She got a man too.
They use each other just for the moment.
Oh,
They don't even want each other. So I have to deal with when they're drunk and high, and I have to deal with each other because they don't want each other. They turn on me, where she's gay and screamed out, "Eat my pussy." I bet you do. Obviously, only gay women say that to me. Only gay women say that to me.
Oh, she told it to you.
Only gay women. I'm a tomboy, but I got.
Pause it right there, Stanley, for a second.
But I researched. I do this stuff. Study.
So what you're seeing here is like, it plays out on the streets. With you see it on YouTube, the male-female relationships among blacks. These people are all poor, living amongst each other in confined quarters. This woman doesn't have a man, but she thinks she's so fine. And this other man has an eye for her, but he has a woman, by the way, but his woman is older. So she thinks she can probably steal this man because he works every day. This would be an upgrade to sleeping in that bed by herself. But that old woman ain't gonna let him go because they got a little thing going. You know, they both working, doing well for themselves. They are like middle class. This is like a low class black woman in income and behavior. Although she has more education than the other 2 blacks, it really doesn't matter. And so that's what you're seeing here. Her talking about, "Oh, he liked me. He liked me." You know, she tell me to eat her pussy. You know, shit like that. You know. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, well, you know, makes me glad I'm not young anymore.
Study for jail women do that. Jail women and shit, and especially drug women, and they not getting it from their man, and they see him a little masculine, a little bit. I'm attracted to you. Come on. She walks to the bathroom on me. That's why she mentioned that. Yes, I was comfortable enough because obviously I'm playing music in the bathroom and the shower's on. I didn't lock it. She walks in. Except for normal, that's how I know she's gay.
You know,
Normal
let me
woman,
ask
oh, my
you a
bad.
question.
Bitch,
Do you
you
think
heard the
Whoopi
shower.
Goldberg, she reminds me of a young Whoopi Goldberg. Have you ever thought of that? Well, I guess nobody has. She, for some reason, reminds me of Whoopi Goldberg.
You notice you're not stupid. You're not stupid. You see how easy we can hear each other?
Right.
You can hear if that
Right,
shower
you
was
can shower,
on and
right.
music is playing.
Right.
You called me when the door was locked.
Right.
So as I'm like ass naked, looking back like, I'm in the bathroom. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do. She's hovering for seconds. It's like trying to explain to me as she's watching. Are you gonna fuck until I got aggressive? Close the fucking door. That's how she did. So what happened today? He's upset because I stopped him from arguing because I didn't want to hear it. I'm like, oh, another night.
Okay, I gotta ask the question. Why is she acting all cute and shit with her room looking like that? What the fuck? Does she not have any situational awareness at all? Can someone help me with this?
Most blacks don't, Stanley. This is what I'm talking about. Like, she thinks she cute, fine as a motherfucker. And then she go
Well,
out
I won't say most blacks. I really want to limit it to her.
Okay, well, she is like, synonymous with what I've seen quite a bit. I've seen so much of her,
Well, you know what? No, I better not say that. I would love for Universal to meet her kids, just so we could see the effects. Wow.
When I saw they were drinking around 8, 9, I'm like, all right, they about to be threatening each other. I ain't trying to hear all with the 12. So I'm not gonna do like, look, whatever y'all arguing about, because you get the arguments together. The argument was that she's making make pizza for her and he doesn't want to.
That's what they are about.
About pizza. That he must.
So how are they trash get that thing?
Again, sir, I clean my room very good. So the trash can I'm riding me with that's out there, y'all put a trash bag in it, but the trash can is dirty. So once I took my trash out, put it out there, I don't see trash out there, so I put it in a little trash can.
Did you hear her say she cleaned her room very good?
I put the trash can in the corner next to me.
Well, I guess she does. Maybe it was messier. I mean, who knows? She could be in the middle of cleaning it right now, but her bed just looks messy. You know what? God damn it. I'm really not. Dude, when I was in my 20s, I was kind of a neat freak, but the older I've gotten, the sloppier I've gotten. But I would never let someone into my room with my bed looking like that or any of that shit. She has let her standards go, is pretty much my criticism.
Well, I think it's the lack of shame, which is more.
Oh, it's all of it. It's the whole enchilada. I'm like, she has no lack of shame. I'm sorry, she has no shame. She has no self-awareness, which you need to have shame, etc. She's got a whole problem. Is she still? You said she moved, right? All right, well, let's start this up again. This is a whole problem.
One of them was just trash. The other one was filled with my cases of water. Started with cases of water. As you hear, I'm really Caucasian. I recycle. I don't have recycling bin, so I had it in my DoorDash bag.
Oh yeah, that's the classic line.
Right. Inside, right.
Yeah, right. Right. Everything was that nice to me. Because I stopped them from arguing. So basically, I helped her. She wanted food and they're bullying her about it. And I knocked on the door, was like, hey, can y'all get it out before 12? Because I have a project to do.
Right. Oh, you in school?
I'm in college.
Okay, right.
So I'm like, I got a project to do tonight. Can y'all at least get the arguing out before 12? And then he's like, she's like, yeah, bitch, what up? Get my door. What you gonna do about it? They're not hearing me out. They're not comprehending what I'm saying as adults. All they hear is I knock on the door.
So Tim, I don't want to be too late. What's up with the trash? She said you threw trash in her room.
Listen, get in there. So they don't get that. So I close. They close the door, whatever. and he goes and makes the pizza, right? But now he's realizing that, and I think they put the music up, so then he's realizing, damn, I make this pizza because if that bitch never came to the door, he wasn't gonna do it at all. So now he's putting animosity towards me because he ended up having to make that pizza. You get it? So when he came back up, it started with him drunk.
He knocked the trash.
He knocked nice clean water bottles over. I'm like,
wait a minute, they were outside?
Huh? No, everything was clean.
Where were the water bottles?
The water bottles was in a brown bag, recycled, that I was gonna grab and go and I was gonna run with them all.
Oh, they were right outside.
Right, nice and neat. So when he's coming up for making that pizza, he has animosity towards me with that beer can in his hand. I literally hear it get tossed over. You can hear.
No, I don't need to hear, but go ahead.
You can hear a bunch of water bottles get dumped.
I believe you. Go ahead.
And then that's the scene that I walk into, is me opening it, seeing it knocked over, seeing it with a beer.
Stanley, pause it right there.
And I'm like, are you gonna pick this?
Pause it right there, Stanley. So what you just saw right there, for people who they're uninitiated, and what you just heard is she's explaining away having her trash out in the hallway, and she's deflecting the responsibility onto him, saying, I heard him drunk and kicked my trash over. But again, it never would have been kicked over if she kept her trash in her room or downstairs, which is what the other couple was saying. You ain't never seen no trash out here in the hallway. As long as we've been here, we take our trash downstairs. She too damn lazy to take it downstairs, so she just puts it out in the hallway. Somebody kicks it over. And so then the next thing that you
just out of curiosity, was it intentional or was it accidental?
It probably was accidental, bro. He didn't do it on purpose.
Shit. Oh, okay. Well,
but at the time, but here's what happened.
I'm just saying, wow, if it was an accident,
But once he kicked it over, though, Stanley, this is where the real big problem comes in. There's no way that they could figure out how to clean it up.
Well, he should be cleaning it up if he knocked it over accidentally.
Well, but she shouldn't have had it out there. So that's what he's going to say.
Yeah, but you know what? It was fine until you took action to disturb it. So
and again,
if I were the jungle justice judge, he would be the one cleaning it up.
As you can see, there are two different ways to look at it, right? He's saying, "Hey, I ain't cleaning up your shit. It shouldn't have been there." You say, "Well, you kicked it over." Okay, well, they'll never figure that shit out, right?
That's why they need jungle justice.
You belong in the jungle, that's for sure.
We ought to, Portia, you're in the audience if you can hear it. We ought to dust that idea off at some point.
He's truly drunk, intoxicated, and just mad he had to make pizza.
Right.
And I'm like, "Are you gonna pick this up?" He's like, "You ain't gonna do it. Why you got trash? It's not trash. It's recycle." He's like, and it was nice and neat in the bag. It's like, what's your problem? And he's like, "Where's your guy?" Then I said, "All right, well, I'm gonna put. I guess it's your mess now." So I put it by their door, and that's how everything starts.
Yeah, I see. But how did food get in?
Wait, whoa! She said she put what by their door?
I said someone's gonna pick up recycle bottles. Y'all not gonna.
Did she say she put, like, he kicked it over and she put the trash over by their door? Or did I get that wrong?
Rewind it back. I can't remember, but she's about to tell you.
Okay, if she touched the trash after he kicked it over, then it is hers.
And just mad he had to make pizza.
Right.
And I'm like, "Are you gonna pick this up?" He's like, "You ain't gonna do it. Why you got trash? It's not trash. It's recycle." He's like, and it was nice and neat in the bag. It's like, what's your problem? And he's like, where's your guy? Then I said, all right, well, I'm gonna put. I guess it's your mess now. So
Okay.
I
Yep. That's what she did.
Yeah.
That's what she did. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what?
Yep.
If she touched it, it was originally hers. He
Now remember,
knocked it over accidentally, and then she took the time to move it over to their. Oh, that's fucked up. This woman is crazy.
Now remember, we started. I asked her at 8:10, who put the trash in their room. She still hasn't told me yet. Keep going.
You know what? Oh, John, you have the patience of Job. I'd have lost my temper by now.
Well, one of the things you have to do, Stanley, is blacks. I mean, not all, but what is the majority it's best to just assume that they demand the last word. They don't like to be interrupted. You know, like they just would like to go on long range speeches. And that's basically what she's done. You don't hear me talking much, right? You don't hear me saying much of anything. Now with this couple,
well, you're letting her hang herself, but when she said, "Hey, I touched it to move my trash," which was accidentally kicked over to their door, she'd have lost that right there. It's like you either pick up that trash or get your ass out.
No, I'm saying if I had asked her those questions, if I had asked her, "Hey, did you move the trash over there?" No, she wouldn't have done. She wouldn't have told me directly. But they're so fucking stupid. They'll just talk themselves. This is why the police catch most of these motherfuckers. They'll just talk.
Well, you're right about that.
Listen and just keep talking.
Yeah, I was thinking she was trying to get you to join her in bed, but I think it's just congenital. She just does not understand what she's doing.
That's how everything starts.
Yeah, I see. But how did food get in there? Did they throw the food down?
Because they kept tossing it. They kept. I said someone's gonna pick up recyclable. Y'all not gonna trash. Y'all not gonna disrespect me. Are y'all gonna really let people disrespect people, other people? With I don't care how much money they give y'all. Y'all have somebody in here that doesn't respect this household for real, or high on drugs and messing up other money for you.
Right.
That was crazy.
So back to the other part. So how did
They left their door open. When I kept coming back, they were scared of me. They ain't gonna touch me. Again, I'm in Washington, and they saw how powerful the police was with me. So when she had her door open, again, I didn't insult them like they didn't insult me, but they just kept going back and forth. And I told both of them, and then she was trying to defend him. He did that. I don't care. That's your bitch and your nigga. Tell your nigga to clean up some shit because he was drunk. So she had the door wide open, and I came out with my salad. So they don't, and I said vegetables, something you never seen before. Because if I have to clean this up tomorrow, which I will.
Oh my Lord!
Pause it right there. Pause it, Johnny.
I will give y'all a great price.
Oops, sorry.
So you notice here,
I'm totally lost.
Yeah. So I'm going to explain.
Why didn't you just throw the plate too?
Well, because she don't want
you don't throw the contents, just throw the whole thing in there.
But again, you see that they eat in their room. We provide a table downstairs, and you can sit down there and eat. But they bring the food up there. She probably ate that shit a long time. Well, that shit all dried to the plate. She justified throwing the food in their room by saying their door was open. Okay, so what the fuck that means? That allows you to throw the food in their room? I guess physically. And what you're seeing here is a class struggle amongst blacks. You don't get it, do you? Do you see the class struggle amongst blacks going on here?
Well, not really.
Okay.
they're all the same class to me.
No. Hold on. If you go back and listen to the other couple, and I'm gonna tell you a backstory to them. I've shown it before on the stream.
Well, no, I heard her say she's in college or something, but
whatever. She's a security guard. She's this woman about 40 years old, got 2 kids, living in a room, a small ass room in Southeast DC. Like, she's a security guard with cancer. She's down at the low class. The other 2 people who somehow found a way to team up.
That's right. They're working.
They do both go to work every day. And the guy has a mother who has a lot of money from whatever, and when I say a lot of money, she had at least $100,000 in the checking account. So she's got some resources. They're doing much, much better than this woman. And what she's trying to do is break up their little happy home by trying to fuck the man. That's why she said he liked me. Who wouldn't like me? Look at me. I got big ass titties. You heard her say that. And he's not taking the bait.
Yeah, but one of them has cancer.
But he's not taking the bait.
This story is like just all over the place.
Right. So this is the lack of self-awareness. But he's not taking the bait because he know he got a pretty good stable thing going. This guy's been staying with me over a year now, off and on. And he's steadily been working same job. He wears his fucking uniform. You've seen him on the stream before. Anyway, so
right.
She's throwing tropes at these people. I know you never seen a vegetable before. I recycle.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Right? But it's a trope to blacks. She thinks she's of higher class than the other blacks because she eats better food and shit. They think they're higher than her because, well, they got more money than her.
Okay, well, you know what? This is a total lack of awareness. It's like
No, they live in
All
separate
I have
rooms.
to say is that I don't, you can't teach a 40-year-old like situational awareness is what I'm calling it. Look, you are in the same building. You are eating off a plastic tray. You are not, you're in the same boat.
Well,
So, this,
I mean,
this
in a way,
class thing, pretty much, you can go, I think
now
that
they got a
class
bigger room.
argument, if that is actually in her head, then she doesn't understand,
Stanley, they got a bigger
the
room.
fluidity.
They got a bigger room. They got more food, more money. These motherfuckers be catching Uber. Like she humping
She
the
speaks
bus.
better English. I haven't
Yeah.
heard her say the N-word once.
That's the only thing going for her. But she thinks she's a descendant of George Washington. She wants.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. Well, she's genteel poor. Genteel poverty is what she's going through. There is such a thing as genteel poverty, right, blacks? It's like that's like the oldest term. There's now that I think of it, blacks, let me find that movie. I'm gonna post it into the chat for you. Something called The Ruling Class. Old Peter O'Toole movie that's actually pretty funny.
I actually clean houses. Like I do that. I can clean. Like I was gonna do that shit tomorrow. So basically, I'm like, all right. Since I really do have to clean my water bottles and really have.
Oh, did she, Rick? I've become numb to it.
When she had her door open, now you do have something to clean because I'm not going to your room.
Oh, is that actually? Oh, that's a real plate. I thought it was a plastic cover.
I got a room around the corner. Maybe.
So it's 17 minutes in. It took her 9 minutes to tell me that she threw the food in that fucking room. 9 fucking minutes. Right? She done went all around the world. George Washington. I recycle. I'm white. This and that. And she finds, I threw the food in the room. I mean, like,
is she of African origin? Maybe she does think she's white, or maybe at a minimum she thinks she's not black.
She black. She thinks she's also said she's a Washingtonian.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah.
I mean, in DC,
there's a whole magazine called the Washingtonian.
No.
Well, I know she lives in Washington, right? She's a resident. Oh, okay. Well, then you better educate me because I don't understand.
The blacks that have been born and raised here in DC, they will refer to themselves as Washingtonians. It's like a distinction of class. Like, hey, we were here first.
It is? I thought it was just residents.
Well, but now it's kind of losing its, stature because there's so many white people here, blah, blah, blah. And I got a video, a street interview where a black woman was saying just the same thing. She said, this don't mean it don't hit the same way. It used to hit when it was all blacks here. And hey, I'm 3 generations in. You just not got him off the watermelon. But now that the city is gentrified so much, being a Washingtonian as a black person, like, damn, what the fuck have you been doing the last 40 years?
Well, shit, what the hell she's been doing since when did George Washington die? 1814 or something like that. It was some, she's a descendant.
Yeah. So
and blacks, actually, since you're here, if you're still in the chat, I don't think Washington was ever accused of having black descendants. Now, he had slaves who took his last name, but I don't think he's ever been like suspected of having, children with any of his slaves. But blacks, let me know. Oh, was it? No, 17. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I thought it was in the 19th century. Thanks, Spores. The 15th is coming. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Keep reminding me though. We we do want to keep reminding me, SKC, because maybe we can listen to it live. So anyway, yeah, we'll go back to this.
Maybe put you in that one.
Now, but tonight, I'm not.
I ain't say tonight. I'm just saying,
If I ever do come,
right? Yeah.
If I ever use y'all.
When is your reservation? Oh, this is small. Damn. Okay. All right.
Is it 5th or 6th or something like that?
Yeah. Okay.
But y'all have drunk people that's disrespectful. And wait, can I talk to the owner and ask about a job cleaning?
I talked to him about it.
I will clean. I'm talking about.
She asked me for a job cleaning. Can you believe that? I mean, these motherfuckers are just unbelievable. Lack of self. Look at all that trash on her floor.
So they're going.
I saw it when you walked into the room. It's amazing.
You know, I pay like 5, 6, 7.
Oh my God! You know what?
But imagine.
You know what? I've noticed as I've gotten older, I've gotten a lot more squeamish. You know, I can't even look at that without just kind of blanching. What the
fuck? I remember growing up where your mother used to tell you, don't let, keep clean underwear on in case you had to go to the hospital. You ever heard that, Sammy?
Yeah, I did.
Keep the house
As
clean.
a matter of fact, keep a clean room in case. Shit,
Right.
my mother used to say, hey, keep it clean in case guests come over. Occasionally they do.
Mostly for us, it was like in case 911 or somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? That works too. You got to get those kids motivated somehow.
100 for a week, and the whole experience has been dealing with 2 drug and alcoholic people. You don't went crazy when you started throwing shit. Can you talk to them, like compensate me in some way?
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
I have cancer.
You have cancer?
I have breast cancer.
Oh yeah, my mother had breast cancer. Yeah.
I've been dealing with basically 3 nights of different smoke. 2 nights of
Does this woman own a broom?
There's one downstairs. She can easily go get it.
I've been dealing with 4 nights of just grown people harassing, sexually harassing me, walking in on me. You get it?
Yeah.
I will clean the whole kitchen if you give me 2 days nothing.
Oh my Lord.
You want to come clean this shit up, young? You talking that shit? Come clean this shit up. That's you throw in my room.
I'm not in your room at all.
Come clean this shit up.
You take your room.
Ain't nobody scared of you, bruh. Come clean this shit up. That's you throw in my room. Yeah. Come clean this shit up. That you throw in my room.
Wait, is that the girl from the basement? John?
Oh, sorry. Oh, so let me tell you about the dark skin girl.
Wait, hold it. That girl from the basement in the black t-shirt, that's her, right? She said, oh, hold on. How did she hold on one sec? She's in the hallway there.
Is she? She came upstairs?
Yeah, hold on one sec. I'm gonna play it from here. That
come clean this shit up. That's you throw in my room.
I'm not in your room at all.
Come clean this shit up.
You take your room.
Ain't nobody scared of you, bruh. Come clean this shit up. That you throw in my room. Yeah. Come clean this shit up.
Oh yeah. Damn. Yep.
Holy shit! What the fuck is she doing up there?
I keep trying to tell you, Stanley.
With her fine legs.
She won't even hear that shit in the basement. If she just stayed down in the basement, she probably wouldn't even hear it. But they draw.
Now this is upstairs, right?
Yeah, this is 2 floors up from her.
Oh my
God!
God!
You were down there. That's where the police were. Then one more floor down.
That poor girl is bored.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get. This is just a circus.
That you throw in my room.
Sorry, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, whatever.
And that's how they want
I ain't not talking about nothing. Ain't nobody throwing nothing in your room. Yeah, ain't nobody throwing nothing in your room. Yeah, I ain't no sucker though. Hey, young, I ain't no sucker though.
You gotta remember that. I ain't no sucker though. I ain't no sucker though.
That's the execution of the National Park. Here's the main problem. I should be compensated because I've been dealing with this since I've been here.
Now you see, she said,
what the fuck? Why don't y'all go in the room?
I told you not to knock on.
Don't throw nothing in my room.
Why don't you go in the room?
Don't throw nothing else in my room.
Why don't you go in the room?
Don't throw nothing else in my room.
go.
Yeah, you hater. Hater.
Let's go.
Yeah, make some money.
I want you to stop.
Broke ass. Broke ass.
You see that? Pause it right there.
Broke ass.
See-
Broke ass. You broke.
Hey.
So you see, there isn't an economic distinction between them two. He keeps hammering. We make money. We make money in here. We work. I called my mama. We got money. Then he says to her, "You old broke ass." And all she got to do in response to that, the only retort she has is to throw a salad in their room and say, "I know y'all niggas don't eat vegetables or recycle. I'm white. I
Now,
recycle."
is it me, or did she borrow money from them once?
I don't know if she did or not. I doubt
Okay,
it.
maybe I could be wrong. I could be thinking of something else, but it seems like in this whole thing, because remember there's a follow on like the next morning, which you might have to watch too.
I got that pulled up. Yeah, I got it pulled up.
But don't throw nothing in my room. Don't throw nothing in my room.
Hey, God damn, you understand it one time? Hold on.
Nobody's scared of you. Nobody's scared. Don't throw nothing in my room.
They gotta step outside.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Then it's on.
Hey, hold on.
Okay. You think, look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. Ain't nobody do that to them, man. We chilling.
We gonna clean it.
We chilling. Hey, why you going? We chilling, yeah. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I understand.
We wanna clean.
Come on, man.
I got somebody for you.
Come on, man. We chilling in here. Why you want to throw shit in our room?
That's it. I don't want to keep talking to them. Action speaks louder than words.
We keep it clean in here, bro.
Yeah, I understand.
Action speaks louder than words. I don't want to keep arguing.
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful, bro. It's disrespectful.
I got a daughter your motherfucking age to take care of you. You think I'm gonna get out there fight you?
Look at that shit, man.
Yeah,
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Drag your ass up out of your place.
We don't do that shit to them. Look at that shit.
Yeah, that's it. Shit.
I'ma do it. Don't keep saying it. What do you keep asking if she's not gonna do it? I ain't got time. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Some fucking people don't got shit to do with this stuff.
Nope.
She don't even wash her ass.
Nope. I gotta go to work.
She don't even wipe her ass.
I gotta work.
That's how nasty the bitch is.
I work every day. I work every motherfucking day.
You don't even wash your ass.
I work every motherfucking
You
day.
nasty bitch.
Every day. Yeah, I got a job. I work every day.
Why you trying to prove that to some young? Trying to prove that to me.
Look at this shit. That's another
I would
thing.
get. I don't care.
No, they gonna clean this shit up.
No.
I'm not cleaning
I
nothing.
did.
I did too
We
much
can go
work.
to something better.
Okay.
This place gonna be foreclosed. The owner ain't trying to put up no more money in it or anything else. You look back, this gonna be crap now. Oh.
Now, is that his girlfriend?
Yeah. They've been a couple long time.
Disrespectful.
I'm trying to get
Fucking
over that.
disrespectful.
What happened to the room? I ain't gonna keep going over this.
Disrespectful, bro.
All right, let me get out of here, man. Shit,
I'm going to
shit.
bed. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta worry about nothing. I'm for real.
Wait, that's their room?
Yeah. They had a better
How the
room
fuck
than
is that any better?
It's a bigger room. Yeah, they have 4
Or
windows.
no, do you see all the trash on the floor?
Well, it's a little bit. Well, she threw the trash in there. Most of the shit is, I'm gonna say it's fairly
Oh
organized.
no, that stuff up on the table isn't hers.
No. There's stuff up on the table. It's probably, I don't know what the fuck it is, but I mean, we're judging on a sliding scale here, right? Like these people are relatively.
Are we really?
Yeah, they're relatively clean. They're not making messes.
So
out of
you're
all.
doing cleanliness on a curve. I got you.
Hey, listen, I don't care how you keep your room. You understand? But don't make a mess in the hallway, in the kitchen.
Right.
They were pretty decent about that. You understand? Like, I'm not going in their room till they check out. And all their little cleaning products and shit. Like, think about this. They have cleaning products. Like, most of these people don't have cleaning products. They don't give a fuck.
Right.
These people are carrying around cleaning products, bleach, Lysol and shit. They're older people, and so they're a little bit more settled than this woman is. And this woman, they probably came in along in a different generation too, where things probably were a little bit better for them, to be quite frank. And this woman, has dysfunction up above and down below her. Her children are not with her. She doesn't have a good relationship with her
I
family.
just see I'm gonna have to think about this. I just see culture a totally different way. Um, if you're gonna have to live in a tent, keep the tent straight. Unless you own it. This is how I look at it. Even, when I've rented apartments and stuff like that, it's really not my apartment. I'm just renting it. And you know what? Um, I don't know. I just feel kind of maybe it's weird, but shit, this isn't mine. You got to kind of maintain it. If I owned it, I'd punch holes in the wall if I wanted to. I'd have to
Well,
repair it, but it's really not my property. And
well,
apartments get inspected and stuff.
well. The thing is, nowadays everybody's 2 weeks, 1 week. Like these people have been in three of the houses that we have, right?
Mhm.
So they bounce around. This is his second stint here. He'll
Oh,
probably be
really?
back. Yeah. I mean, at this point, he stayed here probably a couple months. Bust out right outside. He goes straight to work. It's in the hood. Which he's comfortable with. So, for them, it kind of works. You know what I mean? The other girl, she probably doesn't want to be there. She wants to be in Northwest, but she knows she can't afford it. Her attitude, they're not going to let her rent in shared housing with them. That's why I've shown you all these affinity-like housing. Or they're in the ad, they'll tell you like what they watch on TV. Sometimes sit down and watch, Tucker Carlson at night. They're hinting to you like, this is a conservative house, or things like that. Rachel Maddow and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
let me, BD. It's kind of interesting you bring this up, and maybe I'm just weird, but I'm almost the opposite. I have a thing like my wife was kind of like this too. You know what? If I had a maid, I would there'd probably not be much for her to do because I don't want this stranger to come in my house and think that I'm some slob. I was kind of that way when I lived in apartments, and I fucking haven't lived in an apartment, and my son is almost 20, 19, probably in 20 years, probably more like 25 years. Definitely once I met my wife, and actually it was before that, but I wasn't a renter since then. My point is apartments get inspected, periodically, that sort of stuff, and I just don't want to have the place like so sloppy that they're gonna think, well, what kind of motherfucker is this? So
in New York, you have to, if you have an apartment with a pretty decent rent, it's kind of implicit that you're going to do some of the most basic things yourself. Tub, you stopped up, you try to get it done yourself instead of calling the landlord. That's why you're renting so low. Hell, I played a video about that. I think
I remember
in that sense, you start to take on a little bit of ownership because you do own an undervalued apartment, right? An under rent apartment is you got to hold on.
Well,
to that.
I was renting a house when I met my wife. Yeah, I'd call the owner and say, hey, you know what? I want to put more gravel in the driveway or something like that. Yeah, and she'd go, well, hey, you know what? Yeah, do that and I'll take some off your rent. So, we had that kind of agreement. But before that house that I rented, I was in apartments, and I wasn't going to take ownership of that. But I get your point.
But these people, they live, they don't even have the ability to obtain ownership of an apartment because it's like the lady said, shit, we just go somewhere else. And they did, they went somewhere else, maybe the next day or so. And people are living very short term, like you own nothing and love it. Like, they don't own much, but they can live fairly comfortably from place to
Let me
place.
ask you a question, and I'm sure I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why don't these people just fucking move out to like Virginia, or you can live, and I know their jobs, they'd have to commute and all that, but move towards the goal of, look, I live in a small little town. My electric bill last month was $100. Of course, it was just me here, but even with my son running his fucking server farm in there, it doesn't get more than $150, especially in the summertime. Now in the winter, it's probably the most expensive bill that I've ever had. I had a water heater break, so it skyrocketed it. $170 is probably the most expensive I've ever had.
Yeah, well, I think
I've lived here for almost 10 years.
So you ask why these people don't move. I think it's because
well, I mean, to a place where out in the country.
I get it. Because they have benefits in the city that far outweigh whatever they would get in the country. Far, right? You heard JP talking about that when we played that clip of him.
I don't know that I saw that clip.
Yeah, but I may play it. Yeah, go ahead, BD. You can post it. Yeah, with the amount of welfare that they get.
BD, is he a moderator?
Oh no.
BD, just come up, drop it in the back, and I'll post it. Or tell me what it is. I'll look it up and post it.
I think it's BD Sports.
Is it BD Sports? Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at it.
I rode the bus. I rode the bus 3 times this morning, right?
Say that again.
I rode the bus 3 times this morning, right? I left my scooter up in Northwest. I just walk around the corner, catch the bus down one way, catch the bus another way, catch the bus. Maybe it's 4 times, so 4 different buses. I ain't paid 1 time.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, shit's free. It's de facto free.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They train the drivers, don't ask for money, just let the people get on. And so,
I see.
So, those type of benefits, man, that's probably $10,000 a year if you really need the bus. And so, so you don't have to have a car and you ride the bus for free. Shit. And that's why you say, I got money, man. We got money, man. Like, bro, you saw me getting all that free food? Bro, they had so much free food, people don't even want that shit.
Huh.
Listen, I was getting on the bus, right? After I got all the free shit. The bus driver said, bro, I'll hold the bus for you if you go get me some of them sweet potatoes. I said, all right, hold the bus.
Oh, this is fresh vegetables.
Fresh shit.
Today they give out that. Shit, I'm coming up there now.
Bro, today they give out Wegmans, bro. Today's Tuesday, right? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday?
Oh, wow.
Every Tuesday, bro, I'm talking about like duck, whole chickens, all that shit. Like the families don't want like whole chickens or duck. They want like packs of chicken, like chicken wing. So all the whole shit you get to yourself, man. Fucking amazing. All the fruits and vegetables you can fucking imagine.
Yeah, well, see, I'd be there myself. I fuck that.
Yeah.
If
Shit,
I
go every Tuesday.
get fresh fruits and vegetables or something like that.
From Wegmans, bro.
There is no shame in my game.
Bro, from Wegmans, bro. Like, this ain't no fucking giant.
Oh, hey, you and I have talked. Wegmans is the god of grocery stores.
Yes, it is.
It's a sin to even, it's blasphemy to call it a grocery store. It's just Wegmans.
Yeah, so they give out a lot of free food in the ghettos up here.
Well, BD, which sports is yours? Both. There's a at BD Sports, and then there's an at Mr. Shahed. Which is it?
So you building a studio, so you'll be up and running soon.
We'll start this again. Which one is yours? BD, the top one or the second one? Oh, okay, Portia. We'll get back to the regularly scheduled festivities.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold it. You know what? Let me stop this. Since Portia helped me out here. By the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button now. Because I'll forget. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share it far and wide across the land to all your friends. They deserve this. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Occasionally I do video shorts. And then the other thing, make sure you support your favorite host. John Galt's here. I'm here. Absolutely make sure you support the inflictor of pain upon y'all. She thought up Stanley versus the world. You must reward her for for me benefiting y'all. Portia J, folks. She is the executive producer and the creator of this monster. Please support our executive producer. So,
and make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord clips there. We'll be posting more.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the shortened versions of some of our streams, some of the live stuff, street interviews, stuff like that. Clip them up over there.
All right, well, here we go.
Come on, fucking door no more.
Hey, stop slamming them doors, man.
Calculating everything correctly now.
Yeah.
All right. we're responsible. They're patient. But this patient, she not gonna say that.
Yeah, I know that's all in there.
It wasn't like it was me at first.
Nah.
Someone drunk wanted to fuck with me.
You got my number.
No, stay on.
Let me police still up there.
And why that little light skinned girl still out there?
Why are you still here? They wait for something. I don't want them to see my gloves on. They still hiding, man. They don't want to come out.
Come on, Sam. That's what I'm talking about. Cause I ain't no sucker.
Why you? Come on, man. Yeah, why you still?
You see, he done came back downstairs. Like he should have stayed his ass upstairs. Like they just be looking for conflict, bro.
I'm still admiring that girl's legs.
Why you still agitating people?
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I understand.
It's over.
Now stop it right here, Stanley. I'm going to explain the young girl to you now.
Okay.
The black girl is trying to like make inroads with the young girl. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even to go down there in the basement and live with her. She ain't got no money. That's why she was asking me the money, asking me, I need to be compensated for me throwing the trash down. So she's trying to like intimate herself with the young girl. And the young girl called in one day and I said, yo, you need to stay away from that black girl. She don't mean you no good. She's just trying to take advantage of you. You're nice and shit. You got a job. She's just gonna try to use you, maybe even live down there with you. And so that's what's going on here. That's why she has that young girl up there. That's why she's involved her in it.
I was hoping you were going to say, well, she's looking for a 60-year-old sugar daddy. I'm not interested in that story. She's got some, they're kind of skinny though.
She's young, like 20-something. Well, these were Airbnb guests, by the way.
You threw that shit in my room, bro. You threw that shit in my
Oh, really?
In your room.
Yeah, the black girl and the other guy. All of them came like that.
Is that Frida Kahlo right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what it is. How you know that?
Oh, wow. Okay. That's the self-portrait? Or is that's not a picture, is it?
Yeah, it's a picture. So my partner bought it. So
Damn,
Airbnb blocks
that
pictures
is
of
mighty
it.
high class there.
I know, you try to keep it nice.
How on
Yeah,
earth could they act like this with that kind of art on the walls?
yeah, the
I'm joking
Airbnb blocks
about
their
that.
pictures. Airbnb blocks their pictures until you confirm, or in some cases, we let them instant book.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I covered it. That was Eric. Eric Holder did. When Eric Holder left the White House, or the DC, he went to work for Airbnb, and that was some of the rules he crafted. Because so many hosts were denying blacks once they saw their picture come up. Airbnb used to allow you to see their picture before you confirm.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
Now you can't see their pictures until you confirm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And if you see that they're black in the council, they punish you. They say, hey, you might be racist, so it punish you.
Well, let me ask you a question. And I mean that if it's demonstrable that, hey, if they saw the picture, they wouldn't rent, that's literally systemic racism. That's a good example of it.
Well, do you remember that black girl that had her tongue stuck out, and she, kind of thick girl? I don't know if you remember that picture. But anyway, that was her Airbnb picture, right?
Okay.
Like no one will probably accept her. I don't see her picture in the media. Some of these blacks will have pictures like weed bottles at, like at them little camera shoots that they might do outside of CVS or something, with like a Hennessy bottle, and that'll be their like Airbnb profile.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna pick them. That ain't race, man. It's like, damn, like, dude, are you not aware enough to know this is probably not the platform to post a picture like that when you asking to come inside someone's home? But they don't.
Well, no. I mean that. No one ever says it's not debatable. If you're asking, is it race or just, hey, they think you're gonna, spill Hennessy all over the place. It's always debatable, and it's always been debatable. But I do think statistics don't lie, but they can also be misinterpreted. So anyway, I am kind of pleasantly I'm impressed with that Frida Kahlo picture.
You lied and said it was me. Don't throw that shit in my room. How mental he was. He tried to say it was. Like, I saw him say that. Like, you can come in my room. They on dippers, bro. You know how dippers do.
Stanley, you still there?
I'm sorry. I was gonna say this woman in the black t-shirt there, the older woman, the dark one with the short hair, she reminds me of that character from The Wire, the little detective. She said she's a tomboy, and she's definitely given tomboy vibes. I think she's gay.
There's a lot of ambiguity there, Stanley, and it's it's not like, ooh, I've been gay all my life,
or bisexual or something. She is sexually ambiguous.
But I would imagine that a lot of it is the bad mistreatment that they've had in relationships, that they just start looking. Some of them, I think, go to women. I truly believe that.
Well, I think that is a phenomenon. You hear, and again, I'm not going to make a generalization, but you've heard of women who've been married for like 30 years to a man and have kids and all that, and they wind up, settling down in their 60s with a woman.
Yeah.
So here we go.
They're fucked. Their mind is so fucked. Especially when she threw that shit towards you and she was like, I didn't do that. I was like,
Fuck you, Dan.
Bro, they're off of every day is alcohol. And now I'm so shaking when she confirmed it was dippers. I was like, bro, I do chemo. That's gonna be seen in my chemo shit. That's not good. That's part of why I'm even also a little tipsy. That's 2 nights of me smelling that. That means it's kind of in me. I can't have it in my system.
Right. Oh, you say you on chemo right now? Oh shit.
I also had dreadlocks. Okay.
Yeah, my mother had
I had
cancer.
2 more months of chemo, but I just did chemo yesterday, and that's part of why I've been like that. Because it was 2 nights of me smelling that, but I was trying to keep the peace. They already argue enough, and I already called people once.
stop this right quick. You know, J-Dub, I'm kind of weird that way. I actually, the light-skinned girl, I find her legs attractive. I'd probably never date her. I'm not really into that high yalla stuff. I would probably wind up dating, you know, if I had to pick skin tone, it would be the little gnome there. I like darker women if they're really pretty. As a preference.
So it's like, I don't smell that. Like, I was trying to brainwash myself and I didn't smell that. Like, oh, maybe it's cleaning products. But she just said it was. I'm like, oh, that was fucking weird.
All right, let me get out here. I talked to you about the room around the corner. A little bit more peaceful, much more peaceful than this. All right.
Some conversation
Well, hate to be pejorative, Portia.
Yeah, I talked to him about it. I talked to him about it. Yeah.
And that's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you cut it off necessarily? I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll share the one from the next day. I think this was the next day. I don't know if I was putting bed.
Yeah, you were sweeping or something.
Yeah, I may have been cleaning up a room or something.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
I started from the top.
You
replace some toilet tissue?
Why should I know?
I mean, sometimes people supply on that. You just say, hey.
Y'all are supposed to provide that.
That's what I'm saying. If you say, hey.
But how you're not even texting me back?
You text me? You didn't text me.
I've been calling you about it.
Fuck is calling me.
Did the landlord guy answer it?
Not the landlord guy. I think you better do.
I know it's not you. I feel like, not to say you a bitch, but I think you're just the working guy.
You just said it. Shit, what's wrong with a working guy?
It's okay to be that, but you can't lie and say you're that.
Okay, well, that's what you see me working, so shit.
That means y'all not going by the law. You know that, right?
Okay. You need to get yourself packing, sweetie. You know what I'm saying?
Sir, I packed, but I'm going to move properly until someone contacts me. I'm not going to write address.
Oh, so
you need to have the real person contact you. Just confirm to me that you're not the landlord.
Okay, what do you
have the real landlord contact me?
So what do you need the landlord to contact you about?
They make sure I leave properly and to compensate me properly.
Okay, so you can't leave until you get some money. I just
I
need to
know.
know.
It's either transportation to get my key and get my stuff to my car properly, or the money still, regardless, still the money.
So you need some money. See, I told you the bitch was broke, Sam. See, I know niggas, man. I know niggas very well. Yeah, I know him very well. Transportation.
Yes.
Let them know. Transportation.
And still time. Still time and still transportation.
Okay, how much time you need? Let me know.
I said till 2-3. I still need till 2 or 3. I'm dead serious. That's the only way possible.
And you don't have and then you need transportation to where? Where do you need transportation?
For right now it's just transportation. Pick up my keys, and when I come back, I'll pay for my own shit, the lead to my car or what I'm going.
Now what key are you picking up?
My key for my car. It's at a shop.
Oh, okay. All right.
Since you're so nosy, since you want me to land.
And you can't catch the Uber to your car or anything like that?
I could, but who wants to spend it if y'all already took so much money from me? Y'all basically finessed.
Oh, okay.
Disrespecting me in a wrong state that y'all should compensate for. You feel me? Why should I?
Yeah, got you. I'm gonna tell you what, I don't know what they're gonna do. I went bank on it. You know what I'm saying? You need to go through the app.
I already did, but you're not communicating. So y'all, I've been telling you to
call me.
You told me yesterday you're the landlord. I've been telling you to call me since yesterday. You have never called me back or text me back. So you're still responsible for that. You lied and said you was him. You lied and told me you was that nigga. You do that. You're the nigga. You tell me where I go. But you put a roof over my head. It's your place.
You need to talk to Airbnb because
exactly.
No, I ain't the one you need to be talking to. You need to talk to Airbnb.
You're not the one.
Right. So why you?
That day when the police was here, you should have done it. You should have brought the real one.
No, you shouldn't have called the police.
I didn't call the police. He called.
T, I got something for you right here. Gonna blow your mind. I am Shallow Hendrix. I am Shallow Hendrix. Before there was a Shallow Hendrix. And I am the host of Carmel.
Oh wait, hold it. Before we get into that, we can switch shows. I'm just not into that shallow. I don't think what she did is like. I don't think what she did is a rule. I think that she is literally not all white people, no more so than, you know, Carmelo is all black people. I think
have you seen this clip?
very particular. Which one?
This clip we have on the screen.
Yeah, I have.
Let's play.
Where she starts talking about her heritage and
Yeah, let's play.
because that's the one where I thought she was really flirting with you.
Yeah, let me play it here.
She did because she was afraid of her.
Now, first off, you heard she criticized me for being a working man. You just a working nigga. You know?
Yep. I heard all of it. As a matter of fact, I watched it
Because he was
live.
lusting on me. You had drug dealers disrespect me in a property I didn't even pay for.
So
I'm the victim.
So you gonna throw food at people? What's that word she just used? I'm the what? Victim. Jesus Christ. I'm the victim here.
Yes, I'm the victim because they were disrespecting
I am the victim.
me, and I sure did. And I told the police that. And the police knew I was defending myself. So what's the problem?
So you throw food to
I would defend myself. Yes, I called the police first. The first time I ever was me, I called the police on the first time.
So let me get this right.
Yes, I did.
You throw food
because they were disrespecting me. So it's called we're both adults, but they're cracking.
It's called what?
We're both adults, and we're both equal. It don't matter. You cannot disrespect me, and I'm going to disrespect you back.
So if they disrespect you, you just throw food at them.
Yeah,
gotcha, okay.
I can. And they don't disrespect me.
What
They're
else
threatening
would you
me
do?
drunk.
What else
Threatening
would-
me drunk and sexually harassing me. I
What
can
else
do
would you?
that.
What else would you do?
I called the police already, and I kept telling you to contact me.
What else
I
would
didn't
you
do
do?
your part.
What else would you do if somebody disrespects you?
I'll shoot them if I had to.
Nigga, did I not prove my case?
Police already, and I kept telling you to contact
What
me.
else
I
would
didn't
you
do
do?
your part.
What else would you do if somebody disrespects you?
I'll shoot them if I had to.
You shoot them? Okay.
Because
What
if
else?
they trying to shoot me,
What else-
it's called defense.
What else would you do? Would you stab somebody if they disrespect you?
If I had to,
Okay.
if they stab.
Well, again, she's a particular type. I don't think she is a rule. She's kind of an exception.
It's called defense.
What else would you do? Would you stab somebody if they disrespect
If I had to, if they shoot me, I didn't do
you?
your part.
What else would you do if somebody disrespects you?
I'll shoot them if I had to.
This is pre-Carmelo Anthony, by the way. I rest my case here.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you
I
talking to
rest
me?
my case here. I think I'm done.
Oh, you know what? Like I said, I've seen it before. Look, I'm just not one to literally do, I'm just not going to make rules out of exceptions. This woman, I've literally, in my 60 years, never seen anyone like her. I think there's probably only one of her. Now, there may be other versions, there may be variations, but this woman could possibly have a mental problem. So I don't know. I struggle to say this is what Black people do. I think it's what she does. I think there's probably a white version of her somewhere. So, you and I might just differ on that. There was actually a book I'm trying to find on my Kindle somewhere. Going back to someone, I think it was J Dub, said something about Redbone. And since we're on the topic of race and N-words and all that, in my mind, there is a difference between Redbone and Hayala.
What's the difference?
I was gonna bring up, and while I'm trying to find this book, there is a book that was written, I think it was early in the 19th century, and I can't think of the name of it, but it is a white author talking about white trash. Like literally the name of the book might be White Trash or something like that. Now, there's a recent book like in the last 20 years called White Trash, But this book is a classic. Might be The Mind of the South. There's several books that kind of touch on this, but they describe like people living up in the Appalachians, just they describe the children always have this white hair, sallow skin. And to me, quote, high yellow, they have sallow skin versus a red bone. It's kind of a more healthy look. And I hate getting into phenotype and all that. I get kind of, don't like to do it, but one just looks healthier. And I know the difference. When they say high yellow, they really mean it has kind of a yellow cast to it versus a red bone, which has kind of a pinkish red cast to it.
Which one
totally
looks
different?
Which one looks healthier?
The red bone, in my opinion. Of course, there's variation, and there's never a rule.
So there's red bone and high yellow, and you said the red bone looks healthier.
Well, the ones I'm thinking of, because I've known a few, this is gonna sound weird to you. I've never dated a light-skinned black woman.
Really?
No. Now it's not that I totally said no. Maybe it's just happenstance, but it's real weird. I tend to prefer women that are like my skin tone or even darker, but there's a particular type. They have to be. I've known some dark skinned women who were just fucking drop dead gorgeous. I just, for some reason, a darker skin tone, my tone or darker, they just look healthier. Who knows? It might even be just like a genetic thing. I just like, my type of attractiveness. If mates are supposed to attract people who look healthier, I just tend to prefer darker skinned women.
I guess I never made a distinction between that. I don't think I ever.
Oh, John, you
just
just don't know. I have spent my whole life overthinking shit.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I do.
I've dated one or two really.
I don't like blondes necessarily. I tend to like, if I have to date a white woman, one with darker hair. However, my wife was a natural blonde. There are exceptions to every rule.
Yeah. I've dated mostly darker skinned women, but a handful of light skinned women at the same time.
I for some reason or another, I literally I've dated women who were lighter than I was, but they were just more like a caramel. They weren't extremely light. So anyway, I don't even like to get off into this. I'm old and I don't have a right to talk.
Yeah, get back out there, Stanley, so you have something to talk about. What do you think about that, Stanley? You get back out.
I will eventually.
You ain't been tempted yet? You better go get it. Strike while the iron's hot, Stanley.
Yep.
You don't sound too
Let's start it, though.
Am I? I don't know, man. I haven't really put much research into it. Unless someone wants to jump up on the panel and we just go through some topics for a bit.
Well, T, hit the panel. You haven't been up here for a while.
Yeah, she probably work. I think, does she work during the day?
No, T, I don't actually consider you high yellow. I don't really want to get into all this. I would actually consider you more red bone.
Really? Okay.
But I'm looking at pictures. I've never met you in person, so. I'm talking. If you go back and look at that little girl who was sitting there, she literally looks almost like a Simpsons character. How the Simpsons were yellow.
Oh yeah. I know something.
She literally reminds me of a Simpson. Now, again, I'm being a little facetious, but not by much. There is a difference. So, I'm going to ask once again, everybody hit the like button. Everybody support your hosts, especially Portia J, who I will remind everybody inflicted me upon you all. So, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. If no one's going to come up to the panel, I am getting on about, it's not quite 6 hours. What's up, Lawrence? So now's the time to come up and get your licks in. I'm surprised Deacon Dave or SKC hasn't come up to take a little bit out of my hide.
Weren't they up here?
No, no. Dave? Yeah, free zone. Who is SKC and Deacon Dave's representative? He was probably a hired hitman. No takers, no takers. Interesting.
Stanley, you been hearing about some of the criticisms of Michelle Obama?
I actually have I think I have a news story saved. As a matter of fact, I do. Oh, you're gonna love this. I will play this now that you remind me. Aramiose Frimpong has
Be Brave's boy.
Yeah. Well, Be Brave once again really doesn't know that much. And this is why I fuss at Lou. Y'all just want to literally not know anything. YouTube is like people change their minds. Aramiose Frimpong is literally somewhere across between a black radical. He used to be in cahoots, and he's still friends with Yvette Carnell. He is a reparationist, but he's also, he's somewhere between a DSA type and a black radical. Somehow or another, he manages to balance those two, in my opinion, opposing ideologies. And progressives do not like center left people. They did not like Joe Biden. They would be more likely to either not vote for Jill Stein, or vote for Trump. Trump got a lot of progressive votes, left progressive votes, and for some reason, people like Be Brave and people just don't understand politics. There were people who considered Trump a useful idiot. Like, hey, we want to see Trump elected because at a minimum, he's going to destabilize the government enough that maybe progressives will have a chance to grab some power. There are people who actually talk like that. They think they're playing chess, apparently.
I think Deacon Dave
y'all need to get into some politics.
I think Deacon Dave wants to link there.
It's not at the top?
I think he said he wants a pin.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let me just drop it then.
I can't believe you
Dave is always welcome.
I can't believe you were quoting a liberal from the New York Times. I mean, a conservative from New York.
Why would
I? I mean, like he's like a liberal.
I not only quote him, I subscribe to his newsletter.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's Ross Douthat, right?
I told y'all I read more conservatives than I probably do because I know what the left thinks. I want to know what the right thinks, and sometimes I agree with them. In this case, I think Doubt That actually made more sense than that crazy dude he was interviewing.
I think to work for the I see here Doubt That did he vote for Obama? It looked like he voted for Obama.
He might have.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
he probably voted for Biden too. He was a never Trumper.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think a conservative, the people that, some of the other spaces where I read conservative news, like, there's no way they would vote Obama and call themselves.
Okay, no, then you see the people you're reading, the MAGA folks, MAGA is not conservative. There's some overlap, and people think that MAGA is conservative, but they're honestly not. MAGA is populist, and at this point, it's oligarchs, kind of pretending to be populists. Conservatism is not a straight line conservatism, like someone like a George Bush Sr. Oh, he would be nowhere near a populist. Bill Buckley, nowhere near a populist.
Well, I think
Water might be a little bit more populist. Actual conservatives aren't populists. They're actually fairly elitist.
Well, maybe we get hung up too much on titles, but maybe these people probably like I don't consider myself a conservative. There are some things that
the thing is conservative isn't a party. Conservative is really more an aesthetic or a point of view. You remember Blue Dog Democrats, like Sam Nunn, for instance. He was from Georgia. He was.
See, I think all of that is political, right? Like most people, I don't think live in the political world. What they describe themselves as a Blue Dog
Democrat and the Democrat and Republican are political.
But have you ever met
conservative and liberal are really more an orientation? Like like Nelson Rockefeller would be considered a liberal Republican. There used to actually be liberal Republicans.
But have you ever met someone that described himself like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" He said, "Hi, I'm Paul. I'm a liberal conservative." No one really talks like that. I think they're just some they will talk shorthand until you sit down and they're liberal. Conservatives are capital L liberals. If you are conservative and you are an institutionalist, like you believe in the Constitution and all that, you are a capital L liberal. Over the centuries, we've gotten the small L liberal confused with the large L liberal. Basically, the shorthand or the small L liberal is left of center or farther to the left. You've heard of classical liberal, right? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Those people tend to be libertarians or conservatives of some sort. When they say classical liberal, they literally mean like John Locke, the Enlightenment, that sort of stuff. And when I say liberal, it kind of depends. But that liberal, conservative, that's not the same as Democrat or Republican. They're intersections, they overlap, and they're Venn diagrams. But conservative and right wing are not necessarily synonymous, and we don't tend to understand that, unless you're really into politics. Like Ted Kaczynski, you would probably consider him. He was a Luddite. He actually would probably be, believe this or not, considered more left. Like radical left. So the problem is that the extremes of both sides, they tend to horseshoe and they kind of tend to resemble each other. You heard people talking about what was it, MAGA communist, like a Batya Unger. think that's a Ungar. I think that's how you pronounce her last name. She is right wing, but she literally considered herself a communist. Now, it was half a joke. She's more like a right wing populist. Like MAGA is a right wing populist movement in theory, but it's really oligarchs riding. It's almost like if the Tea Party had billionaires. That's pretty much what MAGA is. So it's complicated, and it might take you years to even fathom this stuff. But there are really four major political parties. The Democrats are progressives and more quote liberal Democrats, which are centrists. And then there's MAGA, and then there's never Trumpers, and then there's the farther reaches of the right. But you could literally carve each party, the two parties, into four parties, and I actually think that would be a truer picture of American politics.
Yeah, I think you complicate things too much. The average person probably doesn't give it that much thought.
No, I don't. You know what? The average person is probably bored by all this. I don't pretend to be a populist.
Yeah, I think the average person looks at a couple issues that affect his life either directly or indirectly, and that's pretty much how it goes there.
Right, and the average person gets Trump. The average person may wind up voting against their own interests. And I argue that your rank and file Joe the Plumber MAGA person really has voted against their own interests. And you know what? You voted for him, you're going to get what you voted for. And that's fair.
You heard about what's happening at the University of Washington? Wow.
Nope. Is it worth me knowing?
Like the students have gone on a tear. They're setting fires.
Up in
yeah, I don't know.
Washington State?
Yeah. It's always been a hotbed of protest up there.
In Washington?
Always been a hotbed of protest up there. Yeah,
Oh, I had no clue.
Damn, Stanley, you didn't hear about what's that neighborhood they created up there?
It was the state of Charles or something. It was. I know what you're talking about. But
Yeah,
the
shit.
University of Washington isn't in Seattle. So yeah, I mean the
Damn.
whole West Coast is kind of the whole West Coast is kind of radical, but I always, Oregon has always been kind of more radical in my mind than Washington State.
Washington State has been pretty radical lately. Seattle.
Now, just voting against wokeism is enough. You know what, Deacon Dave? Woke was literally a made-up concept. I think everybody, Chaz. I don't think there actually was woke. I think it was literally fake news, the whole movement. And it's duped a lot of people.
So you don't think all those rainbow flags were real? Ran people away?
I think the flags were real. I think calling them what they weren't was real also. Rainbow flags are like LGBTQ stuff. Woke is something totally different. As a matter of fact, woke is basically just a catch-all term. Like CRT was just a catch-all term for anything that Christopher Rufo didn't like. So yes, I overthink it. I also overcategorize it. I think that woke is literally the hoax. It was basically just propaganda to get everyone and left and right, people who just don't want to deal with diversity and all that stuff, all that simple stuff, all that, well, why can't they just be like us? Ism. That's what woke was. It was really just a branding.
I really want to know your opinion. I know you don't like talking about it, but I really want to know your opinion on this shallow raising all this money.
I don't have a problem with it either way. I think that Carmelo and Shiloh are literally just black. It's really racism gone wild.
Why do you think people are
racists of both ilk, racists on either side, just hey, they like,
Do you think the majority
stirring up the dust?
Do you think that the majority of the people donating money are racist to both campaigns?
I think they are, frankly.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. I will say that. Very, very interesting.
Well, I can't figure out why it would be interesting. I've heard several times just in the past few days that everybody's racist. It's actually normal to be racist. So why wouldn't I think that?
Oh, I just asked you a question. I didn't say you should not think.
Well, no, it's very interesting that, and I thought I don't know that I've ever actually heard you say that, but surely, if everybody in America is racist or it's normal human behavior to be racist, well, yeah, of course. If you're going to donate your money, to support a white woman saying the N-word to a 5-year-old with autism, sure. Why not be racist? As Lou, I think Lou was the last person I remember saying it. Lou, she's just being normal.
Deacon Dave says, does a cop killer have a GoFundMe? Yeah, they have a GoFundMe up for him. They're titling
And what if they did? You know what? You guys, I honestly think that you guys actually don't, either I don't understand American culture or y'all don't.
I think
this has been going on. This polarization has literally been going on for 250 years. There's never been a Pax Americana. That's what people don't seem to understand. There's literally never been a Pax Americana. You want to talk about the 50s? Well, there was the Cold War, with kids hiding under their desks. And civil rights movement, 1954. There's never been a Pax Americana. It's always been, and that's the world. So I sometimes I just don't get it. Of course, if you want to pay to support a woman who just uses the N-word on a 5-year-old over a was it a juice box? Is that been confirmed?
No, it hasn't been confirmed.
Okay, well, I've heard, I don't know if it's true. I don't want to make the tent stake mistake again.
Where did you hear that from? Because there is no police.
I heard that some 5-year-old went after a juice box in the baby bag. I don't know.
That very well could be true. I'm not saying it's not true. I just haven't heard it. That's
all I'm saying is, you know what? A 5-year-old getting into stuff, I just don't see that as horrible, out of the norm behavior. Now, a 5-year-old might be, but I hear he had autism. Has that been confirmed?
I think they did. No one's done a test, but they said, he is autism. That's what they've said. Yeah.
Well, no one's done a test to do a whataboutism. No one's done a test on Elon, but he says he's autistic. His mother just agrees. Point is it's not to me, having had, and you had a 5-year-old, they sometimes get into things. Now, if he did not know her, that's the other thing. Were they strangers?
Yeah, they were strangers.
Okay. Well, you know what? Could be bad home training of the 5-year-old, but I honestly don't think, going in a kid stealing a juice box or whatever it was, I don't know that it rises to the occasion of $600,000, but the people who donated seem to think it does. So I'm willing to just not care that much.
I think it goes deeper than a juice
That is a
box.
good question. Where were this 5-year-old's parents?
And see, there is the other thing. I think we're assuming that the child was 5. You don't know that. He could have been 2.
Well, we're assuming that it happened at all, the way she said it happened.
Right. When but something clearly happened, and the response.
I'm beyond that. Something clearly happened. What happened on the video obviously happened, or maybe obviously. However, if this woman went overboard, now she could have gone into protective, Sarah Palin mama bear mode and overreacted. That's fine. But I think that the Ock Nation types, if let them be themselves. I don't plan on joining them. I don't think this woman is indicative of white people as a rule. I don't think Carmelo is indicative of black people as a rule. And I'm just waiting for the trial. I'm waiting for the final outcome.
Did you hear Carmelo's representative speak yesterday?
No. You know what? I'm not even interested in the Carmelo case anymore. That one time I heard, is it the same guy?
Yeah, Dominique.
Did his diction get better?
We've been talking about analogies here a bit. And, he walked right into an analogy that, more or less proved, kind of what the other side is saying. And he says,
what did he prove what the other side is saying?
Well, so he says, they asked him, why did you kick the Metcalf man out of your press conference? And I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what he said. But he said,
really? What was the answer?
He said, but we didn't know if he had a gun or a weapon and might do something, to that effect. And
you know what? That other kid's father in Cincinnati ran over a cop. I think that's a reasonable answer.
But he didn't, right? When asked to leave, he left.
Well, he didn't. You asked why. Now, are you gonna ask? Well, hey, did you frisk him first? Look, the
they didn't frisk him.
It was. Well, I'm joking.
Never know.
You didn't know what his intentions were. I agree. I think that's a reasonable response. You didn't know whether he had a gun. You didn't know, what could happen. Let's de-escalate. That's what cops should do, and that's what the cops did. De-escalate. Even if it wasn't going to come to anything, you can never go wrong with de-escalating a possible.
I think the people before the cops got
there, I think they did a good job being proactive.
Before the cops got there, I think his security asked him to leave. And then, what the point being made?
I think the security being proactive, that's a good thing.
And the point being made is he didn't resist. He didn't pull out a knife and stab anyone when he asked to leave.
And you know what? I actually had a joke a couple weeks ago about that arm that he had mobilized.
Yeah. Why do y'all always go to jokes? Liberals like to go to jokes a lot.
You know what? Because life is funny. Life is a joke.
Okay.
Bottom line is, who knows? It could have been one of those Austin Powers, trick arm things, with a machine gun in the in the sling.
But it wasn't.
But,
It wasn't.
I think it's actually common sense that he shouldn't have been there. Now, legally, he could be there. There was everything you can think of. He should have been there. But common sense wise, as far as being just provocative, it was a bad move. And obviously, this white guy has no common sense, and he could be worked up. He could be all emotional. So, I'll cut him some grace there. He had no reason to be there. No good reason.
But even with that, he didn't kill anyone like the black guy in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about any of that. That's irrelevant to my point.
Mm-hmm.
Someone did die. His son died. What he did could be taken as provocation. He really had no common sense or even sense of decency. His son died. That's the larger of the two tragedies, but Carmelo's life is over too. At least, compared to what it could have been. He had no reason to be there. And it was a right thing to do to ask him to leave. Hey, Emperor, what's up? Oh, someone agrees with me. Now, Emperor, you agree with me? Holy shit. Well, you're a fireman, so you kind of get where I'm coming from, as far as the public safety aspect, I suspect. So thank you for that, Emperor. Even if it comes to nothing, even if it was going to come to nothing, look, it's just kind of provocative and it could not end well. All right. No one's going to have the guts to hit the link. Is that what this is coming to?
I guess
I would end this, but there's between the two channels, there's 44 people. So they must be enjoying themselves.
Let's see.
Who knows? Who knew a bleeding heart liberal like me could interest so many anti-blacks?
I guess they're trying to make you embrace it, Stanley.
They're trying to make me pray it away, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. It's untrackable there.
What's up, Untrackable?
Hey, what's up, yo? Hey, happy Tuesday.
How you doing? I haven't talked with you in a while.
It's been a minute, but I've been listening, and I'm cool with it.
So what's been up? What's been going on? How's your daughter?
Oh, she's so excited for summertime.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet. It's happened to me. Summer has landed and is currently leaving a mess. I will have to clean up after summer, apparently, all summer long. My son has brought his dorm ways back home. We're gonna have to clean him out of it.
I remember those days.
You know what? I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm just imagining he's tired. So I'll give him a few days. So what else is going on? Well, you know what? Actually, do you have any thoughts on this Shiloh thing you could share with John or Carmelo? Because I honestly, I just don't get why people are so worked up about it.
Yeah, I've been doing my best to stay away from the current events. But you know, to me personally, violence is a last resort. It doesn't matter if it's a civil altercation or a police interaction. You know, even coming from the police side of it, it's like, why? It's like,
Yeah, well,
I would
I'm actually
like
gonna
know who
take up
somebody
for the
is,
police.
maybe, and be
I'm
like,
gonna
hey,
take up. I have to take up for the police, and I'm, will probably be popular or unpopular. Look, I've been in situations where you had to make a decision in milliseconds, and you just pray it's the right decision because you don't know whether it's the right decision. I can only imagine, a cop having to make um, literally a microsecond, live or die, make the right decision or not. And you know what? It just goes where it goes. I mean, they're in a difficult position. Now, when there's time, sometimes your life isn't in danger and it takes experience to know whether it is or not. But even in my brief time in the Navy, I've had to make decisions that were life or death. And just luckily, um, it all worked out.
yeah, I mean, I just watched a video where cops approached an individual in their car, and the guy kept, he kept it in gear. He didn't open his door. They kept telling him to get out, and a cop crawled onto the hood of a car and had his pistol out, pointed at the windshield, at the driver, and then went for a ride. And at any moment, he could have decided, hey, you have now threatened my life. You're driving 40 miles an hour with a cop hanging on the hood of and the bonnet, the top of the car and all that stuff. At any moment, that cop could have pulled the trigger, and he didn't. But then you have these instances where it's like, I saw another video where it was like a cop searching a house, and the cop, I think it was a female cop. She already had her pistol out, and she comes around a corner and sees a mirror and just immediately fires a shot. And it's like,
yeah, but the first things I would ask in those instances is how long had either of them been a cop? You remember, was it in Dallas? Portia would know, where the female cop comes home from work, goes into an apartment. There's a guy there and like eating ice cream. I can't remember the exact details. She winds up killing the guy because she thought it was her apartment. It was his fucking apartment. She just got the wrong floor. No one, I mean, that's like totally ridiculous. And so things like that happen. People make the wrong decisions. Like, how the fuck? Now, I actually have, like, people sometimes in these cookie cutter neighborhoods or cookie cutter apartment buildings, maybe the female cop was new to the building. There are all kinds of reasons that something like that could happen, but it worries me that why would there be a guy eating ice cream in your apartment and the door is open? To me, that's like, holy shit. First thing I think is, well, let's see. He's not holding a gun, so I'm not in immediate danger. Do I even have ice cream in the freezer? Why is my door open? There are all kinds of things that should have run through her head. Now, I'm just saying that, there are all kinds of situations where people have to make snap decisions, and a bunch of them sometimes in seconds. Experience helps. Knowing how to control.
You can say that all day long, but then there's
No. I'm not just saying it. I've lived it.
But then you have the Acorn incident with the cop that he heard a noise and he rolled on the ground. He combat rolled on the ground, and this dude is a cop, but he's also it was found out that he was a former special forces officer in the United States Army, and he rolled around on the ground and mag dumped his own car where he had already searched and cleared and handcuffed and put up the.
So what's your point?
I'm saying it's like this dude has way more experience than most people have
at being a soldier. See, and yeah, I love splitting hairs. Cops are not synonymous with special forces soldiers. As a matter of fact, I would almost say that police shouldn't even hire combat veterans. They're two different things. I mean, police aren't trained to kill people.
Well,
military people are literally trained
guys.
To kill
they're
people.
not trained necessarily to kill people.
Okay,
they
whoa. Who's not?
To situations and be given
Hold
objectives.
on. Let's slow down. Police are not trained to kill people. They, if you pull your gun, you hit center of mass. You don't pull your gun unless you intend to kill. That's literally how cops are trained. If you pull your weapon, that is extremis. You better be ready to pull the trigger. Am I correct?
Well, I would say
things changed.
It is the concentration of your job, this one class that you took to use your tool, or is it to be a service to the public?
Okay, cops aren't supposed to be a service to the public. They are literally here to protect property, and lives are property. So, that's how that works. But, they are here to protect, not necessarily to serve.
It becomes a conundrum because when you surround yourself around a tool rather than just have a tool that is surrounding you.
Okay, what tool are you talking? A pistol, like a service revolver?
Yeah. The
okay. Well, cops are not supposed to be wrappers to a tool.
If you surround yourself around a firearm,
the job.
Center.
Okay,
you understand that?
Framing it wrong. Tools. Cops are not wrappers to their service revolvers. The service revolvers are the tools.
I guess the best way to say it is if you center yourself around a singular tool, you think you can make a hammer a screwdriver. You think you can make a hammer a crossbar. The hammer.
Literally saying that's where police go wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
So, but I'm also saying that soldiers don't necessarily make good policemen. Soldiering is a different mindset than policing.
I agree.
So that's really it. So the dude combat rolling and still making a mistake. His combat training is combat roll and shoot, to kill. Kill them all and let God sort them out. Is that, I forget, was that the 101 or the 82nd? Somebody, one of those
And I understand that stuff too. I do. However, principles of the firearm, the tool itself,
Okay, you don't. I don't.
identifying a target, and he did not do that. Regardless of the sound that triggered him, he did not identify a target.
How do you know that?
He heard a sound, and it's all on body cam.
Right, but what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, as a cop, he shouldn't do it. As a soldier, he should. That's why I'm saying the two trainings are different.
The principles of shooting.
Okay. The military, your principles,
it
how
doesn't matter.
civilians do.
It doesn't matter if you're a civilian. It doesn't matter if you're
in the army. Wait, hold it. You were in the army, right?
You have to identify something to shoot at. Otherwise, what are you doing here? If you feel like I heard a noise and I'm under attack, duck and cover and roll and all that stuff and take cover. This dude rolled around in an open area.
You're gonna say it.
Just rolled around in an open area and mag dumped his own car.
I'm going to give you the same answer.
And put him in handcuffs, put him in the back of his car.
I don't know that soldiers make good policemen. I keep saying this. The rules of engagement are different.
I understand. Well,
So
the rules of engagement.
That a dude did a combat role. Which training took over? When he did his combat role, which training was in his brain? The special forces training, which I will actually think would be more intensive and more lizard brain than his police academy training. I mean, that military training goes deep, especially if you've been in combat. That's why I don't think combat veterans would necessarily make good policemen.
Well, coming from somebody that thinks that we should all police ourselves, like, hey, let somebody know when they're doing wrong. Just hey, you were driving crazy on the way to work. Probably don't do that. It's not safe. Safety first, right? Hey, neighbor, you're drawing attention to this area, and it doesn't look good. It could draw presence of violations.
I'm trying to figure out which
reduce property values. The way that you act, that's self-policing.
Okay, who actually? Wait, hold it. You'll have to help me with this one. How does the self-policing part come in?
Well, I mean, if you make a mess, clean it up. And
yeah, but I mean, you don't make a mess on the highway. You might have to have law enforcement step in.
Well, if they have to step in, they have to step in.
Right. Well, I don't think we're a nation of self-policing. I'll just put it that way. We're a nation of laws, and laws imply that we can't police ourselves.
It's like a what do you call it? Like a ground up thing. Like if you make a violation at the most minor way, and somebody, maybe a mentor or a coworker or a family member says, you know what, you probably shouldn't like do that. That's self-policing. Whereas if you reach the the top tier of violations of, well, you know, what are you gonna do? What am I gonna do when somebody's going 120 miles an hour down the highway and putting everybody at risk, and they have no regard for, forget the laws, but safety. Well, that's when, you know, that's when a state trooper is gonna put on his lights, and there you go.
Okay. Well, let's see here. As
I don't obey laws.
You don't?
Because that there are punishments out there. I obey laws because I understand the safety implications that they were created for. Like I don't turn my blinker on to ask for permission. I don't turn my blinker on because it's written in the law that I could get pulled over for not using my blinker. I turn my blinker on to let the people that are around me know, like, I intend to turn.
Well,
You understand?
know, Be Brave would actually love you, because I made the comment the other day and actually did a whole video that laws, you know, the ink on the books aren't the deterrent. Just because a law says something doesn't, you know, motivate people to not do it. But you might be one of those exceptions, except it's not because, well, you literally just said, I don't do it because the law says to do it. You have a reason to follow the law. So I don't know, maybe you are on my side. I don't think the ink on the books is a deterrent.
Well, I mean, also as a military man, and you understand this, there's customs and courtesies, right?
Right.
You know, you salute an officer and you do all these things. Well, in your normal life, if somebody comes within 6 steps of you, do you say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever? Because I do. And when they don't respond, I don't turn on flashing lights and be like, oh, I gotta go get that motherfucker. They didn't respond. It's like, no, I extended a courtesy to somebody that came that close to me. And they did not respond with a reciprocal. I'm cool with it, man. I say good morning
remind
to
me, you live in the South, right?
and it's like, okay.
You live in the South, right?
I do live in the South. I'm in North Carolina.
Well, I can tell you right now, a buddy of mine, we were in Manhattan somewhere, just like, you know, we just hopped up one day. He was from Virginia. I'm from Georgia. We just hopped up on, you know, a statue base or plinth or whatever it is. Just watch these people walk back and forth. No one, they were all like, almost like robots, you know, staring straight ahead, not even interacting, you know, as people passed within inches of you. So I don't even think of politeness or interaction or courtesy when I think of big
But, I mean,
cities, especially.
I've said it before. I've said it before. Like I've been to, you know, sporting events, and crowded areas and festivals and stuff like that. It doesn't matter whether it's me or somebody that I'm with. I will touch random strangers on the shoulder and be like, pardon me, excuse me, I need to get through here. And I will.
Well, you don't gently squeeze. You don't gently squeeze their shoulders, do you?
I touch them. I touch them, and I use words, and I move past. And once I'm by them, I don't care. I do not care whether they were offended by being touched. I do not care, if they heard my words or not. When you need to get somebody to the restroom right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, an emergency is an exception.
Me using that tap on the shoulder and those words, that's a courtesy, because I could easily be a bull in a china shop, but it doesn't have to be that way. I don't care about what your reaction is. I'm not looking for your response. Like I said about the salute, like, I'm going to hold my salute.
Yeah, in an emergency, but all things being considered in normal times, surely you care about courtesy. Surely you don't touch people on the shoulder.
I mean, if it was an emergency, I wouldn't even do that. I would just pick a person up and run through the crowd like a bull in a china shop. And I would be screaming the entire way what the emergency.
So it's normal behavior to just
touch people
on the shoulder and move them out of the way.
And if you don't hear me, or you don't, get out of the way, well, you might just get run over. Hey, we need to get this person. This person's unconscious. This person's this person's that. Hey, I will run through a crowd with a body over my shoulder.
So you're talking an emergency.
I don't give a damn. But I don't do that, and unless it's like that.
Well, I got you. Let me remind everybody to make sure, please, hit the like button, because we're always light on likes. Everybody gets in here, gets so enamored with John Galt's voice and forgets to hit the like. So hit the like button. Make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel, all one word, where I do a video essay or two every now and again. Make sure you support all your favorite hosts. It's not Wednesday yet, so I won't start begging for beer money for the weekend, but it's getting close, folks. Don't make me don't make me beg for my Bud Light. And also reward the young lady who put me up to this and has inflicted me upon you all. So blame Portia, but reward Portia. She is the executive producer, and sometimes the best part of the show. She just doesn't know it sometimes. And let's see what else. Excuse me. John Galt will be starting a show here momentarily. So Portia says they deserve it. That's funny. So I've actually kind of enjoyed it. I do have some loose ends I didn't get to today, but I'm sure I'll get to them tomorrow. And I don't know. I just, there's this cooking show host that I didn't think. Well, anyway, I'm not going to even get into all that. But let's see, what else do we have here? If anyone wants to come up for a very like 5 minutes just to have their say and fuss at me or excuse me, anything like that, feel free to do it. I will be up at 3:45 or so tomorrow. And who was it? Tyrone Sly. Look, I'm an old man and I start a show at like 3:45. If I wait till 4:05 to start it, dude, you know what? I could be, the prune juice could be taking effect or whatever. Don't be so mean. If I don't start at 3:45 a.m., please accept that I'm too busy and I might be able to start it at 4:05 p.m. Surely you can wait 20 minutes. So, that's my oblique prune juice joke. Let's see. Oh, a lot of cultures around the world lack the sense of courtesy Untraceable is talking about. I don't know about that. I think there are also a lot of cultures who are extremely polite to strangers. And I'll be honest with you. I had nothing but pleasant times in the Middle East. Now, it could be because I was American. So, you kind of have to go with that. But and I think sometimes I was obviously American, especially once I talked. But I think the Middle East, to be honest, it was, at least the places I was, it was literally like American South polite. So let's see. We have not gotten the John Golf. Oh, you know what? Actually, Black dandyism. Apparently, the Met Gala was all about Black dandyism, which reminds me of that. You know how over the top outfits, like you remember the movie "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker"? And Tough Guy brought it up the other day, like pimps, that image of a pimp with the flamboyant, opulent sort of dress and apparel and all that stuff. Just dress fancy, basically.
Dave did a really good the players ball kind of skit. So I understand the over the top.
Right, but it's called dandyism. And dandy, when I think of dandies, at least before today or yesterday, was like the English dandy, where you always have a flower in your lapel and your shoes are polished and your fingernails are manicured, very attention to detail oriented about your appearance. So apparently there is Black dandyism. Like Cab Calloway, if you know who Cab Calloway is, the hidey ho. Well, you just have to, and I have a story behind that one day. I'll tell everyone. But anyway, he was always impeccable. Like his hair was always impeccable, and his outfits. He'd wear like white tuxedos with tails and stuff like that. Duke Ellington, just like elaborate, ornate, very meticulous. Well shaven. You got some cologne on, hair. Not a hair out of place. That sort of thing.
There's something to be said there, and it doesn't matter where you got the notion, but if you are consistent and you are clean, if you are consistent and clean, and the flex is the success. You understand?
I think so.
Because coming from military background, you could be at the bottom, but you've got the cleanest haircut, and you've got the starched, creased uniform. Oh, you look like something. You look like something. But if you choose a different path in life, but you live the same way, strict, clean.
Well, we would call it fastidious.
The flex is success.
Right.
Because you could be brand new and look beautiful, pressed and clean and all this stuff. But how many ribbons do you have on your chest? How many medals do you have? How many this, that, or that from the military side? But from the civilian side, it's like, well, I got a $100,000 gold chain hanging from my neck, and I'm wearing the royal purple, and
Huh. Wow. Well, this is weird.
I mean, it can be projection, but projection saves on advertising. You know what I mean?
I was just looking at my phone here. Huh. Oh, wow. Well, this will be a story I cover tonight. So anyway, I think John, if he doesn't come up in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to end it here because I am getting tired, and I am at almost 7 hours. Used to be back in the day I could go 12 hours, but I have learned that I get fussy after about 8 hours.
Well, just know this, Stanley. From me, I love you as always. I will talk to you about anything, and I will only come from a place of truth, which is my experience. So thank you for having me as always.
Oh, absolutely.
Keep being Stanley, and I'll keep being me. And
okay. Well, that's a bet.
Always.
All right, folks. Well, if no one is going to come up in the next 5 minutes, take it easy, Intrackable. I'm guess I should wrap this up, though I have nothing in particular to do. And well, I do have to take out the dishes from the dishwasher, so that can certainly wait. But let's see here. No one's coming up, so I guess I'll have to wrap it up. John, I believe, will have a show in a bit, and he has a specific topic, which I am hoping. He is on the panel, but he's been muted for a while. Portia, he might be on the phone. Who knows? But I do have some loose ends from tonight, which might still be good. Do want to do this show, Shahrazad Ali thing on the Rock Newman show. That will definitely be a must. And let's see, there was something else. Oh, the you know, I guess I'll just go into this whole thing about the Shiloh and the in the Carmelo. I don't think that either are rules. You know, either situation are rules. There are just sometimes exceptions to rule. Well, not sometimes, all the time there are exceptions to the rules, but I tend to view them as one-offs, and I'm just unwilling to say, you know, all young people, all young black males are like Carmelo, and you know, he's some example, like hold him up and y'all don't be like Carmelo. No, he's not that kind of archetype. And the same thing with Shiloh. I don't think most young white women who are new mothers are anything like her. I think she's just possibly a bad actor. I think Carmelo, I can't understand why he thought it was okay to do what he did. It's always better to just walk off. Um, you know, you might be seen like a punk or something in the short term, but you know, you could potentially avoid a life sentence otherwise. So I don't find them as emblematic. Shiloh's married to a black man. Oh my lord. Is that right? Seriously? I can only imagine the race play. That little boy she had didn't look okay, I'm confused now. The little boy she had, he must have been like her husband must be like a male Meghan Markle. Well, wait, hold it. That is false? Oh, okay. Well, you know, stranger things have happened. However, I don't see either of these cases as emblematic. I don't like to go as far as to say, well, all black people this or the blacks. I don't like to go the whites or getting tired of us. You know what? Good luck if they get tired of us. Too late. You know, they should have exported us all back in Lincoln's day. Not gonna happen now. It's true, Portia. It just came out last night. I saw the picture. Well, Borgum, how about come up and drop a link? Um, should I sully my fingers tapping out Shiloh Black Man? Shiloh and the Black Man. Let us see. There we are. New tab. Well, I just typed in Shiloh and the Black Man. And this is from People magazine. Woman who appeared to hurl a racist slur at a child in a viral video has raised over $600,000 in donations for herself. It doesn't really say anything about a black man. Let's see. Hindustan Times, you often run in. Did Shiloh Hendricks previously date Okay, so it looks like she might have dated someone but not married. Is that how it works? Oh, is that real or is it maybe uh a while some question the authenticity of the picture, many slammed. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like more sensationalism. Well, there is a picture, Portia. I don't know if it's real or not. I can't really tell, and frankly, don't really care. I don't know why I should care that much. I'm in too deep with this. For once, I agree with Stanley. We got to be mindful of our sources and authenticity of facts. For once, this is twice in 3 days you've agreed with me, Sam. I am. So anyway, wait, she's a meth queen. What? Wait, hold it. She's a meth queen? You know what? I'm going down this rabbit hole, and I don't necessarily want to. So let us stop. It looks like she's got tattoos, so she wouldn't be my type. I don't think she would be any black man's type. So let's go back to what we should be watching. But anyway, for real, I'm gonna go ahead and tap out here. I imagine John will be up at some point. Let's see. It was already known she had a blatt boyfriend in the past. That's not really shocking from a WW from Minnesota, though. Well, you seem to know a lot about this topic. And when did you start misspelling black, Sam? She had jungle fever. Well, that is true, I guess. So anyway, everyone make sure you subscribe to the John Galt channel. Please make sure you hit the like on the way out. John will be up, I'm sure soon. Make sure
shortly.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'll be here shortly. About to start now.
Okay. Well then, folks, I will see you in the morning round about 3:45 or 4 o'clock or so. So have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.